What's up? What's up? What's up with it? This your boy Humble Mystic. Y'all already know what it is. Um, can we not? No, I can't even see the thing. Hold on, let me take this down for a second. What it do? What it do, y'all? Come on in here. Come on in here. Come on in here. Let me remove this real quick. So I had to end the live over at the last stream, because there was, the video ended. People was in the back chat. We was watching the video. I did have a video review earlier that I am going to continue. And so let's get into it, man. Let's get into it.
See, what you're doing is conflating Ugaritic text, which is Northern
I always know you're fucking with
Canaan.
me, man. I don't even take you serious.
First and foremost, the Ugaritic is in the northern region. We're talking about in Canaan, down here in Canaan. This whole terminology of Ilu or El, okay, is not a deity. This simply means God or power. You see what I'm saying? So it has nothing to do with
Right, so
the
that's
Ugaritic culture.
Right, so that's why when Kazal was saying all of that, I never addressed that because we wasn't dealing with what all of these regions see. We're dealing with the inland. That's why I brought up the Bronze Age collapse, right? So we can zero info. So we're not talking general here. We're dealing with a specific group of people, and we know this is what they use, or this is who they were worshiping during that time.
Okay, Humble. That sounds real good. That sounds real good. And you are the one who's tossing up a word salad, because the debate or the subject matter at hand is the Bible.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do about no cultures, no Bronze Age, none of that. We're talking about the Bible in the biblical text. In the biblical text, what is it referencing? And so that was just one of the cases.
Right, but that's the point right there. So the Bible, that's why I said the Bible is basically the birth certificate of what's going on here, right? Because those traditions are the traditions that are in the Bible. That's why when he kept asking me, well, can you give me and this was exposed him. Can you give me a text where we can see Yahweh inserted? Yeah, in the Bible. That is a biblical text. Literally, quote unquote, the Bible.
Right. So that's why I said you lost, because when we're talking about the biblical, and like I said in the chat, if you had it, I would have gave it to you. Like I'd be like, yeah, man, Humble did that, man. Humble brought his A game. But me, like I said, it's not being biased. It's just the fact that I read the biblical text. I mean, the quote unquote biblical Hebrew. You know what I'm saying?
Now that's my thing. Really fast. When you say it's not about you being biased, but you read the biblical Hebrew, do you read it as a Hebrew, or do you read it as a scholar that's studying the Hebrew culture?
I read it as a scholar, because before I had to fully embrace it, I had to put it through the. Hold on, brother. You don't know the trials I went through. You don't know the trials I went through just to fully take on and say, yes, this is the truth. See, I had to put it through the ringer. You see what I'm saying? I had a lot of time to actually sit down and really scrutinize the text. A lot what y'all brothers do, y'all, I done read all the other books, you know what I'm saying, that, of skeptics on the Bible. But when I go back and I look and I read for myself, it's not saying what they saying. You know what I'm saying? And it's proven to be truth in its own right. So I put the Bible through its scrutiny, even when it comes even down to the Hebrew itself. So I can say as a scholar, you see, not just a believer, quote unquote believer. You know what I'm saying? It's because the belief comes into what I can prove, what I can put through the fire, what's gonna come out, burnt, and what's gonna come out pure and shiny. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is not being biased. It's not because I'm a quote unquote believer, but it's the fact that when we actually go into the text and we understand what the words is conveying, what you're saying is something totally different.
All right, really fast. I want you to understand the moment you say as a believer, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're now putting yourself in a worldview. So now when you read this book from this worldview as a believer, you're not thinking about how an anthropologist now reads this book. Y'all are not looking at it the same way. You're not looking at this the same way as a textologist is reading this book. You're not looking at it that way. These people who's reading this text, they're looking for doublets. They're looking for certain things that match with certain histories. They're looking for these things. When you're reading it, you're already coming with the presumption that what's in the book is true. So you're not looking for what's not true. So when these people are reading, it's easy to point out what's true and what's not true, because this is literally what they get paid to do. You coming at it.
Hold on. I'll say something to you, humble. After.
Go ahead.
No, wait. Just let me say something, because you totally up here misrepresenting everything I just said. I told you to put this. I'm telling you that what I'm saying about what you put forth in the debate,
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you as a biblical Hebrew scholar. I'm a believer, true enough, but this is scholarly. I have the ancient Near East in my library right now that I got from.
So let me ask you a question.
I went to school for anthropology, bro.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Brody. According to your scholarship, Hebrew, being a Hebrew scholar, when is the first time we see the testament of Israel in history?
In history?
Yes.
Well, they dated in the 12th century, Ramesses, the Meneptah Stele, where you see Israel.
Okay. Now, if you say that, then there's no way you can disagree with what I was bringing forth, because that exactly lines up with what I'm saying. How can, if that's the first time we see a testament to Israel, to the Hebrew people, like you're saying, in history, then how could they have been back towards 20-something, 30-something BCE?
That's not a testament. That's not the first attestation. That just gives validity to the scriptures.
No. You see how they try to flip it, bro? This is crazy.
Bro, I'll say something to you though, humble.
See, that's why your religion won't allow you to accept the truth. And what you had it. At one moment you said, yeah, the first time we see him is 1208 BC. Yeah. Okay, that's what it said. Yes, you're right. But then your religion kicked in. Well, wait a minute. Just because that's the first time it's written down don't mean no. This is the first time we see these people. Now
that's not the first time you see the people. That shows that they're in the land.
1 second.
As the Bible says.
Interesting, real fast, if I am right back to you. What's so interesting about this time period? What's so interesting about this time period is this is the Bronze Age collapse. That's why this time period is so interesting. So now to understand who these people were was called Israel, who was laid to waste. You now have to understand the Bronze Age collapse. Do you understand the Bronze Age collapse, Sapphire?
Yes.
From a Hebrew historical standpoint.
No, can I say something? Can I please say something?
Oh, go ahead,
Hey, Oli, before you go, Oli, if you can hear me, pull up that flyer from me, Oli, with Sapphire. You can pull up Sapphire's
Oh,
Fire.
yeah, I see that too. A1, okay. Okay,
Yeah, I got
for the
you in there.
27th, right? Okay.
I believe that's the date. I'm about to have Oli confirm it in a second here shortly. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got you in there.
I think it's.
Oh, go ahead, Tasai. You ain't got to wait on me now.
Yeah,
I just want to see if Oli heard me.
Yep, I'm putting it up right now.
Yep, just pop it up whenever they take a break on the talking or whenever. Yeah, go ahead, Tasai. You got the floor.
But yeah, humble. See, and this is why, your entire stance and premise, bro, is completely wrong. Like you keep on saying, okay, so these people don't come into the Bronze Age collapse. So and I don't know why you keep saying this, because you got beat up on this on another live stream. Like when it was me and GD and Capone, we put up the Moabite stele on you and the Meripatah stele. So and in both reference is the Israel being mentioned is not in the context in which you're trying to say it. So
both of those references that before or after the Bronze Age collapse.
Hold on. The message says they've been there since ancient times. We fought you for damn near 2 hours, and you never gave us a time on when this ancient time that these people got there. You keep on mentioning when Egypt mentions about fighting them. When Egypt mentions fighting them, has no reference on when they actually got there. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Finish, brother, please.
Go ahead.
And then when we brought up the Meripatah stele, I brought scholarship behind the Meripatah stele, and the scholar said the reference in what the Meripatah stele is not talking about a group that just arrived there. You don't remember me pulling up the scholarship and you didn't have no response on that?
No.
Oh, you don't? So let me hold on. I'm not done. I'm gonna pass you the floor. You don't know when I'm done. You don't know when I'm passing the floor. So if you to draw
they be
your
trying
memory,
so hard,
you
bro.
can go up to pull up the old live stream. We was talking about the Meripatah stele and its connections with the Karnak temple and stuff like that. And we was talking about what's his name? I think his name is Frank Yerko. And we was quoting the scholars and the PhDs. Yeah, and I showed you the scholarship behind it. How that, for one, wasn't actually Meripatah's campaigns, and two, the Israel in that context isn't it's a group of people that's already been there and established. They're not just some group of tribal. Herdsmen that's driving there in this group. No, it's the nation of Israel. They have chariot horses and stuff when they're fighting.
And no, anytime I get to cooking, they always trying to like cut me off and no, bro. Like, y'all wrong. You see, he's stuck at the Mishnah Stele. Of course, bro. That's 840 BCE. Nobody's arguing that Israel wasn't around in 840 BCE. What I say is Israel wasn't around 2000 BCE, 1550 BCE. We don't see no sign of Israel then. Let's get into it, man.
Right. That only occurs during the monarch period. So your Bronze Age collapse, that's the monarch period. They're already there. You didn't miss the judges. You didn't mix the conquest, all of that. And you continue to ignore that point, and you don't bring any scholarship. It's basically, bro, anything that defeats your argument or that rebuts the source that you bring, you just ignore that, bro. So when you kept talking about the late Bronze Age collapse, they didn't give you the point on that because I kept telling you you're remixing history. That's not when the Israelites said they got there. You only mentioned the Bronze Age collapse because that's when Egypt said they fought against Israel. When did they actually get there?
So, it's my time?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, the reason the Bronze Age collapse is so important, I'm going to say this again for y'all. I want y'all to go do your research. Is that they can't do the research because they're religious. So, their religion won't allow them to accept what anthropology has to say because it goes against their belief system. I want y'all to literally go and look and see when Israel became a people. They didn't become a people until after, from 1000 BCE to 1200 BCE.
According to who? According to what, bro?
What?
According to what?
Everything
According
we've been saying. According to the tablets, according to the pottery, according to the houses, according to the exact. Listen, according to who, bro? Where have your antennas been for this whole conversation? But again, they gotta keep this lie up. Oh, Israel been there. They gotta say that to establish. Well, when he say, "Oh, you missed the whole Judges period. You missed the whole conquest." There was none of that. That's not historically documented. It is not because, oh, well, some things was historically documented and some things wasn't. It's not historically documented because it didn't happen. You can't just willy-nilly make things happen that you want to happen and just whether they happen in reality or not, we just say forget that. We just going with the story anyway. What type of mind control you trying to push on the people? This is crazy. Scripts according to all of these things.
And it's the messed up part because you got cooked on your own source. You mentioned Israel.
So can you
hold on. I'm gonna give it right back to you. You mentioned Israel Finkelstein. You know he says the people from the Iron Age that you're calling Israelites. You know they said that they was there in the late Bronze Age. You know that, right?
The late Bronze Age is the Bronze Age collapse.
The late Bronze Age is not the entire. The late Bronze Age collapse is not the entire late Bronze Age, bro.
No, it's not. But it's the late Bronze Age. The Bronze Age collapse is the people. That's the event that birthed the Israelites.
No, it's not.
We call the Israelites.
Oh my God!
So once again, if
you can please answer my question, then that I asked you, when did they get there? Give me a date when they got there.
Around 11, around.
How would you say 1100 when Mary Pata is 1208?
Hold on 1 second. From 1000 BCE, and they formed around what? 11,000 to 1,000.
Now, how can you say 11,000 to 1,000, which will be around the time of King David and King Saul? How would you say that they just got
going back to this religion?
Bro, stop with the religion BS because King David is a testified character in history, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. So once again, you're in the time frame of what would be King Saul and King David when you would say, according to modern chronology, 11th to 10th century would be the time of King David and King Saul. That's not them just getting there. When did those people get there? And you just shot your own self because you said Mary Pata. Mary Pata is 1208 BC. That would be the time for the Mary Pata stele. So when did they get there? They can't be getting there in 1100 when you just gave me Mary Pata at 1208.
Now, This is why, bro, when this is why I always talk to the people when I say, please go do your own research. Because all is trying to push to the people as if the Israelites traveled to this place as a group. He's failing to realize that these people didn't come as a unified group. These people merged together. And that's something, of course, he's saying what he's saying because he's fighting against, or he's trying to fight against what I'm saying. But what he's saying is not attested to in history. It's crazy. Now, I'm going to share again. Right? He's talking about when did basically he's trying to ask is, when do we see Israel in history? Right? So I say, okay, they become established around 11 something. We know the Bronze Age collapse window is 1250 to 1150 BCE. This is not me making it up. This is world history. The timeline for the Bronze Age collapse. Bronze Age collapse, also known as the Late Bronze Age collapse, is a modern term referring to the decline and fall of major Mediterranean civilizations during the 13th century. Right? This happened from 1250 to 1150 BCE. So, I don't want to hear. Now, let's see something. Let's see something real quick. Say not exactly. Collapse in the late Bronze Age is usually seen as the background for the emergence of the early Israelites. The moment when Israel began in a single moment, most scholars place the earliest Israelites in the highlands of Canaan around 1200 BCE during the early Iron Age period as new villages commenced. So he's saying, killed them again. He's saying by this time, Israel was a full nation state. It was a full nation. I just asked, is this the birth of the Israelites? Not exactly. The collapse of the late Bronze Age is usually seen as the background for the emergence of the early Israelites, not the moment when Israel began in a single event. Most scholars place early Israelites in the highland of Canaan around 1200 BCE during the Iron Age 1 period, as new villages, committees, and formed out of the local populations. So crazy. Library. Let me see what this says. Where did the early Israelites come from? Question. This is exactly what he asked in the video. Where did they come from? Let me see. It says Biblical Archaeology Society Library. This for Sapphire right here because he's a biblical scholar. Where did the early Israelites come from? How did ancient Israel come to be? Did the early Israelites enter Canaan as the book of Joshua and Judges recount, as Kazad was trying to say on the panel, or were they already there as part of the indigenous populations? If they did enter Canaan, was it through conquest or peaceful settlement? The topic of Israel's origins has been debated for several decades by archaeologists seeking to use material evidence to fill out pictures described by the biblical account. In this spatial collection of artifacts handpicked by BAS editors, learn the central arguments in the debate and how archaeology is consistently contributing to our understanding of the biblical history. Scroll down to read the summary of these articles. Okay, bang, the defining problem. Where we are in the debate. The introduction of the book, Rise of the Ancient Israel, BAR editor. It says Harshel Shekel outlines the basic questions of the methodology scholars use to study the emergence of the ancient Israelites in Canaan. Where did these people who became a nation of Israel come from and when? By the process they did became a nation, published by BAS. The Rise of Ancient Israel features chapters by William Denver, who Khazad always tries to say, "Oh, I'll debunk him. I'll debunk him." Baruch, help him, and P. Kyle McCarter Jr. This is available to read in full in the Bass Library. Dozens of hill country sites dated to the period that archaeologists call the Iron One Age, 1200 to 1000 BCE. So he want to have a chronology debate, and I'm gonna play this video. Oh snaps, I'm sharing, and you can't even see what I'm reading. My apologies. So I'm gonna finish playing this video, and y'all gonna see these people here. They placed the Iron Age from 1200 to 1000 BCE. Reflects the Israelite settlement in Canaan until 1960s. The scholars unanimously considered the newcomers from the desert or desert fringes of the east. The question was whether the Israelites came by military conquest or by peaceful infiltration. In subsequent decades, a new theory emerged that the early Israelites were indigenous to Canaan and were pastoral. What it say? It say a new theory emerged that the early Israelites were indigenous to Canaan and were pastoralists who lived on the fringes and settled areas. In searching for Israelites' origins, Israel Frankenstein examines and compares archaeological finds to the hill country and the Iron One sites with those of the late Bronze Age urban centers and attempts to decipher the riddle of how the Israelites first settled in the hill country of Israel. As a proponent of the theory that the early Israelites came from the desert fringes, Adam Zartel presents the find from the archaeology surveys of the hill country of Manasseh. The Israel enters Canaan, follow the pottery trails. It says Zartel uncovers subsequent evidence that the area was the place where the Israelites first entered Canaan, perhaps from the east of the Jordan River. Footsteps on this site have been found throughout Jordan Valley, including the extraordinary coated on the site of Mount Ebla. The Israelites' footprints. Ralph K. Hawkins. These are all sites. He always talk about primary evidence. These are all scholars that's talking about this. That's saying that the first time in history we see the Israelites established as a nation is in 1200 BCE. Now, my challenge to Khazad is always, let me cam up when I say this. My challenge to Khazad is always show me Israel before this date. Show me Israel before the Iron Age, late Bronze Age. Show me Israel in the Middle Bronze Age. Show me Israel in the early Bronze Age. He can't do it. He'll say he can do it, but he really can't do it. And then he'll bring you artifacts that come later into the Iron Age to try to tell you that these are for the Middle Bronze Age and the early Bronze Age. And then he want to come to me and talk chronology. Man, listen. They got to get it together, man. They got to get it together. Let's get into it. I'm going to get back to this video. You see, this is the games they play. He asked me like 4 or 5 times when the Israelites get to the high hill lines of Canaan. right? I gave him the exact date 3-4 times. And he's going to keep asking to say, because what he want to propose is that they got there earlier than what they really did. Crazy work. Crazy work. Bro, you see these guys, this be the issue with these guys, bro. I asked this man, how do we know? I should have asked him, the question I should have asked him is, how in history do we know these people are here in 1406 BCE? This man came out his mouth and said the Mishnah Stele. Bro, that's not 1406 BCE. And then he was talking about dang. He was talking about Jericho. Jericho was not destroyed. That's why, bro, listen, man. He got issues. If he think he gonna keep being able to pull out these biblical passages and get away with it, these biblical ideologies, and get away with it to define and determine history, it ain't flying, bro. It ain't flying. Jericho was destroyed like the Bible said. Jericho, man, listen. Who that is? Who that is? Who that is? Oh, that's A1. What's up, A1? What's up, A1? My man, hard working over there. All right. So let's check this claim right here. All right, let's go right here. And this is where, and again, these are just, bro, these is just simple things that people can look up, bro. Right? Was Jericho destroyed? Yes, Jericho was destroyed, but whether the archaeology matches the Bible.
Fix it. It's saying that we're not live on the YouTube for some reason. Go to the page and look. It's not up there.
Oh, that's crazy work. All right. Yeah, why I keep saying it's upcoming. Oh. Oh no, that's crazy. Hold up. What do I do about that? Oh no, because it's 1:20 a.m. June 3rd. It's 1:56 now. Damn. Oh, what do I do about this? Yo. What the heck? All right, so what I all right. Hold on. All right. Now, if I was to go, let me see something real fast. Girl, get off of me.
As a dentist and a mother, I have to be one step ahead of my kids.
Yeah, it don't show me over here either. That's crazy. So that's why I'm doing this, and it ain't got no people in here. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, bro, that's stressful. Oh, I see it now. It's counting people now. Hold on, let me see. Did I pick the wrong one, A1? Was that on me? Did I click the wrong one?
Okay, I fixed it.
All right. No, I was saying, did I click the wrong one? See, now I gotta go all the way back here. So, family, we got Kazad sitting here, right, trying to tell me that the Meneptah stele and the Moabite stele are both referencing the Israelites before the 12th or before the 13th century BCE. He's literally trying to sit up here and convince us that how does that work? I apologize. I don't know why my thing keep going on mute. But how does that work? He's literally trying to sit up here and tell us that the Moabite stele or the Mishnah stele, which date way later in history, points to a people from the 14th, from 1406 BCE. This is why y'all gotta watch these people, man. They talk slick out the mouth, but when you listen, you can catch their conundrums, bro. It's like, bro, what you saying don't make sense. I can tell that you never paid attention to history, not biblical history, not real history, not no history. Because if you did, then you wouldn't be making the claims that you're making out of your mouth. Let's get it, man. So later on in this video, we're going to get into it. But later on in this video, he also does something again that's very fallacious. And what he do is he tries to say, now mind y'all, he just mentioned, only time you keep mentioning is when Israel is fighting them. And when Israel is fighting them, notice when Israel is fighting these people, right? And the the Meneptah stele, when Israel is laid to waste, Israel is not a nation, which he's going to try to defend that in this in this argument as well. He's going to try to defend that Israel was laid to waste in a Meneptah stele, that they was a nation, which they was not. The determinative used for Israel during that time was a tribal people. So I don't understand where he get, and even if that's still so late in history, where do you get off saying that proves that they was here in 1406 BCE? That's crazy. Let's get it, y'all. Let's get it. What's up, brother Capone? I see you down there, Brody. If you want to come up, hit that link, Brody. Now, y'all see how I just let these brothers talk? One of the reasons I don't have an issue, you don't see it, I drop it again for you, my guy. I drop it again for you. One of the reasons I don't have a problem with letting these brothers talk is because the more they talk, the more they hang themselves. The more you talk, the more you let me know what you don't know. And so I ain't got no problem with you sitting here talking yourself half to death, thinking you making sense, but actually you sounding like a lunatic. And I get it because you're talking from your faith. So you feel like, okay, as long as I can back it up with my faith, people are listening, people will pay attention, and people will follow. But bro, you can't back your faith up with anthropology. It don't work at all. What's up, brother GD and Capone? We got GD and Capone on the stage. What's up, brother GD and Capone?
Hey, shalom, peace to the panel.
I was over this. Man, hey, so Capone, let me ask you a question, bro. When do you say Israel was established or first established or even first notarized or put on notice to the world?
Well, that's so Israel was known as different things throughout times. When you see in the when Jacob when Joseph not Joseph when Jacob dies and Joseph goes to bury his father in the land of Canaan, the Canaanites say this is a great mourning of the Egyptians. So that's one thing. Then when they make the exodus, when they make the exodus, they are known as what they call them, captives. The captives that left from Egypt or whatever, something like that. But then they established themselves during the Judges period, where they go through these, where they have these.
Would you give that?
What Judges?
Yeah, what chronology would you give that?
Judges is happening during the going into the Iron Age, because it's 300 years.
And so what? So you said going into the Iron Age. So that'd be 1200 to 1000 BCE, right?
Preferably, yep. Because Solomon builds the temple in like 900. So Judges is I think it's a 3-year period of Judges.
And so we don't see.
But,
so that means
during the Judges
we don't see
period,
them in history in 1406 BCE, do we?
What you mean?
So Kazad is trying to say the first time we see.
Yeah, all that stuff all that happens before. So yeah, you do see them, but you got to understand that they are coming from out of Egypt. So they are they not establishing themselves as a name like how we know the other nations. He even talks about that in the scriptures.
So now here's my thing about that, right? And here's what I'm trying to get him. And when we go back to the chronology, right, to like you said, the Iron Age or the Iron One, 1200 to 1000. This is the first time when we deal with these people, and when we deal with 1250 to 1157, what we see is two groups of people merging into one group. We clearly see that, and so.
Wait.
And we know who these groups. And here's another thing.
Groups, though?
So we know who these groups. We know one group is the Shashu coming from the south, and we know the other group is inland Canaanites. Now,
so you saying the
Shashu are the Israelites when they were not the Israelites. They were known as the Shashu. They didn't have any. They didn't have any inclination of Israel. That wasn't their culture.
Well, I don't know if he's saying that they. I don't know. So what I'm saying is, what evidence do you have that the Shashu and the Canaanites merged together?
The Bronze Age collapse. The pottery.
So the Bronze Age collapse forced the Shashu to not cohabitate, but to merge into one
Yes.
confederacy with the Canaanites.
Yes. Hold on 1 second. Matter of fact,
Okay, so if that's what you're saying, then who were the people that attacked the Canaanites?
the Palestinians, not Palestinians. Let me say that because they wasn't called Palestine, but Palestine. Yeah, it was the Palestinians, Palestine, those people.
So that's who attacking them in minor letters?
No, that's Egypt dealing with the that's Egypt coming over and dealing with them during that period. But that's the Egyptian account. Hold on 1 second. I'm go ahead because I'm gonna pull this up so you
No,
can
I
get.
was asking the reason I came up because I'm like, man, who got humble heated? Wait, because
Cause bro, my
you
thing
usually don't be
is
up this late.
like,
You usually don't be up with the live, sparking the live this late. You know?
oh yeah, I got some grace. I got some grace. I ain't gonna lie to you. My wife,
Like, you all good.
she say,
That's
yo,
what's
it's
up.
okay. She
That's
say it's
what's up.
okay.
Right?
But no, because I want to bring this out so I can show you real fast, right? Can you see this?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right. So this the debate. This my these my slides for me and Kazad debate, right? So now, when you ask me what is my proof that we see the Shashu and the inland Canaanites, right? First, I'm gonna go here, right? Revealing the Shashu reality, a timeline of displacement and Yahweh's origin, right? So the first thing we see here, if I could zoom in, just so you can read this, right? The 14th, 12th century BCE Egyptian typographical lines, book of land of the Shashu of Yahweh, exclusively in Edom and Midian, right? This is by Dr. Israel Frankenstein. You saying
That's why I call them Edomite.
So here, watch this. It's a evidence box. It's another evidence box. Establishes Yahweh as Southern Storm God, warrior God of metallurgy. It's a utterly distinct from the Canaanite gods of the hills, Dr. Thomas Rayner, right? So now, look at these maps. How do we know the Shashu and the arrival of Yahweh, the outsider deity Yahweh, right? It shows you where he come from. He come from Sair in Midian.
Who come
Now,
from
who was
Saudi?
during this time? Now, watch this. Who were these people? These people were the Shashu.
Yeah, that's the Shashu right
Right.
there.
So now, what
They
other
worship the
evidence do
calf.
we
They
have?
worship the golden calf.
Watch this. What other evidence do we have that they was the Shashu? Even in the Egyptian, see, because I'd always want to go to the Egyptian archives, the Egyptian archives. Even in the Egyptian archives, the land of the Shashu. This is there in a Shin. This is
Yeah,
the
but
land of Shashu.
that's a toponym, right?
Is it a toponym?
It's telling you the name of a place.
Yeah. Because it's giving you the land of where the Shashu dwelt. Yeah, I give you that. But watch this. Here's another way too, though. Right. So also when we see them first emerge on a hillside country, both of them coexisting, we see they didn't merge right away. Right. So 1200 BCE, this is a pre-merger, so they didn't merge right away. So we seen L, right? The local.
So wait, so hold
origin
on before you go through this. So when are you saying that they hypothetically merged together?
They merged together. Hypothetically, right? From, hold on 1 second. Let me give it to you so you can see it. All right. So from 1200, from the early periods of 1200 to 1000 BCE, this is when we see their merging. By 900 BCE, right? We see them completely merged. by
So
900 BCE.
so what about when we see they go against the Amalekites? The Amalekites are Edomite tribe that goes against the children of Israel.
Right,
In
that's biblical stuff,
during the,
bro. We ain't got no.
no.
That's
You know, they actually found the site. They found the site where they supposed to died at. What was it? Hold on, I think it's Masada. Is it Masada? I think it's called Masada.
so.
I
You
know
said
I
the
read an
all
article
right.
on
You
it a
said the
couple years back
Israelites went to war with who?
with the Amalekites. And not only them, like well, when they was in the wilderness, they went against Amorite kings. That's before the time that you're talking about right there. But during that judges period, they was going against they was having wars against like the Amalekites, the Moabites, the Ammonites, all those Transjordan, including that'll be including that Shashu tribe as well. So they was going against those people uh, during the period of Judges, and yeah, because the conquest of Joshua was over. So yeah, so you can trace. So in the historical record, you can trace it from I say from the Amana letters, because in the Amana letters they would have just if they was Shashu, they would have called them Shashu. So we know they're not Shashu. But in mono letters in what's the one? Is it the Maripata? If you want to use the Maripata, but you can trace it right there. You can see those are wars. You know, the one is the people coming in settled in the hill country and during the mono letters, and then by uh the Meneptah time, you see them established to the point that
All
they said that they are
right.
laid
So
to waste.
this be the history. This be the issue I be having using y'all biblical chronology, right? So, right, uh, if we say okay, the Israelites went to war with the Amalekites, right? It say yes in the Bible, the Israelites fought the Amalekites. Not the Amalekites, say the Amalekites declares accounts in Exodus 17, 8 through 16, right? So this is a war. So we see a war here in the Bible, right? Now, when it say, okay, now what do history say? Do we see this in history? What history say and the Bible text say about the Israelites and the Amalekites? Quote, the Amalekites were a nomadic tribe in the desert region south of Canaan who became Israel's hierarchy enemy from the wilderness period through the early monarchy. Okay. Now, so now we see this, we see everything in the biblical, what happened, the biblical sources. Now, what do non-biblical history say? No archaeological evidence or extra biblical references to the Amalekites have been found. The tribe is known only from biblical text. Some ancient Near East records mention related desert groups. Babylonians called them Sut, Egyptians Situ, Amana tablets, Kabati, the plunderers, but these are not definitive identities, which means that there's people out here who try to place the Babylonian suits or the Egyptian Situ on to who these people were. But this war is not a war we can find extra biblical. So then that now we have to question, okay, well, if this is a war that we can't find extra biblical, right? Then how can we date this war?
So okay, I'm trying to follow you. So in one breath, you mentioned the Shashu being from Mount Seir or in Median and having and being known as Edomites. So Amalek is one of Edom's sons.
That's that biblical stuff again.
No, so
Don't
I'm telling
stop
you,
going biblical.
Amalek comes out from Seir, from Edom. Amalek is it would be one of the like.
Wait, you say he is whose son? You say he is whose son?
Esau's. He's
All
one
right,
of
he's
Esau's
Esau's
sons.
son. Is Esau a historical person?
Yeah, you just mentioned the tribe, the Shashu. You just mentioned them, and they was Edomites.
So is Esau. We know what Esau we talking about. Is that a historical person?
Yeah, why wouldn't it be humble?
Can you give me any evidence that Esau is a historical person?
I'm saying why wouldn't he be a historical
Why would
person?
he be a historical person? We
We
just
know
can't
that.
make people
So
historical.
hold on.
We just can't
So
make people
okay. So
historical.
hold on. I'm finna give you. I'm finna give you the evidence. The Maccabean revolt. You have the tribes of Edom going against the tribes of Israel. This is in 300.
What do the
No,
tribe
this
of
is in
Edom have to do
150.
with Esau?
This is in 150 BC. Right. So you have the tribes of Edom going against the tribes of Israel, and this was recorded by Flavian Josephus. And what he talks about, and within it, it's historic. No, hold on. You can look up the Maccabean revolt. Look it up. So it's going to talk about them in Greece, and then it's going to talk about them going against Edom in the Maccabean revolt. So what happened during the Hasmonean dynasty, Israel go against Edom. His name is John Hyrcanus. John Hyrcanus convert Edomites. So if they're Edomites, then that means that if they descended from Edom, from Esau. These was his descendants.
I need some history for that, bro.
I just gave you the look up the Hasmonean. Just look up the Hasmonean dynasty.
Yo, this is wild. Y'all see, listen, this is why I say these Hebrews be funny, bro. This is why I say these Hebrews be funny, bro. And here go Israelite in the comments talking about you gotta study Esau more. Hey yo.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't just throw everything out. Like some of these things is it's part of history. The Maccabean revolt, and the Hasmonean dynasty. Those are historical documentations. I know for sure.
All right, so
and I know that in Chittim, they supposed to like deify their father Esau.
So watch this, y'all. Watch this. Only in the biblical narrative do Edomites descend from Esau, right?
Where else they gonna descend from?
Hold on 1 second. When we get into history and archaeology, right? These stories are biblical tradition. They not independent, verified facts. This is why I tell these brothers when they start getting to hold on, Capone, I got you. When they start getting to talking about Esau and things of that nature, no, we gotta stop them. We gotta stop them, right? So nobody is saying that Edom, tribes of Edom, was not real tribes. What I'm saying is Edom didn't descend from a person by the name of Esau.
So are you saying that Esau is an eponymous ancestor for Edom?
I'm saying Esau is not real.
That's what I'm saying. Are you saying that he's an eponymous ancestor for Edom?
We gotta do a court. You said what? Is he an autonomous ancestor for Edom?
Yeah,
No, no, because that's biblical. That's from somebody Edom. So are you saying that Edomites tradition is also biblical tradition?
why would it be biblical tradition?
Okay, so then that mean that we can't go off of what biblical tradition say about Edomites. We got to go off of what Edomites say about Edomites.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
that's
where
the
you can
issue.
find it, and you know where we can find that at.
Yo, we gotta stop with the illicit.
See,
So we gotta do. Listen, we gotta do
what you sparking is what people we fail to realize. See, y'all, that's the one tribe that people don't talk about. Edomites. So who are they?
Listen.
Where they go? What happened to them? Because we know that they was around. So, you know, that'll be a good study for you when you find out who the Edomites are and how they operate. Instead of saying like, that's what I'm saying. Unless you're saying that they're a eponymous ancestor, like
Hey,
what
I
they
don't
mean.
know. I don't know who Esau. That's somebody y'all made up. We don't know who Esau is. We don't know these people. Y'all needed somebody to make y'all story sound good. So y'all said y'all know, just like what's McCollum say? That's a James Brown live right there. Hey, look, y'all needed somebody to make
we needed an arch enemy
look good.
we
So
need an arch
y'all
enemy.
say, you know what? We're gonna insert Esau. Yeah, that look good right there. Esau and Jacob. Mm-hmm.
So you said then that'll make Esau that'll make him a eponymous ancestor. But the crazy part is we got because Esau is very interesting though, because Esau he assimilate into different Canaanite and like Nabatean
Why
tribes.
when y'all talk about these people, y'all talk about
Different
these people as if
Transjordan
they're not
tribes.
Canaanite people?
Huh?
Why when y'all talk about these people, y'all talk about them as if they're not Canaanite people?
So what about the Amorites? The Amorites dwelt in Canaan too. Are they Canaanites?
Mm-hmm.
How if they are Amorites?
So the Amorite is their tribe. They dwell in the land of Canaan. That makes them Canaanites.
So that's why you now I see it. So you saying by like citizenship there'll be Canaanite, but
Yeah.
there'll be distinct people. There'll be two distinct groups that's in Canaan.
Yeah. Yeah, by that
Okay,
citizenship, they'll be Canaanites, but they wouldn't be Canaanites as in the immediate people of Canaan, Canaanites.
right,
No, they'll be
because you
Canaanites
looking at
because
it
they
from
dwell in the land of Canaan.
yeah, you looking at it from like a region, like the region
Yeah.
perspective, like America, like we all Americans, but it's different. It's a melting pot of different races.
And that's how Canaan was. That's exactly Canaan was a mountain pot. Just how everybody try to say Kemet was a mountain pot.
Well, if you want to
Canaan
say it
was
like
also a
that,
mountain pot.
if that's but genetically, they wouldn't be Canaanites. But
They would be Levantine. Well, I
if you're
mean, if we
talking
want to
about
go broader,
socially,
they would be Levantine people.
Yeah, socially, yeah. But those people, they have a ancestor that they come from. Like why? Like okay,
their ancestor would be a Levantine heritage.
So let's go even further. Why is that landmass called the land of Canaan? Why they called it that?
Why is that landmass called the land of Canaan?
Yeah, not the land. Yeah, that area. Why is that area called that Levantine area called the land of Canaan? or Kananu?
Kanani. I was just going through this with King J. I'm actually supposed to have a conversation about this with King J. You know what's crazy about that? Let me hold up. Then I actually just was just doing some stuff about that. The land of Kanani, because he's trying to say that the land of Kanani didn't exist before the Amu got there. And I'm trying to explain to him that the Kanani most definitely existed before the Amu got there. Where's that at?
Hey, more than Dragon say they gonna just keep claiming everybody land to one stick.
Hey, yo. Hey,
Oh,
man.
it ain't that, bro. It's just what it is. It's just these are the wars and like even in ancient Sumer. So we'll see we have this problem when we get to Israelites in the Levantine region, right? But y'all forget in ancient Mesopotamia, you have a myriad of different tribes there. But no one says like just group all those up. You make a distinction between Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians. You know, you get what I'm saying? Mean and Neo-Babylonians. You make a
Why y'all
distinction.
never call them Babylonians? Why y'all always call them Neo-Babylonians?
Because they're Neo-Babylonians.
But the word Neo just mean new. Like I don't understand
Right.
that.
That's how the
So why y'all just don't call them Babylonians? Like I
but
don't.
that's how the see, I thought you was going away from the biblical. That's how the archaeological record just classify them as. They are Neo-Babylon, meaning they are reinventing Babylon. It's like a Renaissance thing, if you want to grasp it more. You know, if you want a better idea.
Y'all be doing too much with the names, man. Y'all be the Neo-Babylon, the
because you know
Proto-Israelites. It just be like, no,
so I
bro,
can say the same thing about the old kingdom and the new kingdom in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? You have old kingdom,
no,
middle kingdom,
right. And so
you
that's
have new
something, you know
kingdom.
what's interesting about
So
that?
why,
You know
hold on, humble. So why is in Egypt? So we can just segue from Babylon real quick. So Master So why Egypt? Why is it called the New Kingdom? The new dynastic kingdom, and going into the Iron Age.
I was just about to speak on that. Watch this.
Hold on, that was rhetorical. That was rhetorical.
Go ahead.
Because coming out of the second intermediate period, they had to reestablish Kemet. This is why this is called the New Kingdom, because it's coming as it's following the intermediate period where certain traditions were was defiled. You know what I'm saying? So now they got to reinvent it, reconstruct it back how it was prior to.
All right. So
that's the same. That's the same thing in Mesopotamia when you had old and
I got you.
Neo.
I see where you're going with that. The thing is, when you study, and this is why I always tell you all about Kemet, right? Unlike a lot of these other traditions, when you study Kemet, you have to study it for what it is. You can't study it for the overlayers. When you study Kemet, you see, okay, these dynastic, the people that study Kemet call them golden ages or the dynastic periods or the kingdoms, as y'all call them. They change with the lineages. They change according to who's sitting on the throne. They don't change due to and this is something that me and Kazad was talking about too. They don't change due because of archaeology say, okay, we're gonna place this here, we're gonna place that there, we're gonna place this here. No, they are placed the way they are because of who's sitting on the throne at that time. I get what you're saying though when we're talking about for an example, when we're talking about the Bronze Age, right? We got the early Bronze Age, the middle Bronze Age, and late Bronze Age, right? But that's archaeological stuff. That's what they put on that. So I most definitely get where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, so these are, I ain't saying that this is what the people said, but the actual people, this is how we classify these groups. Even like give you another example, like the language, right? Where you have Proto-Sinaitic, you have uh Phoenician, you have Canaanite, and you have Phoenician Canaanite. So these are different period of
No, no,
times
no. You don't
where
have
the
Canaanite and then Phoenician Canaanite.
yeah you got Proto-Sinaitic. So and so what happens is these are um these are classifications
Mm-hmm.
that they use when this language is being used, far as the writing and the stuff in the archaeological record.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it evolved a bit. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So so they have to classify them. So you have Canaanite, then you have this is later on when you get into the period of the Phoenicians, Carthage and everything, the Carthaginians, they spoke Phoenician. You know what I'm saying? So that's when we say Phoenician Canaanite, we know that we're talking about from it's a geographical
Dialect.
yeah, it's a geographical identifier as well, just like Chaldees. Chaldees, like all these are uh, identifiers from the period of time that someone will be using these language, and uh, and it also shows their location. You know
So
where
what is the person now that's where when we get back to chronology. What is the period of time, just for an example, because you know we get into this a lot, for the Chaldees, for an example? What chronology would you give the time period for the Chaldean people?
when people were speaking Chaldees. So Chaldees.
No,
So
no, I'm
let me
saying
explain. So Chaldees is the language. It's a language that was used in the Pacific region, that being southern Mesopotamia. Chaldees.
okay.
In English,
Okay,
that's the way.
let's even get
In
there. Let's
English,
even get there.
when you say
What time period would you say this was about?
that they was using that language and it was distinguished, it'll be in the what they have they in the record, they have the early Bronze Age, like from 1000 BC.
Right. Okay. So in 1000 BC, you saying that was there?
No, yeah, would be there. Yeah, would be there.
No, was long gone in 1000 BCE.
No, it's still a city that was inhabited. Um, it's a city. So is a city that's been
Was
the
abandoned.
capital of southern Mesopotamia for 3 periods of time. So as we go through the old, middle, and new Babylonian kingdoms, we still see there. It's just changed its name to Chaldea.
Nah, bro. Uh-uh.
And the reason why, I believe the reason why they call it they say the first millennium is because when it says Chaldee, Chaldee is a language. Now the Chaldeans will be the people group, right? But that the books that they found from the Assyrian kings, I think they was Assyrian royal inscriptions. Um, they had reference to this Chaldean way of understanding. in their inscriptions, Assyrian inscriptions. So the king would say, I forgot the exact inscription, but I know they royal inscriptions. But they had the books of the Chaldeans, who the Greeks knew as astrologers, or this mystic class of people. That's how they described them. So some of this stuff, it gets convoluted over the over a period of time where you, and that's why they use classifiers. That's why you got to be able to classify things. But we way off. We
Hey,
way off
listen, we
point.
having convos, Brody. Take it where you want to take it.
We way off the point. That's what I'm saying. Like, to get back to it though, but that's why they say neo. It's the reinvention of a pre-existing thing. So when we got the
So, hey,
Neo
Capone,
Babylonians, so who was the old Babylonians? When you go into the old
let me ask
Babylonians,
you this question real
you
fast,
get
Capone.
into
Let
a
me ask you this
Akkad.
question.
Oh, go ahead.
Did the Chaldeans conquer Ur?
Did the Chaldeans conquer Ur? So the Chaldeans was known as the original Chaldeans was known as a priestly class.
Right. Did they conquer Ur?
These people that conquered Ur or Babylon, where Ur is south of Babylon, but these people that conquered that, those was a confederate group of Babylonians.
So they wasn't Chaldeans.
In the first millennium BC?
No, the Ur was there, and then you said people conquered it. Was the Chaldeans the people that conquered Ur?
I wouldn't say that they conquered it. Well, I wouldn't say that they conquered it. It's a class. That's a class of priests or something. That's what Chaldeans is.
Yo, listen. See, do y'all be seeing these Hebrews, man? Listen, Capone. You gotta
But
drop
you
that
gotta
Bible.
understand, people would attach themselves. So when you get into the Neo-Babylonian, you gotta understand that they find these ancient books, right? That goes back to the pre-existing kingdoms, right? Because we know that the Akkadians merged with Sumer, and then they usurped them, right? And then once the Akkadians dissipate, out of the Akkadians you get these Assyrians. So now these Assyrians, they go and they reconquer. We actually have Assyrian kings, Salmanassar, Shaddai. You know what I'm saying? These are Assyrian kings, right? And so what happens is, I believe it's probably their descendants or the people that was in the land. They rebelled against those Assyrians because these was Babylonian people. They was like a mix, like we said, like a melting pot of people, where you got Amorite, Hittite, Elamite, the Elam and everything. So you got all them all mixed up in this area of Babylon and southern Mesopotamia. And so then they usurp them, and that becomes the period of the they call it the Chaldean Empire.
Are you aware of the Babylonian exile and the Assyrian exile?
Yeah. So
What's your take on that?
So it's
Just lead right into that.
So that's what I'm saying. So you see the king of Assyria takes he conquers the what is that northern Israel, Samaria, and he goes and takes the children of Israel from out. He takes the Israelites because by this time they established as a kingdom. So he takes them and he go put them in Babylon, and he put the people that was in Babylon. They get situated in the land of Israel, well, in the land of Canaan. And we notice we can just go to the I forgot what it's called. But he put they had it they got this in the museum where like you walk through his kingdom and it has him conquering Jerusalem, this Assyrian king. So he was also known as he'll be a Neo-Babylonian as well because he dwelt in Babylon.
So
His name
Syrians
Solomon
conquered,
Nassar.
if I'm not mistaken, I think the Assyrians conquered Judah, and the Babylonians conquered Judah, and the Assyrians conquered Israel. It's one or the other.
So it's just what it is. So you have like Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar is a Babylonian, but what I see is it's it's a mixture of people who become known as Babylonians. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because when I was researching about the or the child in the from the record in the first millennium BC, why is a distinction between Chaldeans and Babylonians and Assyrians? I was looking that up. I was going into that
Right.
research, and what you have is we have cylinders of the Assyrians, and we have is it cuneiform? Think we no they no those cylinders tablets as well of like Nebuchadnezzar, and then you have the Persians as well. So it's a
All right. So it was
period.
the Assyrians. The Assyrians exiled the northern group of Israel, and the Babylonians exiled the southern group of Judah.
Right. And that's what. But that's where you get it at. That's so. Yeah, so and that's when and the reason and this is what hurts King J. Because I was gonna go right into this. So what happens is the Babylonians they burn the first temple, right? And the children of Israel now they all up in Babylon. They're carried away into Babylon, into Mesopotamia. And what happens is they this is when the Israelites revolted against them, or when they were welcomed back from Babylon, they built the second temple under the Persians, Cyrus under Cyrus the first, I think it's
That's the
Cyrus the first,
Babylon.
right? So they rebuild the temple, and this is why the text says Ur of Chaldees, because that area is known to be the land of Chaldea, the city of Chaldea. So that's how we know that that's a southern location, and they use that word, that phrase, or to let you know what they was talking about as well, so you won't get confused. Well, if you don't want to say city, it's a place in the land of Chaldea, and that's what that was saying. That's why I say Ur of Chaldea. So
I'm looking
that
at
be,
I'm
and
just doing
that's where we get the majority of our surviving biblical narrative from that period, because we know that the text was being rewritten during that period by I say by Ezra and his scribes.
that shit. Yes. Oh, let me get up, yeah.
Who said it was Ishtar lingo? You say I don't know what I'm talking about.
This
No,
guy doesn't have a clue what
I
he's
say
talking about.
Israel, the
Hey,
education
listen, man,
message
that's why you let him
of
talk.
Jeremiah 29 and 31 and 10 to be continued.
I
And
actually want to get back into this video a little bit.
oh, go ahead, do
So
your
we can
thing, man.
we can have a little, dialogue on this video, man. These brothers, man, is crazy. Let's get into it though. Let's get into it.
The Karnak Temple and stuff like that. And we was talking about what's his name? I think his name is Frank Yerko. And we was quoting the scholars and the PhDs. Yeah. And I showed you the scholarship behind it, how that for one wasn't actually Meripatah's campaigns, and two, the Israel in that context isn't it's a group of people that's already been
Hey,
there.
talk to me real
They're
quick.
not
That's what
just
I
some
wanted to
group of
ask you about,
tribal
Hunter.
herdsmen that's driving there in this group. No, it's the nation of
So I think it's in the Meripatah stele, right?
Mhm.
Where it says Israel is laid to waste and the seed is no more, right?
Yeah.
But then, so I put in the comments that that's an idiom, right? To
Mhm.
say that they are laid to waste or they seed is no more, because we see the reason why I say that, and it's like figurative speech, is because of two things. One, I know that the Egyptians was very arrogant in how they spoke about conquering other nations and stuff.
Yeah.
And two, and I know this from Kamos. Kamos was saying a lot of stuff. He was going in. But also from the Moabite stuff, the Misha stele, it says the same verbiage.
Mm-hmm. So one
But
thing I never argue against is that with victory steles, and this is why if y'all go check out, I did a shout out actually attacking King J, not personally but intellectually, on the fact that he don't know like this. These are victory steles, and I never argued against the fact that victory steles wasn't exaggerative, right? We know victory steles were exaggerative. So when it say like Israel was laid to waste, right? We know that was an exaggeration. We know he didn't kill everybody and there's like things of that nature. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I never make that argument that everything that the victory steles is accurate, 100% true. No, but they do just point out, and one reason why a lot of people use that stele is because that's the first time where we see Israel in history. And an interesting thing about that, and what y'all about to hear Kazad try to make his point, is he tries to say that during that time, Israel was already flourishing as a nation. And I have to correct him. A couple of us, well, not on this panel, I don't believe, but previous panels, we had to correct him on no, they was not a nation during this time. They were villagers. And so that's but but see, that's the narrative they have to push to keep their religion true. They have to push that Israel was an established nation for a long period of time before they came in
so humble.
to existence. Go ahead.
So one thing I see the problem with that, and y'all gonna keep if you don't define what a nation is definitive. If you don't define that, and if you don't tell what you think a nation is, because a nation is ruled by a king,
Right. And so Israel during that time wasn't ruled. Even if we say that, let's just stop there. Even during that time, Israel wasn't ruled by a king. And so something that Kazad says in this video is we have to go by what he want to do is go by the Egyptian chronology. And if you go by the Egyptians and what the Egyptians say when they use the determinative to determine who these people were, the Israelites, they use a tribe determinative, which means these was a tribe of people. These wasn't a nation. They didn't use the nation glyph. They used the tribal glyph. So
yeah, they wasn't. I wouldn't say that they was established as a nation, but I would say that they was like a band of brothers.
Yeah,
that was together.
Yeah, I have no argument doing that time.
Like tribal, yeah, because we find that in the record, in the historical record, that it's a band of brothers that being released from Egypt, and they attacking Canaan. They conquesting the Canaanite kings. So we know that they're not Canaanite.
Now you see how me and you just agreed on that? Watch how in this video they try to argue the complete opposite of what we just said on this panel. Watch this.
Israel. Crazy. They have chariot horses and stuff when they're fighting. That only occurs during the monarch period. So your Bronze Age collapse, that's the monarch period. They're already there. You didn't miss the judges. You didn't mix the conquest, all of that. And you continue to ignore that point, and you don't bring any scholarship. It's basically, bro, anything that defeats your argument or that rebuts the source that you bring, you just ignore that, bro. So when you kept talking about the late Bronze Age collapse, they didn't give you the point on that because I kept telling you you're remixing history. That's not when the Israelites say they got there. You only mentioned the Bronze Age collapse because that's when Egypt said they fought against Israel. When did they actually get there?
Well, he got a point there.
It's my time. Watch this.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
The
reason the Bronze Age collapse is so important, I'm gonna say this again for y'all. I want y'all to go do your research. Is that they can't do the research because they're religious. So their religion won't allow them to accept what anthropology has to say because it goes against their belief system. I want y'all to literally go and look and see when Israel became a people. They didn't become a people until after. I'm going to pause it right there. And the reason I'm going to pause it right there is because me and Capone just sat here and agreed on when Israel became a people. And we agreed that Israel was becoming a people during the time of Merneptah. When Merneptah mentions Israel, they wasn't a nation yet. They were a people. Correct, Capone?
Well, I don't know. Well, but I'm saying, like, as far as the Merneptah stele, though, it does use the people glyph? Or are you saying that the ones that it don't
during
use?
The time of Merneptah, let me ask you this question. During the time of Merneptah, what king did Israel have?
They don't have a king during that time.
Thank you. So
they got like they have like a government.
We just agreed on that. We just agreed. They don't have a king, so they wasn't unified. It was like a band of brothers. We just agreed on that.
Yeah, they got like chieftains.
Right. So now, what did I just say? When I just say that, the reason I point out the Bronze Age collapse is because this is the first time as a people we see these people identified as Israel. We don't see them identified as Israel anytime before this.
Right. So, but this is so where did that come from, though, Humble?
Where do the name came from the Bronze Age collapse?
You know what I'm saying? So why are they? So when do the Bronze Age collapse start?
The Bronze Age collapse start when 1257. around
Right.
1257.
So from 1257 to 1208, we have now where the Egyptians know of a band of people named that's calling themselves Israel. Would you
Right, but
agree?
this band of people, right? Let's get to it. This is why I screen shared what I screen shared about my presentation. We know that this was not just one band of people that came together and called themselves Israel. No, we know this people was a merging between two distinct people because of survival who named themselves Israel. Now, why did they do this? I even said this in my presentation. Israel, right, gave them the status, right? Yahweh, because it was a war god and they were military, it gave them the military prowess. So they had the organization from the El culture to give them government and things of that nature. And from the Yahweh culture, they had the military to protect themselves. This is why they became Israel. They didn't become Israel, or they wasn't always Israel and came into a place as Israel. No, two groups of people met at a similar space and they became Israel. And if you want to be really, if you really want to dig deeper into it, the people, the inland Canaanites was on the high hills of Canaan first. And then the Shashu came down.
Wait, hold on. Why would the inland Canaanites be on the hill countries?
Because they were fleeing from the decline, because they were also, number one, they were also suffering from the collapse, but number two, what the collapse brought was economic decline, a political decline, superpowers was falling, right? Everybody was getting raided, so they were moving from the inlands to the highlands on the fringes of Canaan, where they didn't have to worry about the pillaging and things of that nature. And
So
this is where
this is from Ramses' conquest.
That's what the Shashu. That's on the other side. That's on the Shashu. The Shashu. That's how. Now this came about 200-300 years later. This is when Ramses drove the Shashu up to the hillside of Canaan, where they met the El culture people. Now, here's the interesting thing about this. When these inland Canaanites went up to the hill country, right? They didn't, and here's why they wasn't Israelites yet. Here's why these people wasn't Israelites yet. These people wasn't Israelites yet because they still was heavily carried with Canaanite tradition. Their pottery was Canaanite. Their script and language was Canaanite. Their houses was Canaanite. The only thing they changed about themselves was their dietary.
But hold on, humble. So this is what I like when we first started talking. What I'll say is that you have to get, well, you don't have to get, but you have to establish that when you say Canaanite, because when you're talking to an Israelite, when we say Canaanite, we talking about a descendant of Canaan. But you're talking about
no.
Hold on. But listen. But so, which makes them Canaanite people. But you're talking about people that dwell in the land of Canaan, whether they are descendants from the Hittite Empire, the Amorite Empire, or they was indigenous inhabitants of the land Canaan, or first inhabitants of the land of Canaan.
All right, so hold on. First off, hold on. This is why I say we gotta get this biblical stuff out of here. There is no man named Canaan. The land of Canaan is not named after a man named Canaan. None of that is, no. We gotta get that out of here. That's number one. Number two, when I'm saying Canaanites, yes, I am saying that these people are the people who dwelt in the land of Canaan. But even when they dwelt in the land of Canaan, they did not have a distinct name. You can't, before the 13th century BCE, you can't go into Canaan and show me who the Israelites were.
So wait, so we have we have the Amaru. The Amaru is coming
Those
from.
aren't and see, this is why y'all gotta get out that biblical stuff. Because again, this is what y'all do. Y'all gonna go try to find a tribe, an actual historical tribe, and then y'all are gonna try to label that tribe as the invisible Israelites that don't exist during this time. You can't do that.
That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I was doing. So what I'm saying is we know that they weren't just called Canaanites because you have we know that they was distinguished. You had the Amaru, you had the Transjordan tribes like Shashu. You had it's another one that they got in Canaan. What's the other name they had for them? Karu, or Hadaru, right? It's written with a K. So you got the Karu, and then you got the Kananu. So that's what I'm saying. Like you got those are all different groups of people, but they all was in the land of Canaan at the same time. Even the I don't know how they say Hittite, how the Egyptians would have said. I think they called them the Hittiyu or something like that. No, Hatayu or something like that. I seen that name too. So, but all those tribes are dwelling in the land of what we call in that Levant region.
All right, so listen, Brody. So this is why I don't go off of this. This is why when y'all get to the biblical stuff, bro, this should be
I'm
crazy.
telling you, this is all in the Egyptian archaeological record.
I know, but the reason you saying, I know why you saying what you saying, because you're saying, okay, well, these people were here, but they were different tribes settling in this land. And so the land of Canaan, right? Even when we just deal with the Levant region as a whole, right? We know that the people there, right? No matter what tribe they from, let's throw it out the window really fast, right? The people there all followed a common social government. I'm talking about before the Bronze Age collapse. The people there all followed a shared social way of living. This is why they were polytheistic, right? Because there were, as you're trying to say, the Amaru, right, maybe somewhere, and they might worship one deity of the pantheon differently than the other deities in the pantheon, but they still acknowledge all the other deities and they still worship them, right? And then these people over here, they might worship one deity. Now, when we get into history, again, this is why I got to get away from this religious stuff and we got to get in history. What we find is normally the reigning supreme god of Canaan is whatever tradition holds the most land. So this is why in Canaan, and people keep trying to run from this fact, definitely Khazad, El was the high god of Canaan, of the Canaanites.
But
that tribe of people, hold on, Capone, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna land my point though, because that tribe of people is what dominated that region. So that was a god of Canaan before it became a generic term for God.
See, you saying said
Go ahead.
before L became a generic term, because I was just gonna say, that's a generic term, a general term, but you saying before that he was the god of Cain?
Yes.
What proof do you have of that? Because the Canaanites worship Baal, and that Baal would be their El.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Even right there in the Baal cycles, who did Baal take the throne from?
Was it Marduk?
which is El. El. He took the throne from El. The Ugarit text. Thank you. Thank you. So we all know about the Baal cycle. And Baal and Baal himself had to become an El. He had to take that place. But
Right.
these
So,
are
but when the
epithets.
Canaanites are saying El, they're referencing Baal. That's what
No,
that's the point that I was making.
when the Canaanites are saying El, they're referencing the high god El. Baal comes later. Baal had to emerge. He had to
But
become
wait, hold
joined
on.
with El.
When humble? Because we know when in the Amarna letters, the Canaanites are telling the Egyptians, may Balat give you guidance or something like that. So we know that their god, their deity was named Balat or Baal. It's in that
And you said what?
group
All right,
Balat.
you said what tablets? We talking
The
about
in the Amarna letters.
and all mono letters. Okay, so
Yeah, the correspondence between the pharaohs, I think it's Amenhotep the third,
mm-hmm,
and the Canaanites.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, in those tablets, it's somewhere. So they had this dispute where they was talking about if they was gonna send Canaanite women from Canaan into Egypt, and the Egyptians was like, "Nah, we ain't dealing with y'all women," something like that. And
What tablet is this?
I don't know which one it is, but it's in the Amarna letters. But they talk about their deity being called Balat, and what the scholars are saying that that's a synchronization between the god. I think Bess. Is it Bess? No, Hathor and somebody else. It's two Egyptian deities or something. But it's called Balat. Balat. This is why I say that
So
they
the
was always
Amana letters
worshiping Baal.
is collection of 300 Greek tablets, and the Akkadian cuneiform around 1350 discovered the Tel Amarna in Egypt. Canaanite state rulers, kings of Babylon, Assyria, Mitanni, Hittite, Hittite and the corpus. These are latest single most important primary sources for Canaan. Balats and Amana letters and the Akkadian phrase and the Balats are read about the for the life of the king that I left for the king, but the king for you sure that it say to the king of my lord?
Yeah, so that word Lord is
So
Baal.
Balat means life, health, well-being, or to live.
Yeah.
In the late Bronze Age, it switched its versions of saying it means long live the king, I serve you, or I am loyal to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up for you. I'm turning on my phone right now. But I was just bringing that up. I was just bringing that up to show that we know during that early Bronze Age, they was worshiping Balat, the Canaanites, the people of
Let's see,
Canaan.
who was the Canaanite god during this time? The Canaanite gods during the time of the Amana period, 1350 BCE, late Bronze Age, Canaanite pantheon is well established. The main god of Canaan. This is the late Bronze Age and the Canaanite pantheon. What's up, Prince? I'm in. I see you down there, Brody. What it do? What it do?
Peace, 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 man. Y'all rocking out. Y'all rocking out.
Who that? Hey, Shalom, man. Peace.
Peace, peace. This Emmanuel.
That was crazy, y'all. My bad. My bad. But so it's the Canaanite gods during the Amarna period, circa 350 BCE. This is the late Bronze Age, and the Canaanite pantheon is well established. The main god of Canaan at this time was El, the high god. The main god at this time was who? El, the high god, the creator, the father of gods. But the pantheon was large and active. Below is the actual Canaanite pantheon during the Amarna period, based on archaeology, Ugaritic texts, and Egyptian records. El is the high god, the chief deity, the creator, the father of gods and humanity, king of the divine council, called El Elyon and God Most High. What he was called? What? El Elyon, God Most High. Why it matters. El is the original god of the Canaanites, and the early Israelites also worship El before Yahweh became supreme. Come on, bro. I don't be making this stuff up, bro. I don't. Let's see. Number 2, Baal. Right? This is what Capone said. Baal, the storm god, most popular god, the role, the storm, rain, fertility, warrior god, defender of the land. Why it matters. During the Amarna period, Baal was the most actively worshipped god in Canaanite city-states.
Okay, stop right. Well, my bad. Go ahead. My bad.
Cities with Baal cults in the area of Ugarit, Megiddo, Hazor, Shechem, Tyre, and Sidon. Baal is everywhere in the Amarna letters, indirectly through the names like Abdoli Baal, Baal Mehar, Baal Yatan. Number 3 is Asherah. Asherah, the mother goddess. The role, the consort of El, the mother of 70 gods, fertility, motherhood, protection, why it matters. Asherah poles and shrines are found all over Canaan from this period. She is the primary female deity of the Canaanites. Mind y'all, they're using the word Canaanites. Ashtar, Asheroth, the goddess of war and sexuality. And then you got Anat, then you got Rapha, you got the plague of war, then you got Dagon, grain and agriculture god.
Yeah, those are later. But
so these are all the different gods, but the main god of Canaan, I'm gonna say it again, family.
Wait, hold on.
The main god of Canaan is the high god El.
But hold on, how can you say that? How can you say that with definity, right? How could you say that when it just said in the Amarna letters, the main deity is Baal, and so that tells us in the Bronze Age the main deity was Baal.
He's the most actively worshipped, but that doesn't make him the supreme deity. But
we don't. But okay, if he's so when they saying El is being the high god, is it saying that the Canaanites are worshiping that deity? No, they worshiping Baal.
They worship in both deities. They worship both deities. This is why it's a pantheon. They worship both deities, but they put El above Baal. They put Baal right under El.
Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is, but they worship Baal and Asherah. That's who the Canaanites worship.
All right, so let me read this really fast. How we know this from the Amarna letters, right? So how we know which gods or which was the most popular worship gods from the Amarna letters. The Amarna letters themselves rarely mention gods directly because they are diplomatic letters written in Akkadian, but the names of rulers reveal the gods they worship. Abodi Ashethra, right? A servant of Asherah. Abodi Hebia, servant of Habat, Haranian goddess. Melikadu, Malik El. El is the king. So this means he worship El. Baal Shaitan, Baal is given. These names show which gods dominated which region. Right. So This is how they know in the name of who they're talking to, which God dominated their region. That's something else that y'all don't be understanding, Capone. Y'all don't understand that when we talk about a pantheon, right? Every god in the pantheon governs a region of that land. So if you're depending on what region of the land you're in, you worship a higher god. It lets you know what God have dominion in that land. And so out of over all of the lands, El is the high god. L education lessons. We have to, man. But look, it's crazy. Let me cam up when I say this. It's crazy a non-Israelite have to educate an Israelite on their own doctrine. They should know this.
Bro,
They know this.
you're not educating me. I already know this stuff. So listen, the deity name is, so you have Baal and you have Balat, the lady of Biblos, right? Or Balatis, right? And she is this is equivalent to Hathor of the Egyptians. And her name is, you pronounce her name is so it says she is mentioned in a number of literary texts, including the so-called letter of Hori in the writings of, that's in Philo of Biblos, right? I'm trying to get the reference when she's mentioned in when the Canaanites are speaking to the Egyptians, they say may Balat give you peace or something, like it's in the greeting. It's in the Amana letter. It say read as Beltu Sagula occurs in the Amana letter.
Yeah. But now who is that to? So in the Amarna letters, what king or chief is talking that have that name? The name of that god.
You said what? What king?
Yeah, what king is talking that got the name of that god?
Oh, I'm reading this in evidence for no identification for the line. I don't know. I gotta find the we can pull up the Amana letters and we can read it, I guess.
Not pull the Amana letters, we can read it. Hey, really
That's
fast,
what
Brody. Hey, we got Prince. We got Prince Iman in the building. What's up, Prince Iman?
gonna have to pull it up and read.
You in the building, Prince Iman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm in here making a waffle, man. I'm trying to see when it's gonna land. I'm just seeing where y'all gonna land at, bro. Cause you got a point, but I'm trying to see what GDN gonna come back with. Cause the truth is gonna come out eventually. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stay quiet as long as I
Well,
can.
yeah.
The truth
So
is,
But yeah,
what's your understanding of I guess El actually being a title that's given to a deity?
that came later. El was a god before it was a title. El, because like eventually El became a title over time, but El was originally the high god of Canaan. Now it's interesting, right? I even point this out in my debate. Yahweh started off as a title of a god and became a god, but El started off as a god and then became a title.
All right. So this is where the burden of proof on your position will have to come in at. Where is your proof that El came to those people and said that El is his name? versus the people giving the deity that title as a name. You see what I'm saying? Because you gotta remember that this you yourself are saying that this same term has a definition. So whether it's a name or not, it has a definition. So it's on who was given. I mean, who is giving the name. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna just emphatically say that it wasn't ever used as a name for a deity, but it's about if the people were giving the name, then it's still in itself a title, which then leaves room for that deity to continue to be God or continue to exist and have multiple names between different civilizations.
Well, well, I would say just logical. The people gave all of these gods or deities their names. Um, but I would say that it was because of El. Like when you go into the pantheon, for an example, El and Asherah birthed all of the other gods
According to what?
according to their pantheon.
That's what I'm saying. Like what who's giving the like who's teaching about this pantheon?
The Canaanites. What do you mean? Who's teaching about this pantheon?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You saying this is a teaching of man, basically.
I mean, all of this is a teaching of man. What?
All right. I mean we get we getting somewhere. This is
Yeah,
where
all
you
of this
know
is a teaching of man. What I just read it. I said, listen, let me read it again. I mean, I don't, because I don't think you was up here when I read this, but let me read this again. Right?
mhm.
It say right here. It say the Canaanite gods during a Amana period. This is the late Bronze Age. The Canaanite pantheon is well established. The main god of the Canaanite pantheon at this time was El, the high god, the creator, the father of gods. But the pantheon was large and active. Right. So below it gives me a list of gods. It lets me know that during the Amana period that Baal was one of the most active gods, right? So basically, these gods was active depending on how many shrines was set up in every city. But
Yeah,
when you
yeah.
go into
I'm
their
privy. I'm
story,
privy. I'm privy to that information.
right? But when you go into that story, it always tell you that El and Asherah birthed all of the other gods. Like El and Asherah birthed Baal. You see
Mhm,
what I'm saying? So
mhm. And basically what I'm saying is this is like this is pretty much the same thing that you're dealing with when you're dealing with the Bible. You're dealing with a group of
well, this
people.
is where the Bible come from.
I mean, I ain't gonna knock none of that. I'm just one of the people who always ask, where do the problem come in? At? You see what I'm saying? Because it's people that, in a sense, will say they don't believe in certain things or say, oh, this wasn't literal. These people didn't really exist, but like specifically put that on the Israelites. And it's like, okay, what about the rest of the story or the rest of the people? Like the Israelites, the only ones that don't exist. Like you still got,
No, no, no. See, and that's a thing too. A lot of people like to because
yeah,
we
put some clarity on it for the people. You know,
because we disprove a lot of the claims made by the Israelites. One conclusion the Israelites come to is we say they don't exist. No, Israelite people most definitely exist. Their motifs are not true. Their motifs are not original to them. For an example, what we're talking about right now, right? We're dealing with the motifs of the Canaanites, which we know they descend from, which we know they are Canaanites. And so we're talking about El. We're literally right here, literally say El is called El Elyon, God Most High.
what makes them Canaanites too for the people that's ignorant to what you're saying? Because I believe me and GDN Capone would agree when you make that statement. But
Okay,
for the ignorant, just
right.
elaborate a little bit.
So what make these people Canaanites is the fact that they were among the inland Canaanite people before the Bronze Age collapse. When the Bronze Age collapse was happening, these inland Canaanite people, right, that's following this tradition, we talking about the pantheons and everything. These people migrated upwards into the hilltops, right? These people took their traditions with them. So they kept the script and the language, they kept the customs, they kept the housing, they kept the pottery, they kept the agriculture. The only thing they did not keep was the way that their dietary laws. You see what I'm saying? And that was because they wanted to have a clear distinction, or they wanted to make themselves distinct from the inland, the groups that were inland and themselves. So that's why they're Canaanites.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That was definitely some clarity that I agree with as well, which is why I come to the conclusion, and and I will ask you if it's possible on your end. I'm sure you don't conclude there like I do, but just glaze over the possibility um, that in other documentation these people could be listed or followed as Canaanites.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So it's like that's why I was just telling Capone, like, also we can't miss the fact that even when we deal with these deities, each of these deities govern over a certain region of Canaan. And so when he's speaking about the Amu and the Amorites and these people who dwelled in the land of Canaan, like, yeah, but they dwelled in certain parts of the land of Canaan, right? Now, why these people are so distinct and how we know these people are so distinct is because their pantheons and their culture and things of that nature resemble per Canaanite culture. When we go to the Amorites, it resembles Canaanite culture, but it's their version of Canaanite culture, basically. You see what I'm saying? When we go to all these other places, it's Canaanite culture, but it's their version of Canaanite culture. But when we go to, and that's another thing, when we try to trace back to the earliest or the proto-Israelites and we try to find out who these people are, one of the issues is their culture is so overlapped in Canaanite culture. This is another reason why we call them Canaanite culture. Like, for an example, when you look into the Amorite culture, then you look into the typical Canaanite culture, you can see similarities, but you can also see differences. When you go to the Proto-Israelites and then you go to the Canaanites, there's no differences. You see all same stuff. Down to the pottery is the same. So it's like, okay, well, we can't make no other conclusion, but these are the same people. Go ahead, bro. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah. That most definitely answered my question, and I don't know if everybody gonna pick up what you just put down, but I appreciate on the honesty. I don't know. Hey, that might not come out too much from Humble in the daytime, bro. Y'all got to make sure y'all caught that.
Here with that's all. But see, that's the issue with a lot of these. And no, to be honest with you, I appreciate your honesty, because that's the issue that we have with the Hebrew Israelites is they're not willing to go deep within the Israelite culture to talk about certain things because they want to separate themselves, because they want to stick to a biblical narrative. When you go to the Bible, it's distinctly tell you that the Israelites and the Canaanites are different people. So how could they ever be the same people? But then they don't understand that that's in the Bible as an agenda.
Right.
Yes, the Israelites in the Bible, the Israelites and the Canaanites in the Bible are different people. But that goes back to what I was saying earlier, because they already wanted to distinguish them people for this time period.
Yeah, and I believe we briefly had a conversation similar to this when we first met, and I was telling you, seeing that you was somebody that was pretty hard on Kemet.
Mhm.
Is as much as you study Kemet and as much as I study the Hebrews, I know we could find a lot of relations and
Yeah.
put a lot of these stories of these people supposed to be separate, and we could figure out who the ops really is. You see what I'm saying?
No, that's a fact. I can. And now the issue with that is the Israelites don't want to claim that they don't have like they don't have anything original to them. Once they come to that realization, and that's and it's so funny saying that because bro, like I really can't say the Black Hebrew Israelites don't understand they don't have nothing original to them. I'm really talking about the actual Jews,
Yeah,
if I can quote
I'm
unquote.
already picking up what you putting
Right.
down for
They
sure.
don't have anything original to them. They don't have an original culture. They don't have an original language. They don't have an original dwelling place. Everything that they have is continuation of the cultures that they've been around, that they've picked up from, that inspired them, and they got influence from. So when you say, Prince Iman, that oh yeah, well, when we look at Kemet and Israelites, like I know we could find some similar. Of course we can, because the book of I'm gonna give you an example. The book of Proverbs, right? The book of Proverbs come from a book called the Maxims of a Minimal. That's commission right there. But when you read the Bible, they'll tell you, oh, that's biblical text.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that be the only thing with me, man. Look, I don't really have no problem with the biblical believers as long as they keep their beliefs. It's not until they try to bring their beliefs into the realm of reality do we then start having debates, because it's like now you got to prove these beliefs. If you keep them beliefs, then you can really pretty much say whatever you want, because it's like, all right, these are hypotheses, so to speak. You just believe this is what this is. The moment you start to try to prove any of this stuff, this is where everything go downhill for you. Not for you, Iman. It's just, hey, Capone, you gotta fix your mic, Brody. I don't know if you talking or not, but
My mic messing up.
oh, it's better now. I hear you.
I'm saying, is it staticking or anything? Is
Yeah, it
it
was static in a
reverb?
little bit. It was static in a little bit in the beginning. That's what I was saying.
Maybe I'll drop down and come back up.
All right, yeah. But yeah, it's like I said before. Now me, and I feel like a lot of times I gotta go by me being and talking about the Hebrew Israelite doctrine a lot. I don't really get enough and Kemet, just because I know a lot of Hebrew Israelites they go for Kemet once. Hey, you be Hebrew Israelite or you with Kemet. You gotta pick one of those two. But my way of life is actually, or my worldview, rather, I say, is actually a little different. Like I always tell people, I carry a naturalistic worldview.
Hey, Truth, come up here and holler at us, man.
What's up, Truth? What's up, Truth? Let's get it in.
Israel Rising. Yeah, that's my boy, man. He came up on the show
Okay.
last week. He said he walked me down, bro. He said he cut me up a couple times.
Damn.
He say our Lord will judge you
Oh,
after you
Yahuwah
die.
will
Bet
judge you
on it.
after you die. Bet on it, man.
See, man, that I think that's what humble is talking about right there. When you got to stop
Your
making stuff
Yahuwah,
so.
watch this, Prince Iman. Your Yahuwah can't even judge iron. How he want to judge me? You know what? When I die, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna wear bracelets and necklaces full of iron, all that shit. That shit real whip his ass. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Calm down. But no, it's like y'all, you're like you was just saying, Iman. That is what I'm talking about. Dang, I dropped the link again. But that is what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? Oh well, God gonna judge you when you how you know? That nigga came down and told you personally that nigga was gonna judge me when I die. That shit crazy.
Right. And I think like that comes from, and see, I hate to try and even make a statement like this, but it's biblical with me always.
Mm-hmm.
Uh Man, the children went into Egypt first for a reason. So when you talk about any type of comedic philosophy and understanding the natures and how forces became deified and personified, like all that,
Mm-hmm.
I've had an understanding of that. Bro, my Instagram name, when I was like fresh out of high school back in probably like the early 2010s, like 2012, 13 and shit like that. It
Right.
was the demigod, Sway the demigod. And it was because I was having an understanding that, you know, a lot of these mythologies was according to our people. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? And then
Mm-hmm.
I had to go down rabbit holes of understanding what was literal and what wasn't. Like what was allegoric, what was expressions, what was just illustrations of understanding versus what was an illustration of shit that was actually seen.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? I had to go down a lot of understanding and shit like that. Like I say, I'm shit. Look back now, this what that in 15 years ago, shit like that. So, bro, I definitely will say that understanding a lot of those philosophies and allegories and how drastic certain writings were back then. You see what I'm saying? Like how you would damn near have to tell a story just to tell a story, if that makes
You
sense. You get what
know,
I'm saying?
yeah, the biggest difference though, I think, in the cultures is the fact that one culture understand that nature can be worked with, right? So
Mm-hmm.
even I use the term gods just for the sake of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
One culture, such as the Kemetic culture, they look at gods as um natural. They don't look at gods as supernatural. They look at them as natural.
Mm-hmm.
When we look at the Abrahamic faiths are supernatural. This ideal is or would be confusing to the Kemetic person. And the reason would be because we will understand that, or let me not say we, because I know I get a lot of slack for that. The Kemetic person wouldn't be able to understand how something that is supernatural will be able to interact with the natural, because for it to interact with the natural, it will first have to become natural itself so it can follow the laws of naturality or
Hey,
physics, as we say in science.
let's veer off on let's stay on this specific topic right here for a
Uh-huh.
couple seconds, because I want to ask you your understanding of like supernatural versus natural
Okay.
according to our human perspective. Because I say all the time, bro, we just say supernatural, but everything is really natural. Like
Mm-hmm.
we don't even really, we don't have an observation of something super to try
Right.
and say it's supernatural. You see what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
in a sense, let's just say a nigga seen 12 Wimbies, Victor Wimbenyamas. He seen 12 Victor Wimbenyamas walking down the street. He would probably think some shit was up. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Like it, and it's only to a certain extent of how drastic he gonna be to be like, bro, these motherfuckers had to come from somewhere else. Or he gonna be like, damn, bro,
Exactly.
I just seen 12 tall ass niggas. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
it's a
Yep.
it's subjective. That perception is subjective to say what's
Yeah.
super and what's natural.
Now watch this. Here's
Mm-hmm.
Now let's take this to the scientific realm for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We know everything that exists follows the laws of physics on some scale. We know that. Whether
On
it's
some scale,
quantum
for sure. On
physics,
some
whether
scale, yep.
it's regular physics, it's micro physics, you see what I'm saying? On some scale, it follows the laws of physics.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we look at all of that as natural. Now, what people see as supernatural is outside of what, in this case, we're saying time and space is.
Okay, I got you. Uh-huh.
What science says, literally, this is what science says. Imminent things can only interact with other imminent things. An imminent thing cannot interact with a non-imminent thing, and a non-imminent thing cannot interact with an imminent thing. Which means something that exists can only interact with something else that exists.
Mm-hmm.
Something that does not exist in this time and space cannot interact with something that do interact with this time and space.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take this God for an example. Let's put this in the framework of real life. Here I am, a believer in a Christian God. I get on my knees and I pray to this Christian God who is supernatural, which is not inside of time and space. The issue here, according to science, is number one, God can't hear my prayers because I cannot connect with it because it's supernatural. It's outside of time and space. That's problem number one.
Mm-hmm.
Problem number two is God then cannot come and connect with me because God cannot enter time and space.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where the whole that people try to come and say, well, you can't prove God don't exist. Yeah, I can. Because if God did exist, it would mean that he would be subject to time and space. The very fact you say God is not subject to time and space lets me know that God do not exist.
So is the sun subject to time and space, or could that be considered a generator or creator of time?
The sun is a subject to time and space.
How is it subject to time and space when it's a part of what mainstream time
because
is generated off of?
Because the sun is subject to a greater force that pulls on it, that make it move around the Milky Way. See, the sun is not stationary in the sky. The sun actually orbits the Milky Way galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
And which means that the force at the middle of the Milky Way galaxy is pulling on the sun that is making it move. So now, by it pulling on the sun, and the sun is moving, right? We know there's time moving. We can measure the time because we know it's orbiting, and it's moving through something. So we know there's space there. So
yeah,
this is
you
how
just
we
said a
know
key
that
word
the
though.
sun,
You just said a key word. So what would you measure it with?
what you mean? What you would measure it with?
The time that you talking about that you know exists without the sun. What do you measure it with?
You can measure it with anything. You can measure it with, you measure celestial bodies with time scales that is fit to measure movement on that time, on that scale of movement on celestial bodies.
Right, which means you
So
would
you
have to
wouldn't,
use.
hold on 1 second.
Uh-huh.
You wouldn't measure the time using the day and night cycles of the earth. You wouldn't do that. But you would measure the time using seconds per distant, or because they're in space, they will be using it.
But you need that subject. You still need the sun. That's what I'm saying.
No, you don't need the sun. I don't need the sun to measure how far something moves. Why do I need the sun for that?
No, I'm okay. Let me put it in perspective.
Definitely, definitely if the sun is the thing that's moving, I don't need the sun to track the sun. That is nah.
Nah. I ain't saying that you need the sun to track the sun. I'm saying that you would need the sun to track time. And if you were trying to track time without the sun, then you would still need an illuminary. So when I used the sun, I was in a sense excluding the rest of the luminaries for the sake of my
Okay,
example.
so I got you. So let's move in the realm of hypotheticals here, right?
Hmm.
So hypothetically speaking, if the sun didn't exist, we can still measure distance travel. And we can
Yeah,
measure
I don't think
distance
that's what
travel.
time is though. I don't think that conflates the time on a scientific level.
When I say distance travel, I mean seconds per meter, right? So you know if you got a stopwatch and on one side of the stopwatch it got S and the other time, oh matter of fact, at the end of the stop it got 0.000, then at the end it has SM for seconds per meter. So when you start that
Yeah, I think that's a
stopwatch,
speed and a distance though.
that's what I'm saying. You can track that without knowing the locale of the sun.
Yeah, but you saying that you still need a moving object. And what I'm saying
Right.
is like with no moving objects, we have a tool or tools that we use to measure time. And those aren't subjective. Those are objective.
What you
And
said?
that's where a lot of people
Yeah.
that's where a lot of people shout out to my brother Quantum. That's where a lot of people say that Quantum's biggest stumble is. You see what I'm saying? Is that pretty much time already has a definite and absolute. So anytime you try and change that, you kind of get in a sticky situation.
Well, time has a definite and an absolute on this plane of existence. I can say that.
For
On
sure.
this
And for
plane of
sure. That's
existence, time
mhm,
has a absolute and a definite. And
mhm.
that's where I think that quantum has a stronghold, and I think people don't understand because of how quantum frame time. But quantum is correct when he says that nothing can exist. If time didn't exist, nothing could exist.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? And now, how I would frame it personally, right, is the fact that
Come give us some verbal pushback. Israel Rising, I see
come
you in
on,
the comments,
Israel
man.
Rising, hop up here, y'all. And by the way, while before I continue my dive in, like the video, man, share the video, share the live, subscribe. This is your first time here, man. Shout out to you. Thank you for coming to the Titans Debate League. Hey, you can catch your boy on my own platform on Humble Mystic Soul Tribe. Shout out to the brother A1. Shout out to the brother Quantum. Shout out to Capone and Prince Iman. I appreciate these brothers for coming up on the panel, man. Always good work. I love the conversations and the builds. Come on, man. Look, it's an open panel. We come up here to talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. Y'all got me for probably another hour 30 minutes. Then I'm going to throw on a video and hey, we're going to turn this into a watch party.
That's a bet. That's a bet, man. Like I say, he said he chat chilling right now. All right, that's a
He
big
chat.
bet. That's a big bet.
But no, though, back to the time and space thing. Yeah, that's one thing that we can not only measure with tools, but even with experience. We can
Mhm.
we can understand that nothing exists or anything that do exist exists within this ramification that we call time.
For sure, 1000%. And that's kind of what I was getting at. For the sake of anything, anything claiming to be supernatural or interacting outside of that,
Mm-hmm.
um, I don't think there's an absolute from our standpoint to where we can say it doesn't exist,
Mm-hmm.
which is why a lot of scientists give reverence to multi dimensions and things like
Right,
that.
right.
one thing that I agree with you, but I kind of think that the Bible gives a different concept is God being outside of time and interacting with us inside of time.
Right, now that's the thing as well. And before I get there, I do want to say this.
Christians will hate
This
me
is
for that
where
statement too.
this is where I feel like the practices of Kemet are way better and have way more validity than the Abrahamic faiths, because you can put the practices of Kemet into the natural world as we're speaking. I often use the Netter shoe, right? Shoe just means the air.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about the wind all the time. The wind is something that exists. We know the wind exists. You see what I'm saying? So this isn't some, as me and you were speaking, Prince Iman, some supernatural thing that's coming from outside of existence, acting on existence. This
Mm-hmm.
is something this is a natural force that is acting within existence. I don't have to believe in Shu. I know Shu exists.
So in a sense, you know, Shu, from my understanding, Shu and what's the word? What's the Hebrew for spirit? Ruach. Shu and Ruach have similarities. That's the Hebrew word for spirit. Which pretty much, like I say, would be like a wind, but it's an understanding of, I don't wanna sound pseudo and say the divination within the wind, but it's not the understanding that we would have on a ignorant
Yeah.
observation, just saying, feeling the wind blow, saying, "Oh, that's Shu." You see what I'm saying?
No, listen, watch this. If Israelites frame their ideology like that, no issue. No
Mm-hmm.
issue for me. And the reason is because now you're equating the Ruach to something that is tangible in the
Mm-hmm.
sense that it can be measured, in the
Mm-hmm.
sense that it can be worked with, in the sense that it can be experienced. You see what I'm saying? Now,
Mm-hmm.
we understand something called poetic language, right? And one of the things in poetic language that's taken for granted is anthropomorphisms. And the reason to me I think that's taken for granted is because human psychology states that humans relate to human concepts more than any other concept. So when we're given examples, we relate to human relatable examples more than any other example. So, for an example, when you talk about the Ruach and now you are explaining it in the terms of the wind, but now you're giving it anthropomorphisms as a voice. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
This make sense. Of course, we know you're being a little um explanatory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Idealistic, but we get the concept that the Ruach is identified with the wind. We get
Mm-hmm.
that. This is why I have no issue with when Quantum be saying like Father Time and Mother Nature. I have no issue with that because he's not saying it as a god or anything of that nature. He is saying it because it is the parental. He's putting a parental status on
Mm-hmm.
these things, just as religious people put a parental status on God, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
You
Parental meaning you don't have anything preceding it without it being the creator or generator.
exactly. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. You've been in my head a little bit in the back chat, but bro, me and Oli been chopping it up. He just sent me the books, bro. I'm finna study 'em. because I want to perfect the understanding just to make somebody able to be hated along with them. Because I know for a fact, like, I'm just as articulate as he is, and we're two brains. So if I can be able to explain the same understanding with a couple different words, to help it get out there and shit,
Yeah,
it is what it is. That's where I'm at with it. Like,
facts.
I ain't. I tell people all the time, I'm not confined to the Bible. Neither does my foundation tell you to be confined to the Bible.
Mm,
It pretty much just tell you to be careful when dealing with these spirits and these deities and these
mhm.
entities, and you know what I'm saying. But you know me, bro. I'm not radical with that shit.
Yeah, and that's cool. And right there, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Much respect on that. Because now at least you're open to now go outside of the Bible and find concepts, and you can say, okay, well, now I know I'm not tripping when I read this in the Bible.
For
I
sure.
You can continue to use that in the Bible, but like you said before, don't be radical with it. This is why when we get in the ring and people like, oh yeah, man, I'm gonna prove this, I'm gonna prove that.
Hmm.
You can't
And
prove your belief.
know when you reading something in that book and it's clearly a manipulation, or it has something to do with man starting to scribe. You see what I'm saying? That's
Mhm, mhm.
another thing a lot of niggas don't want to attest to. It just got to be infallible. Nobody could have made mistakes. Moses didn't never add throw nothing in extra by itself like that. Nah, they know everything for a fact. And I don't feel like the book tells us that we got to confine to that. It tells us to confine to certain instruction, but like you say, when you come across certain instruction or even think that it's perceived to be such, I
Right.
think that's what Yeshua was coming in, kind of
Yeah.
putting a lesson on, like, bro, y'all taking these commandments and not even understanding them correctly. You thought you was really
And
supposed
and
to
so
kill some motherfuckers?
and
You
so
see what I'm
you know
saying?
the funny thing about that, when you read the Bible, one thing you realize is, yo, Jesus was a rebel, bro. Jesus was a revolutionary. He didn't come there to fight against the old Israelites he came there to fight against the Roman people that was there taking over and shit and implementing new laws. That's who he was fighting against. He was mad at the Pharisees because they was portraying their people, they was betraying their people for the Roman generals and stuff of that nature. But his whole campaign was about, yo, these people fucking hell shit. The first thing he did when he got back home to Jerusalem was flip over the tables because they had the merchants and stuff in front of the prayer center. Those was those was Greek merchants. Those wasn't Israelite merchants. So people misrepresent Jesus' campaign when he came to back to his homeland. He came to challenge the power that the controlling power that was in place during that time. And it was said that the people that he was talking to, so if we can equate Jesus to anybody in modern day, it would be Malcolm X. The only, one of the major differences is, Malcolm was, hey, look, you put your hands on us, we're putting our hands back on you. We putting our hands back on you. Jesus was more like, hey, listen, we got to turn. He was more like Martin Luther King in that sense. We got to turn the other cheek. But they
You
were
speaking
revolutionary.
from a rebellious sense, not from
Yeah,
a personal sense. I get
exactly.
what you're saying.
And who killed Jesus? His own people. Who killed Malcolm X? His own fucking people. The
But
same
is
people
Malcolm
I'm
X a
trying to
myth?
free you from is the same people that turned around and killed me because you are too stupid to pick up what I'm laying down.
But hold on, is Malcolm X a myth though? Is Martin Luther King a myth?
No, those things are myths. Those are well documented in history.
Yeah, but you just said that they follow the same uh life story as a mythos character, being Yeshua Hamashiach.
So would it be safe to say that if you believe in it being some truth to the scriptures, but the way that the Bible, especially the modern Bible and the doctrine teaches, is what makes it mythological.
The truth, okay. So here's the thing. It goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? Is there truth in the Bible? There is truth in the Bible. But the truth in the Bible is not original to the Bible. The truth in the Bible are truths, and these are even if I want to say, dang, can we really even use the word truth? We could just say knowledge, right? This is
Wisdom.
not wisdom, right?
Mhm.
But this is wisdom that comes from other cultures.
Yeah,
That
but who? But nobody is the author of wisdom, and it's not
So
pertaining to one. Wisdom is not pertaining
but
to one specific culture, though.
is not, when I say that wisdom isn't, the wisdom that's in the Bible isn't original to the Bible, right? Um, the fact that I'll give an example, right? The wisdom that comes from Noah and the ark, that's not original to the Bible. That's not original to the. Let me not say that's not original to the Bible. That's not original to the Israelite culture.
all right, I can in a sense agree with you because nothing before nothing before Jacob technically would be Israelite culture. So that's why I don't confine myself to the Bible, because the Bible tells you that it's the history of the Israelites. So that means you would be able to find possibly previous histories in other sources, especially
Mm.
with them telling you that they weren't in that area. You see what I'm saying? So if Abraham and Noah and all these people weren't in that area, then why would you get the story about the history of the people from the area of, Levantine, Africa
Yeah,
area? Like why would it even be in the same book in a sense? Like all of it. You
yeah.
see what I'm saying? So that's why I don't even say that it's
My
supposed
thing
to be
is,
all in that one book.
right. My thing is, for an example, right? How you was just speaking about like Jacob, right? My issue is Jacob wasn't a historical person. The Israelites existed, absolutely, but they didn't exist as a descendancy through some man by the name of Jacob. That's not how the Israelites came to be.
Okay, so
That's
my
the
only thing
claim
with
that they
that,
make, though, humble.
so exactly. So my thing with that would be, if that's the claim that's made and you can't disprove that claim, then why why say because somebody can't prove it more than the initial claim, then it's false?
Because you can disprove that claim. I can disprove the claim that Israelites is not. I can disprove the claim that Israelites are a descendant of Jacob. I can disprove that claim.
So,
I mean,
when
the only thing that you could try and use is information of the people not being listed as Jacobites or Israelites and then being listed as Israelites
Well,
in
no,
history.
what I could use is the actual, what I can do is I can go into history and I can find the exact time period where these people known as Israelites come into history.
That's
And
what I'm
then,
saying.
all right, so
right. And so
so
when
are
we do that, we don't see, even when we do that, we don't see no mention by a patriarch of Jacob or either
you,
what people say his name would be. Like I forgot what they say his Hebrew name would be, but like we
So,
don't see that
it's not.
person is the progenitor of these people. We see these people come together, or we see these people come into existence due to a merger from a specific time period.
so I thought the Manep stele. was actually a reference to Jacob and not Israel.
No. Oh, that's crazy work right there.
Mm.
Boy, please don't make that argument. Don't go.
Mm.
That's crazy work right there.
Mm.
Nah.
He touching on something right there.
Nah, he ain't hey, don't give. Come on, Prince and Mine.
Nah,
Come
hey,
on,
that's
bro.
how I came
No
across
one
the
ever looked at it
information.
Nah,
like
man,
that.
let him look. Capone about to take that idea and jump out the window with that mug. You hear me?
No, I'm saying no one
Boy,
ever
he
looked at
about
it
to
like
put
that.
all type of
So
Hebrew
what
Nah,
Israelites
I
in
would
there.
that's
say
how I
is,
came across the information. That's how it was. That's how it was
Boy, he
brought.
about to
well,
put all type of
It wasn't no.
Hebrew Israelite spin.
It was actually a white man too. He was basically saying that the way that scholars decipher it is that the seed of Jacob or the seed of Israel has been laid waste.
Nah.
mm, mm.
That's crazy, bro. Don't give them
Now
no
hold on.
ammo like that, bro.
No, listen.
Chill.
Now see,
Oh,
look. See, now
man.
you scared. Now you over here scared. So
Nah,
look.
man.
My argument would be is, since you say Jacob is not a historical person, if I can find anything that's pertaining to Jacob, a seal, a royal inscription, anything of that nature, does that make him non-existent as well?
You wouldn't be able to find anything of that
So
nature.
we have a scarab seal that says Jacob 4, right? Which means the mountain of Jacob or something like that. But it's a seal.
What?
It's an official seal, and it's dedicated to someone named Jacob. And guess where it's
Is
found
it
at, humble?
dedicated to the Jacob?
Hum-
No.
Humble,
Hold on,
humble, hold
Capone.
on, humble. Guess where it's found at? Guess where they
Go
found it
ahead.
at?
Go ahead.
You right,
In
good
the
guy.
in the land of Canaan.
Okay, so now let me ask you this question, Capone. Is that still reference to the Jacob in the Bible?
Possibly.
Nah, you see, yo, he's
Possibly.
terrible, bro. This is
And
why
the
the
reason
Hebrews
why I
be
say
crazy.
possibly is because we know that,
Hey,
see, you
yo.
want to get rid of the biblical narrative, that's fine and dandy. I can make 2 points about it. I'm gonna do historical, I'm gonna do biblical, and do historical. We know that when Jacob died, his son, according to the narrative, his son was an Egyptian official, right, of high prestige, similar to a vizier. And we know when they went into the land of Canaan to bury him, the Canaanites in the text called this the mourning of the Egyptians. Remember, I led with that, the great mourning of the Egyptians. So if his son is a vizier, the items, his burial it'll be all Egyptian stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So then my question
And
to
hold
you
on,
would be,
let me tell you the historical, what happened historically. The Hyksos was pushed out, right? The Hyksos pushed out of Egypt, and then but they don't get uh they don't get exiled. What happened is, well, they get exiled, but what happens is Kamos then attack them afterwards and then takes them captives and take them captive into Egypt. But when they leave, they settle in Judea. And then Kamos, after they settle in Judea, which is in the land of which became the Judea, which is in the land of Canaan, we know that that Kamos comes, he goes there, he makes a expedition there and conquer them there and bring them back captives into Egypt.
all right. So here's the thing, though, right?
You can't get around that.
Listen, man. Here's the thing. When Jacob was, for an example, okay, so his name was Jacob, right? Jacob, like you were saying, they got a seal, or you trying to say they have a seal, and then you said everything would be in Egyptian, and then you said in Egypt they had this thing called the Egyptians' mourning. I would have to challenge you on. You would have to show me in what Died or whatever time period this supposedly happened, where Egypt had a great mourning for a person by the name of Abraham or Abram even.
No, it
No,
ain't for
it
Abraham.
ain't
It
for
would have
Aaron,
been for
for Jacob.
Oh, for Jacob. Oh, so you would have to show me where they had a great mourning for Jacob.
Well, it's not. So what I said is the people, the inhabitants of Canaan, said this is a great mourning of the Egyptians. So basically, they recognize them as Egyptians. Kind of similar how you recognize Israelites as Canaanites, and how we was going about them just being
So
part
you
of the
saying the
land.
Canaanites thought that that Jacob was an Egyptian?
Yes,
oh, you mean Joseph?
Joseph. Yeah, but the whole thing. So what happens is Joseph being a vizier, so he's leading the charge. So it's a funeral procession, right?
Yeah,
As they come into
he would have been considered an Egyptian. Egyptian wasn't a race thing at the time.
right. So they coming
So
from Egypt in the caravan. They got, it looks like a funeral line. You know what I'm saying? And what happened is Egyptian regalia all over the place. You know what I'm saying? The man is dressed up like Egyptians. The ornaments and everything. And at this time, we know that the Canaanites and the Egyptians, they had like they was like kind of confederate. They had something going on because
So you're speaking about during the time where the Egyptians had. So you're speaking of right around the
let
time
me,
of Akhenaten and
let me
right
give you
after
the time
Akhenaten.
period. Give you the
Yeah,
time
where they
period.
had
No, this
territory
not
over
this.
there in the Levant region.
No, this not Akhenaten time period. This will be like 16. This is like after this. This is like sometime around the expulsion of the Hyksos.
That,
It'll be like 1600 BCE.
no,
Or
whoa,
the
whoa,
entering
whoa, whoa, whoa. See, that's what I'm saying about this
the
chronology.
the the
16,
entering the
1500
entering
BCE.
the
Hold on,
entering
Capone. Hold
of
on, Capone.
of
Hold
the
on,
Hyksos.
Capone. Hold on,
No,
Capone.
no, 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 no one. This would be in the middle. In the middle. This would be during that second intermediate period. That's what I would say.
All right, so Capone, how there is no Israelites during this time?
See, that's your why you
Nah,
keep
it's
looking
not a
for
nation.
Israelites.
It's
They
not a
not gonna be.
nation of people that's called Israel or called Jacobites or anything of that nature necessarily by those people, but they would have been considered whatever they were amongst. That's why a lot of people, according to, I guess, documentation, the only thing that was separated would be the illustrations in Egypt. But when you
But
see it on
the
paper,
Egyptians only
they
talk
would have.
about the
Hold on,
shots
hold on, hold
point.
on. Not they would have actually been considered Hyksos because in the time periods that they were following these people or studying these people on a historian level is how they keep up with it, not the writings of the Hyksos or the writings of the Egyptians saying that a separate people besides the Hyksos came in after them. Because if you had writings in Egypt talking about um, people that entered Egypt a couple years after them, then that would be all the proof anybody needed to validate the Bible.
All
But
right, so here's the thing about that though.
mhm.
So number one, people like to claim the Hyksos. The issue with the Hyksos is Semitic don't equate the Hebrew. Semitic don't equate the Israelite. There's a lot of Semitic people during that
I
time.
don't even know if they was considered Semitic.
Yeah. The Hyksos was Semitic. Yeah, there was West Semitic people, but that doesn't mean that they were Israelites. That's what people have to understand. This is
Well,
why it goes
the
back to what I was
Israelites
saying
were
earlier.
Semitic.
Hold on, Capone, real fast. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. When there is no trace of these people, then what people try to do is they go back and they find a group of people, Semitic people preferably, because now they links them back to Canaan, and they say these were the Israelites. And it's like, no, bro, that's not how that worked.
No, I'm just saying according to the
No, I know what
history,
you're saying.
according to the history of the Israelites when they went into Egypt wasn't far after the documentation of the Hyksos going into Egypt. So why wouldn't they have been considered that if they weren't? You got to think about
Now,
what their history says. That's why I asked were y'all privy to that earlier. Only
right, now watch this.
70, hold on, 70 of them went into Egypt. 70. That's not a lot for them to be trying to separate them as their own nation of people.
Right. Okay.
That
Now
sounds
watch
like a
this.
tribe, right? Hold
Part
on,
number
hold on.
two.
That sounds like a tribe, right?
Yes, of course.
A tribe of
Now watch
70, right?
this.
So hold on. So Manito says this whole tribe is called Hyksos.
Yo, what? All right. So part number two. Hold on 1 second, Capone. So the point too that I wanted to make as well. So I already made the point about the Hyksos. The Hyksos were Semitic people, but Semitic people don't mean Israelites, and
They
they
weren't a
came
large
in
group
through,
either.
right, but they came in through political rule. They didn't come in through a battle. Number
No,
two,
they didn't. No, they
we
didn't.
know, hold on 1 second, Capone. We know that when we get into this biblical history and we even try to tie it to what we see in real history, the people that that the Bible says a migration or exodus is referring to the small group of people we know as the Shashu of Yahweh. We know that's the Shashu of Yahweh. So that right there clears up the speculation of who these Israelites could have been that came from Egypt. They know they were the
You know who
Shashu,
is the
but they were
Shashu of
not.
Yahweh?
But
So he
hold on
over
1
here
second.
contradicting himself again.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna land my plane. Now, we know that these Shashu were not Israelites during this time. So they didn't even have anything close to an Israelite culture during this time. So we know we can't label them as Israelites. However, we know based off of their migration pattern that we see in archaeology, we know that they met the group of people, right? During this time, the group of people was called the children of El. We know they met the children of El. We know out of this meeting birthed the children of the Israelites. We know the Israelites are birthed out of this meeting.
Hello. So you said the children of El.
Yeah.
So you got an inscription that say Benny El?
They're the inland Canaanites, yeah.
No, I'm saying, listen, you got an inscription that say Benny El or Benu El.
Do you have it?
That's what children of El mean. That's how it look. It'll say Benny something. I even give you what's the other word?
I don't know, Capone. You gotta be this man Capone crazy. Hey y'all got matter of fact, hey, do me a favor.
Because you saying the children of El, like what okay, let me ask you this. What word is you using for children? Because I'm think that you're referring to, I'm assuming that you're referring to the Manetta Stele. When it say Yasha El, right?
I gotta go to the audience real quick, y'all. I'm gonna holler at y'all tomorrow.
But humble, I just want you to know that you just contradict yourself.
No, that's the Amana period.
And I got that clipped up for you, boy. You
What?
just cut yourself. You just admitted that even if you're talking about the Shashu or whoever, that you just said that we know that they're not known as Israelites, that was the whole point of this whole conversation. So if they're not known as Israelites at that time, you're not going to find anything that's saying Israelites at that time that they was in Egypt.
But because the Israelites wasn't in Egypt. The Shashu were in Egypt.
Wait, but hold on. But you're calling them what later becomes the the Israelites. But what I'm saying
Because
is,
of a merger.
but see,
Because of a merger.
okay, but you can't keep saying you can't keep you doing, it's a double standard. You can't keep saying, oh, we know that is a pre-existing culture before they merged into this culture here, and we like, so where did they come from? Well, they came from over here, but these is not them, because
They're
they
not.
don't have to merge it until later. You can't do that.
What you do, no, listen, okay, so let me tell you where y'all mess up at real fast, Capone. Where y'all mess up at is, right, y'all fail to realize that the Bible is a birth certificate of two cultures put together, the El culture and the Yahweh culture. When y'all are dealing with Egypt, what y'all do is y'all take the Yahweh culture and y'all usurp the whole Israelite culture to that Yahweh migration. And you say all of Israel came down from there. And it's like, no, a certain group of people came down from there and they met another group of people. Now, y'all don't never talk about the inland Canaanites that they merged with, and it makes sense because y'all don't want to be connected to the Canaanites, although this is where y'all doctrine comes from. But this is what y'all keep failing to realize. The Bible is a document of two cultures put together. So when y'all keep talking about the Israelites coming down from Egypt, the Israelites coming down, the Israelites didn't come down from Egypt. The Shashu of Yahweh came down from Egypt. The Shashu of Yahweh met a El cult that was already settled in the highlands of Canaan. After that, then they merged and made the Israelites. You don't see nowhere before that, and y'all keep telling me this as well. And y'all, hold on, time out. And this is where y'all terrible, because y'all keep agreeing with me. Every time I ask y'all when is the first time Israel is attested in history? Oh, 1200 BCE, 1208 BCE, of course. Well, the reason is because the groups that can make up the Israelites, right, were known as something else. We don't have to guess what those groups is. We know what those groups are.
But hold on. This is what I keep saying, that you keep contradicting yourself.
Go ahead.
Keep asking for when was the first time that Israel is attested in history, when you just admitted that they will not be known as Israelites. So let me ask you this. So if they are the Shashu, right? And if the Shashu meet the Canaanites and then they become the Israelites, do they descend? Are they descendants? Are they Shashu or are they Israelites? Or are they Canaanites? Which one?
They are a mixture of both.
They're a mixture of both, right?
Yes.
So if they're a mixture of both, can they attest for their ancestors being slaves in Egypt?
No, what? No. No. No, they can't. No, because all right, so when we get to the Israelites and then they talk about the slaves, you have to realize that was a migration. There was no that, like, the Shashu wasn't slaves in Egypt.
What? So what is the Soul Lab inscription? What that's talking about, homie?
The Soul Lab inscription.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I don't think they was talking about the Shashu being.
But nevertheless, so I wanted to talk to you about the Hyksos, but I just lost my damn train of thought real quick. Damn. Damn, it was something about the Hyksos. Oh yeah. Okay, so you say the Hyksos, So that's not the political rule thing. That's not the scholarship today.
What?
So now we find out that the Hyksos came in peacefully, and they expanded over time into through simulation and through simulation, and they became the ruling. They I guess either they outnumbered the Egyptians or something, or they become the
No,
ruling
through
class.
political
So
gain.
it was that was dogma. I mean, not dogma. That was propaganda. That said that they was that they was invaders. So now they saying that they came in peacefully and exchanged certain military prowess like chariots and things of that nature, where they made a like a, a golden era in Egypt.
Right, but see, they didn't come in as a small group and then expand. They came in through military not military, I apologize. They came in through political campaign, right? So they worked their way up through the military, I keep saying military. They worked their way up through the political ranks, and they held the seats of governors, and that's how they took over. They didn't take over because they was already there and they grew. They took over through the political side of things. Hey, Capone, do me a favor, Brody, because I'm about to I gotta get on my wife here. It's
Yeah,
4:34. She gotta get up for work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this video, but before I play this video, Brody, I want you to give a closing remark.
No, just all I would say, shout out to the Titans Bay League, and man, just do proper research. Stop looking for Israel somewhere where you're not gonna find Israel there. You know that these people come from out of Egypt, and then they make a name for themselves, but they were still a people before they even was in Egypt. So now you got to unravel that, and it's a lot. I found out a lot of different things. Having this conversation today, even like the thing about Balad, just private research that I'm doing on my end. So all
Almost
I'll say
done.
is just research, and stop going with the ongoing narrative. So if they saying that something it ain't there, that's because it is there. That's what because you got to understand why is people writing about it if it's not there. If it's not there, is they just making it up. You mentioned Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Both life stories is similar to Yeshua's. That's because this is something that happens to somebody who stands up against the norm. These things happen. Your own people kill you. You galvanize people. You know what I'm saying? It's a certain spirit that's or some people call you what rebellious or whatever. But it's a certain
Hey, Capone, do me a favor. See if you can hear this.
Go ahead. No, I can't hear it.
You can't hear nothing?
No.
Damn, that's stupid, man. I
But what?
literally hold on 1 second because I had my co-pilot open, and I was trying to like see if I play it, if I play the voiceover, it'll play through the speakers, and it didn't.
But no, I just catch y'all on the rebound.
Oh yeah, most definitely, Brody, most definitely,
Hey,
most definitely.
shout out to Iman coming in here, shedding some light on some things too. I always had a good conversation with that brother. So
Yeah. Sunflower. What the world is all this stuff? But most definitely, brother Capone, most definitely. You could drop down whenever you want. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna drop down myself. I'm gonna drop down myself and I'm gonna play the video. I want to appreciate everybody for coming here. Hey, listen, man, get comfortable, get you some popcorn. Um, and sit back and watch these videos. Before I play this video, what I do want to do though is
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Is it your ways that they gon' imitate? Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for sure. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fate making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get trained into the faith, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grinding, girl, I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision. Keep faith and be humble. have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, always on my job. I've never been a fight, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress upon the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my face, so I can win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Just trying to win this race called life. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. Yeah. I keep on running in this race called life. I won't come in last place in life. No. 'Cause I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
In the arena of ideas, intellect is the ultimate weapon. Welcome to Titans Debate League. This is Majority Rules, hosted by Humble Mystic. 5 panelists enter, only one survives. This is a free-for-all where your downfall is only one mistake away. Do you have the engagement, the energy? Are your sources bulletproof? Is your conduct elite? If you slip, you fall. Every 30 minutes, the topic changes. The heat rises, then the host calls the vote. The audience is the judge, and the majority is final. Comment by comment, the weak are dropped. One by one, the ranks stand until only a single Titan remains standing in the fire. The winner takes it all. Here on Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Round 3 is here.
And this Saturday, prime time, make sure you're here for this one.
Round 3 is here. Only one walks away, only one advances, and only one gets closer to that $500 prize. It's the clash you've been waiting for. Suave Boss versus Honey Clark. This isn't just a debate. This is a battle of logic, loyalty, and truth. The topic: can you be patriotic and treasonous at the same damn time? Taking the affirmative, Suave Boss stepping into dangerous territory, arguing that loyalty and betrayal might live in the same space. And you already know, Honey Clark is coming to tear that argument apart. No dodging, no filters, no mercy. This is round 3. This is elimination. This is where reputations are built or broken. Who moves on and who gets left behind. Pull up, tune in, don't blink, because when that bell rings, only one survives. Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes. That is this Saturday, prime time. Don't miss it. That one is a free debate. Everybody will be able to get to see that one for free. If you are part of the members only, you will be able to join us for Issa Queen versus Gideon on the 16th.
Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's the queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon gets real, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes, yes. And you will have to be a $3.99 member to get that one. How y'all feeling today? We got Humble Mystic and OTK up here on the panel. That link is in the chat if anybody wants to join us. Pull up.
What it do? What it do?
How you feeling? How you feeling?
Happening? What's happening?
Not much today. Not much today.
Hey, yo, bro. So hold on, Humble. My bad. 1,000 part, man. Peace to you and the family. A1, peace to you and the family, too. A1, I've been calling you. What's up with your phone? Your phone is sending me the voicemail all day. Today is Tuesday, dog. It's supposed to be my show. I've been done had a guest coming up. And
I didn't know if you was coming because last Tuesday, call no show.
I sent you a text.
I never got a message
earlier, and when you ain't get that text, that's when I started.
Oh, I was talking about last week when called no show. I didn't know what happened, so I assumed.
Yeah, remember
because you never contacted me.
Man, my fault.
I saw you last week, but you never let me know.
Oh, well,
but let's switch it though. It's just an open panel because we didn't have nothing planned. So if you already had somebody coming up though,
we can do it tomorrow.
Tell them pull up. Your background right here. Tell them pull up because we literally had nothing planned. I didn't know if you was pulling up. I'm like, well, he never contacted me to say anything about the last show. So
yeah, but I would like if we do it tomorrow. That way I can put the post out and the link out ahead of time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it can hit the algorithm, man. You know what I mean? Then we go back to Tuesday. My bad, you wasn't here last week when Humble was having the show, and I was like, yo, my fault, y'all. I missed this Tuesday, but I had some shit going on, but I ain't missing no more. Yeah, my bad, man.
My bad, then. That's my fault. Miscommunication.
Phone, though?
My phone messed up right now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We gonna get that right.
I bet. Say no more.
Why I blocked you? We'll figure it out. Shout out Michigan's Natural Living. Pull up, Sadiq. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he said he about to pull up. Okay, bet. Yeah, the topic today we got started is God responsible for the evil of the world? Talk to me. Let's start with you, OTK. How you feel about it?
No, he's not responsible for the evil of the world. He's only responsible for the evil that's in the Bible and for what those religious folks going through. Not the world.
Humble.
Absolutely. And the Bible would even tell you he's responsible. It say, I create darkness. It say, I create light and darkness. I create good and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So can't nobody else be responsible but the Lord.
You don't believe in the Bible, though, Humble, do you?
I don't believe in the Bible, but that don't change what it say.
Oh, well, if we going off that aspect, yeah, he did say that. I don't believe that that's true because that, you know what I mean? We don't believe in the Bible. But go ahead.
Shout out Jose to the panel. Jose, you want to tackle the prompt? Is God responsible for the evil of the world?
That's what the book says. And as a matter of fact, to the point where he say the devil is God's hitman. He will send the devil to do his dirty work according to the book. So yes, definitely.
Shout out Dulcinea. She said she about to pull up. Yes.
Yeah. And I let her know, man. But she's still gonna come and build with us, man. I let me leave off real quick. Let me call her and let her know that we're gonna go on tomorrow, 9 o'clock, and then we're gonna come right back up, bro.
Okay, bet.
I bet.
Yeah, we can still do yeah, just pull back up. I ain't gonna switch the topic. We'll start here and see where it go. Wherever it evolves to, though. Shout out King Hurt in the building, gave an amazing presentation the other day. If you missed it, make sure you go check that out. Comedic quantum physics is one that you're going to want to make sure you check out. And you know what? Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors before we pass it. If you're not a member, you're going to want to become a member so that way you can get access to all the free debates. Well, not free debates. For $3.99, you get access. Let's talk about it.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yes, and $3.99 will get you access to all the exhibition debates. So go ahead and subscribe today. Back to you, Humble. And Jose. I think everybody up here is in agreement, though. I don't think any of us disagree with what the scripture says. What is it, Isaiah? Let me look it up real quick. I think it's Isaiah. Just share the screen and get this on the screen for everybody. Am I muted? Oh, no, my mic working. Okay. Everybody else on mute. Y'all all right over there?
I'm here.
Okay, I'm just making sure y'all can hear me. Sometimes I'll double mute. Yeah, let's pull up the verse and go over this and see if we're actually interpreting it wrong or, are we eisegeting it? Eisegesis, exegesis. Dang, what verse is that actually? I don't know what verse that is. What verse were you reading from, Humble?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can get it.
You definitely quoted it like you was doing what I said.
I don't know the verses like that no more list. Okay. I gotta sharpen up on.
I didn't know the numbers, but I knew it was
I just know what it's saying.
I found it. It's Isaiah 45:7.
Isaiah, look, it's too many books for me, man. It's 66 books. That's too many to remember.
Yeah, I can't quote all them scriptures like some of the best of them can. But yeah, Isaiah 45:7. I'm about to share it on the screen so everybody can follow along. 45:7. Did you oh yeah, we got OTK to tackle the prompt.
Yeah, I did. I just answered it to keep going around, but you know what I mean? I got a reason why I say that too.
Why do you say that? Because you were the only one who had a different answer than anybody else so far.
So the reason why I say God didn't, because in order for God to do these things, and you have to place God responsible, you have to believe in a God, first of all. So that's one of the reasons why I said. Two is because when we read the Bible, because both of these brothers say that's what the book says. The book has contradiction. It's a problem when people believe in the book more than they believe in a God or whatever like that, or a deity. You see what I'm saying? So now when we dealing with this book, this is man saying and what man is saying, and man can be putting these bad things on a God because God ain't write none of this. Oh, their God didn't write none of this. So therefore, it's man written. And within that book, it also said, beware, because some people might write things that I did not say. Beware of false prophets, per se.
Let's get into it. Isaiah 45:7 reads, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So it definitely, evil was created by the Lord. Now, I'm not sure. It's funny because it says the Lord. Now it makes me want to look up what word they're using for that. But yeah, go ahead while I look this up.
What you think, Humble? Jose, what y'all think about what I said about man writing this book and putting the blame on God when they're the ones who carrying out these actions? So that's not self-accountability.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, so here's my thing about that. We know the whole thing is, man-made. And so it's basically, for me, it is finding somebody else to put the responsibility of life on. You see what I'm saying? Excuse me. Because we got the right, because the Bible say, yeah, because the Bible say, oh, God did all of these things and God is responsible. Well, shoot, you can, as a believing person, you can go out here and do anything now, because you believe that Jesus got your best interest at heart. You see what I'm saying? Think Jesus ain't gonna let nothing happen to you. But now think about that though. A lot of people that commit crime are religious. You see what I'm saying? And if this religion stuff was really the truth and really what people said it was, right? Then how could a Christian have the same motive to harm as a person who's not a Christian? You see what I'm saying? Why would a person who's not religious have the same amount of responsibility, so to speak, or feel the same responsibility, so to speak, to help a person, just as the
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
And so that right there, our own choices in life, that right there lets us know that when it comes to this religious stuff, it started off as being controlling, and then over time it evolved to now people got a scapegoat. You see what I'm saying? Hey, who gotta worry about now think about this though, OTK. The people in our community go through some crazy stuff, right? Now, who have time to think about that, right? When nobody else understands. It's much, much easier to say, well, God got a plan for me. You see what I'm saying? God got a plan for. It's way easier to say that than to realize, there's something wrong in your life right now, and you gotta fix it, or something gotta be fixed, or something ain't being realized. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I see this whole religion thing, man. It's just a big operation of corporation of control.
Okay, I respect that, and I got something to say about that. And I want Jose to go ahead and answer too. Jose, what you think about that? About what I said, bro, about the Bible? We can't per se say God ordained these things because this man written with the book and man saying God ordained it. Go ahead.
And shout out Sister Rare. She says, "What God?" I agree. This is definitely a loaded question. It makes a lot of assumptions.
Yeah.
It definitely gets the conversation started, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a good question about what God, because that's why I say, man, because they was blaming things on different gods in the book.
Yes.
So go ahead.
Shout out to her for catching the fallacy in that. Go ahead, though, gentlemen.
Jose, you with us?
You were saying something when I cut you off, OTK.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. I was asking Francis, Jose, what he thought about what I said about the reason why I say that God is not the root of evil, that it's really just man, because man wrote the Bible and then they found the scapegoat, which Humble said, you know what I mean? At first it started out real, but then it turned into where now we got something to blame this shit on. And this is why we see different deities fighting against each other, because in the book, because they was trying to prove themselves to the peoples who was following them, because they was fighting against each other. So say the book. So
I definitely I agree with that in a sense, because I don't agree with the text. So
right. I believe in self-accountability, man. That's no different than right now.
I got a question. I can ask a question real quick.
I leave out my house, Humble, right? A1. I leave out my house. I go to the store and I decide to do some harm to somebody at the store. And then I come back and be like, oh, God, why did you make me do that? And I blame it on God rather than blaming it on myself, knowing that all I had to do was get what I need to get and get the hell out that store, or either just jump in my whip and leave and not even let it escalate. You understand what I'm saying? So I blame all this on man. Man wrote the Bible.
yeah, we're in agreement on that in that sense. If we're talking about
I got it.
Go ahead from that.
I got a question.
Yeah.
So did man invent God or did God invent man?
Man invented God, bro. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Who wants to debate that?
If God invented man, we would have had writings or something that shows that. Remember, this is why science started splitting up within themselves. Most of the first scientists was theologian type people. So when they couldn't prove God, bro, that's when the science really started splitting up. The science world, you know what I mean, at its preconception. But what we call today modern science, my bad, modern science, not old science. Damn, I had to correct myself before I get caught out there slipping. What you think, Humble? You think God created man, or you think man created God?
Most definitely God created man. I'm sorry. Most definitely man created God. I'm away playing a game right now, y'all. My bad. But most definitely man created God. Man have had to have created God because it's too much that God don't know. It's too much that God don't know about man. How do we know about it's so crazy because we know more about the creator than the creator know about us. But the belief is that the creator's thoughts are not our thoughts and that he know more than us. But then when we see his work, or supposedly his work, then we see, well, we have far exceeded upon that centuries ago. See what I'm saying? Like, I don't even understand how it's crazy.
Hey, brother Nasir, you got to come over to this side. I'm screaming off my side, but you got to come in on this side. My big brother Nasir want to come up too, man, and it's a good brother of mine. I'm gonna do a show with him because he was at the beginning of hip hop. Like he rolled with some of the first DJs ever, like that type shit. So I'm gonna do a show with him because all of that is American history. And some things we don't know about. So I'm gonna bring a whole lot of enlightenment and a whole lot of stuff that we was doing over here that was getting classified underneath different things. But when we do the lineage of these people, we find out that their lineage always been here. So, all right, but back to the question. So, let me ask you this, Humble. With African spirituality or Cometicism, did the men create the deity or did the deity create men?
The men deified principles. So men understood that there were natural forces about this existence, and they basically manifested into reality through architecture. You see what I'm saying? So the buildings that you see and the statues you see, that's them putting into practice the things that, you know, that basically their lifestyle. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. But don't the Kemetic say that they came from Ra?
No. That's speaking about elemental things. You see what I'm saying? And in that sense, everything comes from Asa, right? And
Asa, my bad.
Want to get a little more primordial, right? Like a lot of things come from
Amun and all that. Yeah.
Amun, the hitting one. You see what I'm saying?
I got you.
Right, but here's the thing about that too, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. When you really get down to it and you study what a moon is, you realize a moon is just what we in today's society and science call dark matter and dark energy.
Okay.
So it lets us know that the ancient people also knew that there was something of substance in this reality that our physical presence couldn't sense. You see what I'm saying? And so this is the importance of spirituality that we call it today, because those tap into our other faculties that can sense this stuff. You feel me? And you know, when people see it on the outside looking in and they don't understand it, they think it's magic or they think it's woo-woo, and they don't understand that it's science of the body. I land my plane with that, y'all.
So in other words, you saying that they was dealing in the knowing and not dealing with a belief.
Exactly.
Because they knew it was something. They knew it was something. Okay. So that's like they was in tune with nature. That's why it's spirituality and not religion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not belief. And the reason it's not belief is because these things were experimental, right? Like these were practices. These wasn't things that you couldn't ask questions about. These wasn't things that you couldn't observe. You couldn't do experiments on, right? They did experiments on these things. So this is why they know these things. They didn't have to believe in them.
Okay. I got you. Hey, Sister Dosey, what's going on with you, man? Peace and love. A1, Sister Dosey just pulled up.
Peace, OTK. Peace, everyone. Peace, A1.
Peace, Dustin. How you feeling?
Peace, sis.
Good. How are you?
Amazing. Thanks for asking. Appreciate you pulling that. I'll switch the back around, OTK. I like this one better, man. The other one too busy. I don't know.
But it ain't a Dosey. So you gotta get my text, sis?
Yeah, that it's tomorrow. That's cool.
Yep. Tomorrow at 9:00, but I still told you to come up today because you know we universal. We know we universal with information. So shout out to the study group.
And I like that background.
Appreciate you. What you been building on this week, Dustin? What topics y'all been touching on over there?
Well, if you're talking about on Smokes, they talk about any and everything. But yeah, anything good government, and that's been a hot topic, especially with everything that's going on. But yeah, shout out to Smoke.
Your
Yeah,
brother,
my dog,
General
Smoke.
Brother Nasir, is trying to pull up, but it's saying, "Oh, he finally connected." Okay, there you go. It was saying your devices wouldn't connect.
Salute, Brother Nasir.
Shout out to my brother Nasir, man.
Salute.
Yeah, General.
Y'all definitely have to check out his music. It's really good. Like, no lie. People say, "Oh, check out the music." No, Brother Nasir has very good music.
Oh yeah, got to interview you. If you, I'm trying to interview more musicians, so get at me.
Mm-hmm.
You got positive music?
Yeah. So he was with the first creators of the DJ system. A1. I'm interviewing him next Tuesday. He's gonna bring out his times with the first people, the pioneers of DJ and hip hop.
Okay.
Hip hop, period. He go back that far. You know what I mean? Not to throw it out there like that, but he was there at the beginning of hip hop in America. So
is your microphone working, brother?
That's gonna be a good show. 812.
Peace.
Yeah, let's get a mic check. It's a little choppy. Try to give a shout out to somebody and see how it goes.
Salute. You hear me now?
Yeah, you're there. It might come together a little bit better. It's still cutting a little bit, but
is currently experiencing some issues with the API that may be the problem.
Yeah, that's what YouTube told me too. They're experiencing problems and stuff right now on the server. Yeah, they told me that too. Just go on, come right back in. I said, just go out, make sure all your links close, Brother Nasir, and come right back in. Just make sure your YouTube not open. Put your YouTube on pause when you hit.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me better now?
Nope.
No, you still a little in the matrix.
Oh, I go back there. I go out, come back in.
Okay, all right, yeah. Definitely do that, because A1 will set up something with you too.
But tomorrow will be exciting. I'm sure a lot of y'all feel some type of way about DNA, so it should be a good conversation. I know we've talked a little bit about DNA, A1.
We have. That was a fun conversation.
Yes. So that's what the show is going to be tomorrow.
I don't get to have fun like that often. So yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh, A1, you're going to be up here with me tomorrow. You and Humble and Dosey. We're going to do a bill on DNA.
Hey, that's what's up. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see the scholarship.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I don't debate on my channel though, so I'm gonna just watch and kick it and make sure it's a safe playing ground for everybody. That's all.
Mm-hmm. But you got questions, and we don't fear nothing. So after we finish, you know what I mean, we can open the panel. We can open the panel up for questions or whatever like that, because we ain't scared of nothing that we stand on.
Okay, let's see if we can get the brother back up here. Mic check. Let's get a
mic check. Mic check.
That's better. That's definitely better.
Okay.
Way better. Let's hope it keeps up.
Indeed. How everybody doing?
I'm doing amazing today. I'm gonna throw some topics out there. Anybody familiar with the Dawes Act?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just looking up topics for
It's usually the roles everybody talks about when it comes to ending roles, but it's most famously because of the Europeans that were able to, and others that were able to pay $5 to get on those roles.
$5 Indian.
where you get the term $5 Indians and going on the Dawes rolls. But actually, there's a plethora of roles. There's different roles for the different 5 civilized tribes and for different regions.
Yep.
Yes. It says, I just typed in the role of the Dawes Act in racial reclassification. Let's bring up this map. I like maps.
Hold right there.
Let's see what's on here. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, we can see it. Right.
Yeah, we can see the map, not really the words.
Yeah. Why is it saying racial classification? That should raise your eyebrow right there. Like it's a racial classification going on.
Why is that as big as I can make it? Damn, that's trash.
Go on the top of the, oh, you can't. Do you got a plus and a negative button at the very top?
No, I'm about to download it and pull it up.
Yeah, or just hit your 3 keys over there. You might can go down and then zoom in bigger.
When I zoom in, it's getting smaller. I don't know why.
Oh.
It's doing something weird. Of course.
What does that say on the left
yeah.
and what does it say on the right?
I'm about to show you right now. I'm switching it right now. I got you.
Before and after the Dawes Act.
Okay, this is the map. Let me see what you guys see. Oh, yeah. So now it's zoomed in. So let me go back over there so I can move it around. What were you looking at on the map that you were saying that you saw? I like how they got it split up in the title. So they do have the territory split up. How come I've never seen this map of all the ancient? I say ancient. It's not ancient.
Yeah.
Of all the, I'm mad. I just used the word ancient. Of all the old, where all the old tribal lands were. Okay,
well, I think because that basically is generating, depiction, but you have to go and
this is on the other side of the Appalachians also. So this right here became the what? The Mason-Dixon line.
I'm mad they don't got the East Coast.
Directly split in half with the West Coast. Half of the Midwest and the West Coast. All these places at this time would have just been Indian territory because they just had started exploring these territories. Well, some of these territories, as far as but Gulf and Canada area, they already knew about that. But inland, they did not know about all of these territories. Shout out to you 2 explorers, man, who had an Indian guide to help them go, Lewis and Clark, who helped them go. And because of Lewis and Clark, that's the reason why they was able to come in and be like, okay, we only need 1,000 troops to go over here to get this American Indian chieftain. Because what they was doing like a reconnaissance mission. Like they was acting like they was coming in peace, but they was documenting everything they was seeing. So they was going back with the information saying like, yo, it's only 100 people inside this tribe. It's this in this chieftain. It's 100 people in this chieftain. This is exactly where they're located at. And after that, that's when you start seeing different things start happening on the other side of the Appalachians.
Okay, it says the Dawes Act wasn't just about land. It quietly reshaped identity, race, and belonging in the United States. If you're building a panel, I typed in panel questions because I didn't know. I've never even heard of this before today. So what was the Dawes Act about?
Oh, you never heard of the Dawes rolls?
I've never heard of this before. I just looked it up right now.
Oh, shit.
For the people who've never heard of this, go ahead. Where do we start?
Dothy, you still here too? So, man, it's deep. It's deeper than just a simple explanation.
Let's go over the time.
Yeah,
let's go over the time. So
Yeah, what was that?
give me a
first you
second. I want to
mentioned?
bring up a certain act that's going to go into this.
Okay.
Okay.
Sweet. She about to share a screen. And while you're doing that, I'll go to a word from our sponsors.
Yeah.
In the arena of ideas, intellect is the ultimate weapon. Welcome to Titans Debate League. This is Majority Rules, hosted by Humble Mystic. 5 panelists enter, only one survives. This is a free-for-all where your downfall is only one mistake away. Do you have the engagement, the energy? Are your sources bulletproof? Is your conduct elite? If you slip, you fall. Every 30 minutes, the topic changes. The heat rises, then the host calls the vote. The audience is the judge, and the majority is final. Comment by comment, the weak are dropped. One by one, the ranks stand until only a single Titan remains standing in the fire. The winner takes it all. Here on Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes. Make sure to check that out. April 23rd. Prime time, baby. Let me know when you share your screen, though, son.
Oh, please.
Okay, I will. Give me 1 second.
It's free.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the site.
And it
Okay,
is an open panel right now, y'all. It is an open panel right now. You know what I mean? Yeah. Go ahead, Dosey.
Okay, so the Dawes Act is in 1881, but I want to go back to 1871 so we can take the framework of what's happening before they do the Dawes Act. So in 1871, and I'm going to pull up the act, but right now I'm just going to pull up the law. And it talks about no Indian nation or tribe within the territory of the United States shall be acknowledged or recognized as an independent nation, tribe, or power with whom the United States may contract by treaty, but no obligation of any treaty lawfully made and ratified with any such Indian nation or tribe prior to March 3rd, 1871, shall be hereby invalidated or impaired. Such treaties and any executive orders and acts of Congress under the rights of any Indian tribe to fish are secured and shall be construed to prohibit to any other prohibition. The imposition under any law of a state or political subdivision thereof, any tax on any income derived from the exercise of rights to fish secured by such treaty, executive order, or act of Congress in section 7873 of Title 26. So basically, this is going and imposing that here on out, they would be making no treaties with Indians, any tribes, or any such nations or powers. And they would be saying, as far as if you live under the United States, you're under the United States jurisdiction and not an independent nation. As well with saying that before 1871, they would keep those treaties that were in place, but no new treaties would be made.
Oh, wow. That's deep. So this is when they said, hey, y'all cut off.
Let's be for real. No
giving you all you're going to get.
Ever was withheld. Let's make that clear. No treaties that they made ever what was held. It was only in system for a little while, but it never stood ground. They did not abide by any treaty. And later on, they treated, when Andrew came in, he took the treaty name out of it and started calling it agreements. But then even that got wiped out. So yeah. You know what I mean? So what Dosey is bringing up right now is key, because y'all got to know these things, man. That y'all didn't know.
Because and it's why I brought it up with the Dawes Act, is because this is the groundwork. This is where they're coming in and saying, okay, we're not seeing you guys as separate anymore. You guys are under the United States. So then we come to like the Dawes Act. What are they saying with it as far as the enumerations and of the allotment of the Indian tribes?
Right. And you also got an allotment act.
Right, exactly. This is an allotment act. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's so important to understand the difference between a treaty and an act, because of the fact, this is why they push forward, okay, no more treaties, because treaties are between sovereign nations, but acts means that you're in subject to. This is a law passed in our jurisdiction. So approved on February 8th, 1887, an act to provide for the allotments of lands in severalty to Indians on various reservations, known as the Dawes Act, emphasized severalty, the treatment of Native Americans as individuals rather than members of tribes. So it says the federal Indian policy during the period 1870, hold on, I think it went back up. Sorry. Oh, can y'all see it? Yeah. 1870 to 1900 marked a departure from the earlier policies that were dominated by removal, treaties, reservations, and war. The new policy focused specifically on breaking up reservations and tribal lands by granting land allotments to individual Native Americans and encouraging them to take up agriculture. It was reasoned that if a person adopted white clothing and ways and was responsible for their own farm, they would gradually drop their Indianness and be assimilated into white American culture. Then it would no longer be necessary for the government to oversee Indian welfare in the paternalistic ways it had previously done, including providing meager and unities, with American Indians treated as dependents. So on February 8th, 1887, Congress passed the Dawes Act, named for its author, Senator Henry Dawes of Massachusetts, also known as the General Allotment Act. The law authorized the president to break up reservation land, which was held in common by members of a tribe, into small allotments to be parceled out to individuals. Thus, Native Americans registering on a tribal roll were granted allotments of reservation land. To each head of family, 1/4 of a section to each single person over 18 years of age, 1/8 of a section. To each orphan child under 18 years of age, 1/8 of a section, and to each other single person under 18 years of age now living or who may have been born prior to the date of the order of the president directing an allotment of lands embraced any reservation, 1/16 of a section. So you see, they're saying they're taking reservation land, but we know that this is Indian territory. This is just the land
territory
they're taking, and then they're dividing it amongst the individuals that are on this roll. And that's why it's important to understand the $5 aspect. But go ahead, take it some OTK, and then I can bring up that $5.
So this is the $5 Act, and the Pretendians has a real name. You know, they really got their own group, y'all. We not Pretendians, and we not $5 Indians, yo. We can prove that. Like, they divided up our lands and gave it to individuals. Now, what we did is we start going into who are these individuals that's getting this allotment lands. We find out that a lot of them are people that was coming to help the Union fight inside the war. Huh? Where my brother Cosmon at? You know what I mean? Shout out to the Creator Gang. But this is something me and him built on, man. We did an extensive bill on it. With these allotment lands after the Allotment Act, with these allotment lands, like, who are y'all giving these lands to? Why are y'all giving the Native American lands and telling them they need to take up agriculture? If they was already here and they was the American Indian, they already know the land. They don't need to take up agriculture. So right there, that throws up a red flag. So y'all got to know what we're reading right now. Y'all got to understand the literature. Now, everybody can take it a different way. That is true. But we go a little farther and we start digging because we research freaks, we junkies. You know what I mean? Is always proving something. Like me and Dosey probably done forget more than we remember from where we started from. You know what I mean? 4 years, almost 5 years ago, 4 years. I know probably 4 years ago. So with these acts, what they was doing is that they was either saying, yo, either you become part of the United States or you are outcast also. So this was starting to force American Indians to become citizens and get rid of your American Indianness and start becoming citizens. And once you become a citizen, now your classification can get changed. And with that being said, that's why I said at the beginning that your classification, it was more than lands. It was also a classification thing. So now this is when you start seeing American Indians getting classified as all kind of things to take them off the lands. That was the whole play. To get them off the land because they colonies, y'all, what we call today Virginia, what they call Virginia as their colony was not the whole state what we call Virginia today. Let's be for real. All of their colonies was on the water where they could get a fast exit route and get the hell on the water to get away from these American Indians who was warring with them for 400 years. See, we had 400 years of wars over here. We was up underneath American Indian slavery for 400 years over here. I don't know no African that was enslaved for 400 years over here. So, you know what I mean? We just coming to bring out the information that we all know now, that we finding out now because we have access to these things. Now, some people already know this information because they was in Indian territory. They got taught this in school. But me coming from South Carolina, we was always taught a slave narrative once school started.
Mm-hmm.
So my grandmama, great-grandmama, was an American Indian. My grandmama was an Indian. My mama came home from school because during her era, that's when school started. She came home saying that she was colored and a Negro. I came home saying, yo, I learned that we African Americans, y'all. We Africans. We came from Africa. We came from kings. We came from queens. Man, how the hell everybody over here that came from Africa came from kings and queens? So y'all mean to tell me this was an incest thing? Like the king and the queen just bred everybody? Everybody came from kings and queens? It ain't no way. And then once we started digging into African history and seeing that these kings and queens was conquering their own people and selling their own people, oh no, that's not us. You had a couple of rogue American Indian groups, but we know who they is, but they got wiped out too because they was going against the culture of America.
Hit the link, Cosman. Don't you think that'd be easier to say on the panel than to type in chat?
We're gonna bring all that out, man. A1, I appreciate you for having me to come through to open the door for American Indians on your channel, bro. You know what I mean? Because other brothers, they studied their state. So my whole mission was to get people to start studying their state. Don't worry about the whole American Indian thing right now. Worry about your state and find out what was going on in your state or where your peoples them come from in your genealogical tree. Once you know that, now you got something to stand on. When we all come together, we are formed like Voltron. That's why I'm an IMS committee, bro. You know what I mean? That's your boy who is an African.
Yeah, Cosmin asks, oh, yeah, word.
Civil War.
I understand.
Yeah.
Cosmin's that word, but he said break down Nicholas Said for us.
Yeah, so Nicholas Said was an African that was brought over here to help fight in the Union. You know what I mean? And he got registered as an Indian. And the crazy thing about it, I think when they found him and they was looking for him, he wasn't inside the colored troops. He was like in the white section or some shit like that. I be getting Nicholas Said and your other boy, Muhammad, who brought the Muhammadism Bible over here to America. I be getting them, but they roll neck to neck. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Said is really like a Persian African or what you want to call it or like that, or a Muslim Islamic African. But yeah, they brought him over here to fight inside to help the Union out. So they was bringing people from other countries to help the Union out because they was losing against the South, the Confederates. These are some of the people that started getting allotted lands. There was a lot in them lands that they took over or whatever from the war. Yeah, I think they call them land patents, petition lands, and land patents that the military was doing. Yeah. So Nicholas Said, yeah, one of the first Muslims to fight in the war. Yeah, I did. Me and Cosmo, we did a couple of bills on Nicholas Said. And these brothers was practicing Mohammedism too, not Islam per se. What Islam is today, they was practicing Mohammedism.
Yeah, see, I wasn't hip to him either.
Yeah, that old Garveyite stuff. So Garvey was a Mohammedan. And Garvey, underneath Garvey, you got Master Farad, you got Noble Jew Ali, you got your boy Elijah Muhammad. All of these boys was up underneath Malcolm X daddy, Little. All these people was up underneath Garvey. So a lot of them boys already knew who Malcolm was when he was a child because all of them been rocking with Garvey. They was pretty much in the temple together, the Garveyites. They was what you would call Masons. At the time, they would be like Masons, and they all was in these things together. And Garvey was their leader. Big fact. So,
yep, absolutely.
So one thing we got to understand, the Nation of Islam up underneath Elijah Muhammad, after he started following Masfarad. Masfarad was up underneath Garvey too. But let's not get it wrong. All of them boys was chilling together. What he did, it was actually called the Nation of Muslim. Or it was the Muslim with an O, not with a U.
Muslim.
Yeah, or Muslim, however you want to pronounce it. Yeah, definitely. My bad, my brother. Matter of fact, I got one of the great brothers who've been in it, and and roll with some of the greats. That's still great today. Farrakhan, Brother Nasir. Yeah, go ahead, Brother Nasir.
I'm just, building on what you were saying. I mean, I don't know where you want me to go. I don't know where you want me to go with this.
I mean, if I was wrong in anything, go ahead, correct me, bro, because you was on the inside. You know what I mean? Oh, go ahead and elaborate more. But yeah, you definitely got way more. You was in it. You was in the rebirth of it at that.
Yeah, I was in the rebirth in the late 70s, early 80s. I'm only 60, so I'm not back when those brothers were soldiering. I came in and I got no. Yeah.
Hey, I wish you was though. That would be a great story. I wish you was.
What I rolled with Abdul Kareem and Dr. Khalid. Those are the brothers I rolled with. Dr. Khalid and Abdul Kareem. The two, the one who was, helping rebuild on the East Coast and one who helped rebuild on the West Coast. That's who I rode with. Khalid, Abdul Kareem.
Yeah. I see my brother GDN Capone, man. The link in the chat. He asked me, so Masons, Muslims, NOI, Garveyites. Garveyite is the progenitor. I'm not gonna say the progenitor because they started their own thing, but Garveyite was definitely an influencer. Garvey, I would definitely say
he influenced a lot of the brothers. Noble Drew Ali, Master Farad, Elijah Muhammad. He influenced them.
And the crazy thing is, some of the people who started the Hebrew Israelites came from up underneath these brothers.
Yeah, yeah, they did. They did. They did.
Huh?
Marcus Garvey was 1887. Master Farad was like 1891, in that range, 1891. Those brothers was born at that time.
Disappeared like in the 1900s.
I think Master Farad Muhammad left. Master Farad Muhammad left in, I think, 33. He left in 33. And that's actually the year the minister was born, in 33.
Salute, Smoke Signal. Always looking for a fight. A1, you see, he not too far. He sees what's going on. But salute to you, Smoke Signal. And I'll have to take this down for a second. I'll be right back.
A lot of those brothers were on the fringe. They called it the fringe of Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, I'm not hit. School me when you school me. You teaching tonight, Nasir?
No, I'm not teaching. I'm not teaching tonight, brother. I'm not teaching tonight, but I'll answer some questions. If somebody, that's not what I really, came up here for. I was listening to your conversation about did God create man, or did man create God? And I agree with everybody with their stance on that, because man did create God, but they have us. Well, they had those of us who subscribe to that looking for a savior outside of ourselves. That's the crazy part. I always tell people to look in the mirror and behold your savior. That's your savior right there.
I like
Where the
that.
book come into play at. And
Shout out
nobody.
DJ Genesis. Shout out DJ Genesis Detroit to the panel. How you feeling today, sis?
Hey, how's
Nobody's
it going?
I'm doing amazing.
Nobody's coming to save us.
How you doing, Genesis?
Hey, how are you?
Did you want to respond
to
anything you've heard so far?
You know what? I kind of came up here when I saw the topic. I'm not sure what has been said so far. But I would say that God is within. So if we have evil and good within, then God is responsible because God is good and evil. So therefore, yeah.
Go ahead, enemies public.
I could agree with the sister. I could agree with the sister.
Go ahead.
Because again, like I said, look at nobody outside of us can do anything for us. When they said God help those who help themselves, take that literally. If you're doing something about your condition, you are that God helping yourself.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
So that's what we have to look to. You have to look inward.
So are both of y'all pretty much saying that we are the gods?
Yes, we are. I said, look in the mirror and behold your savior. How many of our people went to their grave waiting for somebody to come? Nobody's coming to save you.
Okay.
Your God is within you. So you gotta look inward to get rid of that inward, if you know what I mean.
Right. What you think?
I think that when people think about God, I think that when we think about the force of God, like the creator, I believe that we separate ourselves from the creator, and that's a big, huge misunderstanding of what the energy of creation is. I believe that we are one with God, and everything that's happening is God. Everything on this earth is God. Everything that we see is God. Everything that God is God. There is creation, and there is like our existence that we know from our eyes. So when we take it outside of the frame of just what we only can understand based on what we see, we take it outside of that and look from a higher perspective that we are a part of the creation and we are part of the creator. So yes, everything that's happening is a part of our creation. Like if you can actually change, like if you actually change, you know what the biggest thing they say, change the way that you look at things and the things you look at will change. Why did they come up with that statement? Because you can change your perspective and everything around you can like shift, so that tells me that I am the creator of my reality. So
absolutely. And when we talk about above, that's a state of mind. That's actually a state of mind when you start talking about looking above. That's a state of mind.
And they always tell you look above when all the UFOs are coming out the water.
Yeah. and they always have us looking outside of ourselves. They want us to look to the sky for saying when they say it to the promised land to get us off the land. The land that's promised is the land that we're on. And if we will understand that. But we have to. But God is force. God is also force and power. My brother OTK and I always, when we speak on the phone, we always talk about. We have these same conversations, and we have to understand that the change that have to be affected, we're going to have to make the change. God is force and power also, so therefore, you have to inhabit the land and take the land. We can't expect our enemies to do anything for us. That's entirely up to us. God is also force and power. And all of us in the collective, as the gods, we will be intervening in our affairs as the God that we're looking for in a collective if we would do that.
Big fact. So now
nobody's going to come and save us.
Right. So with that being said, in the Republic, let's go to the question. Is God responsible for the evil? So now what you're telling me is that we have the right to create that deity. So therefore we can create that deity to be all good. But
the deity will come from our women, out of our woman's womb.
Right? Go ahead.
That deity will come out of our woman's womb.
We are dual creatures, so anything coming from us will be dual. Will have a dual nature. So
No,
when you talk about,
I don't think so, DJ Genesis. I don't think we are a doomed creature. I think that's what was taught to us and what was
dual, like not saying duality. You're saying that you don't believe. Dual have a dual nature. Dual.
I agree.
Meaning we are good. We have good and bad sides, right? And then someone asked me about the Agile Goon. So there is a thing in Ifa called the Agile Goon. And those are like the energies of, disease and financial loss, health issues, relationship problems, feeling blocked, stuck, sudden setbacks, all those different things, right? So all these things are in the mind. That is why in Ifa, it's always talk about your Ori, your higher self, and having control of your mind. And if you are in your mind, I'm gonna give you an example. Right now, there's all this stuff happening with Trump. There's certain people that don't even watch the internet. Are they being affected by this? No, they're living their lives. They're doing other stuff. They're not watching what's happening on the internet and on the TV with Trump. So to them, all this stuff is not even existing. But then you have certain people that's watching this, gobbling it up, having thoughts about it. It might stress them out, this, that, the other. And so the Ori in your eyes see, and it goes into your mind, and all this, it causes like a reaction. So that's why I would say,
I like that, DJ Jimmy.
One thing that the Jehovah's Witnesses used to do is that they would say, well, I don't watch scary movies. I don't involve myself in politics. I don't do this. I don't do that. And not to be giving props to the Jehovah's Witnesses, but I believe that is one thing that they did get right, is that they don't bring things into their aura that they don't want to be involved with, and therefore they're not affected by it. There's people living right now in the woods right next to India. It's called the Sentinel Islands. Do you think that they're worried about Trump bombing Iran right now? They're living their life.
Right. So DJ Genesis, so you say we got a duality intellect. I agree with that as far as duality, but not on the aspect as far as good or bad. Because is good or bad a learned behavior?
I would say good and bad is really based on, it's subjective. What's good and bad for me,
right?
What's good for the goose might not be good for the gander, right? So in your tradition, it might be okay to skin a person and eat them. You know what I'm saying? But in another culture, it might not be so accepted, right? So as cultures begin to form and we begin to make laws and rules and whatever based on whatever reason, they come up with these rules and laws, and then those things dictate society, and then therefore we determine based on a community council what's good and what's evil, right? As we come together as people. But at the end of the day, there's certain civilizations that's acceptable. So do we say that they're good or they're evil? That's just their culture. We can't throw a label on them. So I would say
that's what makes it subjective.
I respect that.
That's what makes it subjective, and that's what makes it a perspective also, because a perspective is only how one person sees something. So
it's to the eyes of the
subjective and a perspective.
Yeah, it's to the eyes of the beholder.
If all you have to do, if you can't eat nothing else but meat and you're in Antarctica, You can't be mad at
Uh-huh.
me because I'm not a vegetarian. You know what I'm saying? You can't be like, well, why you eating them
Right.
seals? Well, I'm in Antarctica. There's no vegetation out here. I'm in Alaska.
Definitely.
I can only eat seal.
Exactly.
You know, so you can't be like, oh,
Right.
and put your well, that's evil, that's mean, that's this, is that. Well, you know what? Hey, you know what I'm saying? If you're stuck in Alaska and the only thing you could do to survive is eat another human being, you got to do what you got to do.
Right.
So is that
And
evil? Or
see,
is that
that's
now that
dealing
person's
with
evil?
natural law, correct? That's dealing with nature
Yeah,
and natural
what
law,
make
right?
what makes this what make yeah, I mean, you know, the
That's
the law of
adaptation and dealing with natural law.
yes, exactly.
Correct.
But when
So nature.
but when you when you in a position where you do things that somebody would deem like uncalled for in the
Yeah,
circumstance,
extreme.
that's what's
Right.
that's what make it evil. That's what make it evil. Now, when you have circumstances, like the sisters described, that it'd be only about a perspective, or definitely make it subjective. If you see something evil that, oh, the sister, she live in the Antarctic, but you expect her, okay, she should be only eating fruits and vegetables. That's a non-reality. It's a non-reality.
Right. Correct.
But when you have people snatching children off, the streets, and then we never see them again, and then they harvesting their damn organs. That's some evil stuff. That's evil. That's evil as hell.
Right.
By anybody's standards.
I agree. I agree with that, because now that goes back to the title: is God responsible? Because a lot of these people who was doing unsanctuary things to other people, that and they was putting it on their God, like, God told me to do this. This is where we can say God is responsible for evil, because people who did these things say, my God sent me to do these things.
Perhaps it is their God. Perhaps it is their God that sent them to do it. It doesn't mean that their God is a good one.
Right. So they think
the problem is that you guys are talking about God outside of yourself. That's the biggest mistake that you're making. You think that God is something outside of you, but it's within you. And so when you talk about,
I never refer to a God outside of myself.
We was talking about the book. We was talking about the book, the people of the book, right? This now,
okay,
DJ Genesis, not us. DJ Genesis. I'm a spiritual person. I'm American Indian. We don't believe in gods. We got deities, but we don't believe that they was real people. You know what I mean? We don't.
I always say,
no, we don't.
I began the conversation by saying, look in the mirror and behold your savior. That's your savior. It's that's the person that you can really depend on to save you if you would do it. Nobody outside yourself can do that.
Man, I want to say this is that what about like the thing the biggest thing that the biggest thing that they come into thing is like there's this thing called narcissism, right? But what if narcissism was a natural thing that was created for people for survival for a certain group of people? So in order for them to be able to get through or make it, they had to be manipulative a certain way and had to like be tricksters, you know? So I believe that every even personality that exists, psychopathy, sociopathy, all these things, there is probably a birth of it and a reason why this whole personality type exists, right? So
big fact.
Now, to you, it might feel evil when you are subjected to that, but it might also be a matter of like that might be the survival tactic of a certain thing.
Correct.
You know, I can get with that, because if you look at the behavior of certain people, you know, they are a people who will see that somebody's prospering is their failure, and that's a survival tactic that certain people use. I can get with that statement, because that's the way a lot of people act. A lot of people behave like that.
Fact.
Yeah,
Facts.
I
And I
mean,
think
Caucasian people behave like that.
the problem in the divide comes in at is when we don't respect each other's point of view.
See, I honestly think that.
Way, dog. Well,
I honestly, I mean, you know, but
you know what I mean? Today, yes, I think we have a lack of communication right now with the youth. And I think that's why we see this spiral effect with the youth because of the communication. You know what I mean? And that leads back to our people them being indoctrinated with religion and getting out of spirituality. Now,
yeah, and I also think that
spirituality and put both of them together and then become a better person. But some people don't know how to separate their spirituality from religion, and that right there can cause a problem, especially when you got a following of people. You understand what I'm saying, man? And I think that caused a real
I understand it.
With religion.
What?
It wasn't per se the religion, it was the people that was inside of the religion. You know what I'm saying? So that's my point of view. That's my subjective thought, which I got the right to give. I got the right to give. You know what I mean? That's
everybody I know. Everybody I think religion is the undoing. The undoing of spirituality is religion.
Yeah, religion was never meant to be a spiritual thing, right? It was only meant to look like to be a spiritual thing. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And so
religion is rule. That's what religion is. It's rule. That's what religion is.
Can I actually? You guys are not gonna like me very much for this. Religion is the masculine side of understanding God. Spirituality is the feminine.
I'm not mad at that. I think
I would say if I can.
I think religion is it's actually evil towards women.
Because
that's what I think religion is.
Well, right. So
I wouldn't say you had spirituality, and then what happened is that
I favor the woman. I'm just gonna say that.
On the structure, and then
I favor the woman.
Religion. They made religion.
Right. So my thing about it is it's not natural. So that's my whole thing about religion. Religion can't be of God because it's not natural. Right? Spirituality, or this thing we call spirituality, is a natural thing. Right? Breathing, focusing,
yes, indeed.
living peaceful, that's natural. Right? Going around talking to people, raping their children because some God, that ain't natural. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I personally don't say that anything of religion is of God, because it don't pertain the qualities that we see of holiness, this thing we call holiness, harmony, right? Wholeness, nature. What these people are saying God is don't pertain nothing to that. Every time we read a story, he's slaying somebody, he condemning somebody, he killing somebody, he cutting somebody off, he doing all these things. But yet when we look out here in the world, we clearly see what peace looks like. If you've ever walked through a field of sunflowers, right, on a sunny day, you know what these things.
Jesus.
Hey, that's what they'll tell you. That's what they'll tell you.
Right. Hey, what's up? What's up, y'all?
What it do? What it do? Oh man, we got King Hercules. We got Hercules in the building. What it do, Hercules?
Shout out to King Hercules, man. We got also Epic Studies in here too, man.
Epic Studies. What's up? What's up?
Epic Studies. Epic Studies. Salute, my brother.
Salute to you, brother. on the topic. I sit back listening to you guys, and I just wanted to weigh in. A couple of points I would like to make is that like the question coming from an African point of view, because a lot of answers y'all give is coming from a Western perspective of this quote unquote God. It's a Western perspective, but coming from an African point of view, was somebody. The first thing was the Creator create evil, and so from an African perspective, the answer would be no. And then it's like then the man create the Creator. You know what I'm saying? And again, the answer is no, because from our perspective, it's like asking, did the physicist create gravity, or did he just label it as gravity? You know what I'm saying? Did a mathematician create number 2 and number 3, or did they just give them labels? Because in African spirituality is based on actual events or actual things that's laws of nature. So it's not based on something that's just made up. So even though some things are unseen in the universe, you have to explain them to people. They gave them attributes.
Yeah.
So they gave them names. Yeah, it was what Humble was saying earlier. They gave them names, gave them attributes. It didn't mean it wasn't real. You know what I'm saying? So we know that what they were talking about in the stories, not depending on, but no matter which one you talk about, Kemet, Ifa, Airway, House of Voodoo, all this stuff is actual attributes that you're looking at in nature, in reality. So it's not. So it wasn't anything that you can say that they created themselves, because it was already in existence. They just gave it a name and gave it a label to understand it and to explain it. And so the whole concept of evil, you understand it as evil is something that was already in existence in noon. You saw in that primordial water, but things it was something it's like something that's constantly trying to change and trying to change. You're doing something, you're trying to achieve something, but you always have somebody who's coming along trying to stop you from doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's a principle that that's in existence, like being in a boat and you got a leak. And you're trying to fix that leak. You know what I'm saying? It's just a principle that's already out there, but you have to stop it yourself from keep it from occurring and stuff like that. And so it's an energy in the universe. It's an energy in the universe of force that's in existence. I said this the other night. I think it was Sunday night when the Dogon, they talk about Ogo, that energy that broke away from Ama, and try to create, his own world and stuff. That's that evil energy, that negative energy in the universe. Isfat is being combated. They talk about that negative energy in the universe that's out there, and they always in Mayat is to maintain balance and order. And Mayat is trying to stop Isfat from becoming dominant. And so in order for that to happen, you have to maintain that positive. You have to maintain the positive side of it. You have to maintain that positive energy, so disorder and entropy doesn't happen. Exactly. So I guess I'm like just saying, like, it's not. I wouldn't. You couldn't. It's hard to explain. It wouldn't be. It would be. You just can't explain it. Like
those deities, Humble. Yeah, those deities?
Those elements were deified. I don't like to call them deities. I would like to say that they were deified, but they're not deities.
Then they're deities, bro. If they deified, then they're deities.
Well, no, because you can deify a person. That doesn't mean that person is a god. He's just deified.
No, he could be a deity though, but that don't mean deity. Don't mean God.
So God is not a deity?
I didn't say he wasn't a deity. I'm telling you, deity don't necessarily mean a god.
But a deity is something that is placed on a high stature, such as like a god-like level.
Well, we have to understand also when you're using
Humble. I like how you put that.
But hold on, but when we when you use comparing to thee is different. A deity means that there's another one. When you say the, that's the definite article. There's nothing above the.
That's big facts.
Right, but the is the.
And y'all
So
that's on the
the
other
would
sides, y'all that's tuning in on other sides, that's
Mhm.
that's screaming, y'all got to come to the debate Coliseum channel in order to get on the panel. Y'all can't hit the link from other channels that's screaming. Y'all got to come over on this side to the main panel. Sorry, Humble. My bad.
No, you good. So when we speaking about the anything, right? We're speaking about something in a collective or the totality of something, right? When we're speaking about like things, so let's stick with the deification, right? Like I was saying earlier, humans can be deified, right? We seen it with Julius Caesar, we seen it with anybody they make a statue of, basically. That's a deification, right? But now that doesn't make the being themselves a deity. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, depending on what it is, you know, whether it's Bo Jackson or Tom Brady or Michael Jordan, these are human beings, right? Now they were deified, or what we like to say in sports is they reached the iconic moment, or they had an iconic career that put them on that Mount Rushmore or that deified pedestal. But when we look at the ramifications of things, then we understand that these are just mere mortals, right? Now, let's take this to the realms of, like Brother Hercules was saying, to the Eastern realm of things, like Kemet, things of that nature, right? These things are forces of nature, so to speak, right? And so they're no different than what we say the air is, what we say the water is, what we say the sun is, what we say helium is, what we say oxygen is, what we say, you know, they're no different than those things. Now, when I say they're deified, it's because those people, those ancient people who were studying this stuff, right? They then brought it to a physicality to where people can understand these things, right? This is why the Temple of Ma'at is important. The Temple of Ma'at is not a place where just a place for people to go pray to Ma'at and say, oh, but this is Ma'at, we worship her. No, the very temple itself is Ma'at. The very way that it's built, the very structure, the very shape, even the way it's faced, all of that is dedicated to something called balance and order. Not some goddess, not something that alien that came down to earth or what. No. All of that thing that have to do with my art has to do with balance and order. This is why oftentimes when you see the scales, where we see the scales at in America, in a courthouse. Why is
Libra
that?
scales? Yeah.
Why
Libra
is
scales,
that? No,
the Libra scales.
No,
Yeah,
the reason we see the scales in the courthouse is because of my art. My art is the very embodiment of justice. It's the very embodiment of order. It's the very embodiment of balance. So anytime you see balance out here, then you see my art. You said nature. See, nature, right? It's so funny because you can't even say the word nature without saying the word nectar, because that's where the word comes from. So even, and this is another thing that the Egyptologists, that's why y'all gotta watch these people, because they'll tell y'all that the word nectar means God. But literally, when you break down the word nectar, it literally goes back to nature, which lets you know that the forces that they're dealing with are natural forces. These aren't man-made things. These was things that was always here. The men back then just so happened to discover these things. That's the difference between that and religion. With religion, they got a fundamental deity at the center of everything, creating everything. In a tradition such as Kemet, right? They understand elemental forces. They know for you to have life, you need water. For you to have life, you need oxygen. For you to have life, you need electricity. They know these things. And that's not just human life, that's all life. And so they don't say, oh, well, Ra is in the sky and he created electricity. No. they break down their concept of how they understand electricity to come into being. You know, that's the important. That's why when people come and because I try to do this a lot, right? When people come with these motifs, these late, I don't even like to call them Commission motifs, the late Egyptian motifs, right? When you got the semen on the salad and the crowns, that's late stuff. You don't find none of that in the early kingdoms and things.
That's
the
after
reason
the
you don't,
Ptolemaic era.
right?
Yeah, that's after
And the
the
reason you
Ptolemaic
don't
era,
is because they always understood that it took a man and a woman to reproduce.
Right. Big facts.
Always.
We didn't need no creator to tell us. We didn't need no creation with that. We already knew that. We already knew that. I see, hey, Humble, I see we got 2 other people on the panel, man. New other people, man.
Oh yeah, what's up? What's up with it, y'all? What's up with it?
Shout out Smokey the Saint. Smokey's not new. He's been around for a couple months. And we got Scam Chan. I'm not hip to Scam Chan. No. Scam Chan is new. How you doing, gentlemen?
He's from my channel. Also, Oculus was trying to get up here from my channel too.
My panel might be full. Yep,
but you know, I got like some people that was trying to come up from my
Hey, everyone, I could drop down so some other people could come up to the panel.
If you wanted to chop it,
no, is Oculus in the back? If he's not in the back, you don't need to like drop down.
Yeah, when somebody's ready to drop down, and he's not back there. Smokey, did you want to respond to anything you've heard so far?
Matter of fact, I'll drop down and let some of these new brothers who ain't speak yet. I'll drop down so somebody can get up. I'll come back up. I'm part of Titans. I'm part of it. I'll come back up, A1.
I just emailed you some graphics, brother. Check them out.
Okay, bro.
Okay.
I bet. Love. Hey, peace to y'all on the panel too. Great build. Keep it going.
Somebody else just dropped on, and it wasn't you.
Right.
You didn't have to go nowhere.
So yeah, the only thing I really kind of heard that kind of struck my ear a little bit was about like deification and how deification happens. And like the idea that a person or a non-deity entity can be deified, these are 2 different ontological categories. Like one is by identity and one is by predication. When you deify someone, that's attributing them an attribute, but it's from an external source. It doesn't have to do with their identity nature or what they actually are. So that's basically an identity via predication. It's not really what they are. However, a deity that is a deity by its nature, this is a different ontological category. And I just wanted to mention that because I feel like maybe in the conversation I heard something where that was kind of maybe being muddled a little bit. Just because someone from an exterior source can deify or predicate deity upon something doesn't mean it has the actual nature of the ultimate or a deity itself. So that was just one thing that came in my mind.
Yeah, that doesn't equate in African spirituality, but yeah, whatever.
I don't know how it doesn't, but okay.
Okay. I came a little late. I ain't even gonna lie, but I see the prompt, and I mean, anybody that believes in the God of the Bible or the Torah or the Quran is going to say yes. I mean, well, not anybody that some people are ignorant, more ignorant people are going to say no, but it's going to say yes, because it literally talks about how God created evil for the good of man. I don't know how that works, or like free will or whatever, all that other good stuff. Like, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, you answered the question on the screen. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I came a little late in something because I heard something about African deities and stuff like that, and I was like, I believe that was Hurt that said that. But I mean, I missed out because I was doing my thing.
Well, I look at it like this. I mean, before you can put blame on something, you have to nail down that what you're trying to blame actually exists to do anything. And so far, all we doing is making claims. We have
So my initial statement, I came in and said, if you believe in the God of the Torah, the Bible, or the Quran, you would say yes. That's what my initial thing.
I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about the whole conversation.
Okay.
You can't put blame on something if you haven't proven it can do anything in the first place.
I think the idea is like almost an internal critique though.
So my thing is, okay, and I'm going to step out of the literal Abrahamic religion for 1 second. But what I'm going to say is, whoever created everything is the one who created evil. That's just that simple.
Do you have to do it? Does it have to be a created thing to create evil? Can evil stand on its own?
No.
Really?
It has to, evil came into existence.
So when you go and smack somebody in the face, it's not you doing it, it's somebody else doing it.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. Evil comes into existence. So let's say there was nothing before the beginning. Let's say this. Okay, there was nothing before the beginning. And then the beginning came. There was no evil at that time.
I'm pretty sure it was.
So you're saying evil was what created the universe? That's exactly.
I didn't say that. Let's be clear here.
You're saying that evil simultaneously came with the universe.
What I'm saying is this.
Hold on. You're saying one or the other. You're either saying
you're not letting me explain.
You made a statement, and I'm asking you, is that what you're saying or not?
I'm trying to validate the statement, but you want to sidetrack.
What? Go ahead. Make your delusional conclusion.
You're trying to say that evil and good are being created, right? So how can you start one and not the other? How come they both don't exist at the same time?
Okay, I said that evil came into existence. If whoever created everything created evil because he brought it into existence. Or
so you have to create good and evil. They just can't just exist and stand on their own. It had to be something to create both or one or the other.
I'm going to go to another, I'm going to call it a religious concept, but yeah, religious concept. Do you know anything about Taoism?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you I do or not.
Yeah, because a lot of people know only about the Bible and the Torah and the Quran because they want to chastise the Abrahamic religion. But still, in Taoism, you have yin, you have yang. One cannot exist without the other, and then you have the Bagua. Hold on, let me finish. Let me explain to you.
Why do they got both want to be created before the other? How come they can't both exist at the same time without a thing creating them?
So can I say something? Since it sounds like y'all both talking past each other when y'all basically talking about the same thing. Kind of from how I'm looking at it. As I said earlier, from an African perspective, the the concept of evil would be is a primordial force. It's already in existence. It started from the beginning before the universe existed. It's like when in Kemet, when they talk about Nu, that primordial water, the potential of everything to exist in the universe was already in Nu. So so evil would be already in Nu. It would already be there, that potential, that force. So it's not like well, it's like you said, you know what I'm saying? It's coming to existence because, you know what I'm saying, the good and evil concepts have to, you can't have one without the other.
Exactly.
You gotta think of it like,
well,
it's not like
actually,
it's not like code.
that's
If you have code, you know what I'm saying? It's not like you creating code, but code is just the absence of heat. So with the absence of Mayat, you're going to have this concept. You're going to have Isfet, this disorder that's going on. So it's not like the creator created it. It's just that it comes about when Mayat is not there. You know what I'm saying? When Nomo is not there to keep the order around. It's just something that comes about.
I think there's a problem with that you're kind of giving evil and good kind of ontological equivalency, and they clearly don't have that in reality. Like, this isn't like a yin and yang situation as to how it relates to reality. And the reason you know that is because you can define something as good just by on merit of it being good. However, you cannot define something as evil without referencing something good. This means good is ontologically primary. This means that good by itself can rest independent, while evil requires good to define itself. So there's not an equivalent ontology here. One is reliant upon the other. You can absolutely have good without evil. You cannot have evil without good.
So good is primary for who?
Wait, hold up. Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? Like, define anything that is good. Do you have to reference evil to define it as good, or can you just name something that's good?
As well, you have to reference evil to define something that's good.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You can just say something that's good. You don't need to reference any kind of evil. Like, helping people is good, right? Do I need to reference?
Hurting people is bad.
Exactly. But the only way I can say hurting people is bad is because I understand what good is. If I didn't understand what good was, I wouldn't be able to say it's bad. I, however, can say any number of things are good.
And if you don't understand what bad is, you can't understand what good is.
Yeah, that means you have to have something to tell you what good is. You just ain't coming.
That is true. That's why we need transcendental categories, or else there is no such thing as good.
Okay. So from, and I'm going to go back to the monotheistic religion. In the Garden of Eden, the knowledge of good and evil was there. Therefore, it existed. It was created.
You're saying it was created. It could be a transcendental property. That's just coexistent with reality in its nature, just like good and evil are. There's transcendental characteristics to these things that are beyond just our own subjective personal opinion. If it's just all our own subjective personal opinion, there's nothing really that's good or bad.
Well, and like I said, I'm going back to the monotheistic belief.
If we're saying something is good or bad, and we don't have an objective reference point, and that's just an opinion, it doesn't mean anything.
If you really want to get technical, that and people can't deny this. Most people can't deny this. I'm not going to say everybody can't deny this, because not everybody grew up in a monotheistic whatever. But most people can't even say that their morals aren't brought up from especially people who are born into the Abrahamic religions. They can claim to leave 50 years later, 10 years later, 7, it doesn't really matter. But their origins, their morals, everything that they have been brought up on, have been brought up by what God said was right.
Oh my goodness! Stop it.
I can get into those things, but I don't
know why anecdotal instances of people's own personal volition as to what they choose to believe means anything at all to this conversation.
Hold on. No. Hear me out. God say, don't kill people.
God says beat slaves. How about that?
God says,
why is it that evil has to be a category that needs to be created and not just a byproduct of something that was created? Why does it have this essence to you guys where it has its own kind of independent existence when it clearly is reliant upon the existence of good to even define itself?
It's not even about the separation.
They exist together because in order for and I go back to the Taoism, and it makes sense because it makes sense with the monotheistic belief that God gave us free will. If
free will is bunk.
Okay, you can say that. All right, you can believe that. And I'm not telling you not to believe what you think you know. But what I'm saying is based off of the monotheistic religion, which I'm going by, and can you please stop cutting me off because this disrespectful as shit.
You cut me off before when I was
I'm just asking you to stop cutting me off because this disrespectful as shit and let me finish.
Let him finish.
Yeah, you do be cutting people off with your back, but go ahead and finish because it's still not rude for other people to cut you off just because you did it. But you do be doing it, just so you know. But go ahead.
All right. I don't. But okay. Okay. Free will. If God, if all things were, if we were only programmed to do good, or if all things were only good, then we would not have the option to do wrong, to do evil. I'm not saying it's right to do evil. I'm just saying free will gives you the choice to do good or evil.
Say you land your plane when you do.
I'm landing.
I'm not rushing you. I would just sometimes you take a long pause. It's hard to tell. Even I was about to.
No. I landed. I'm right in my ass space. I'm landing right in my There,
so
PWI right here.
I'm gonna say this.
I just want to say how you doing, DJ. That's
Hey,
all
hold
I
on.
want to say.
Before you go, DJ Genesis, everybody listening, please do me a favor and share this live so everybody can get a bite of this. And we are going to hold the back to the rules that he asked for. He asked that nobody cut him off. So now we're going to make sure that he doesn't get to do it either.
Right?
Okay.
All right.
Because I was letting you go, but that's how you've been dominating the conversation a little bit, but it's because you do cut people off. That's how you end up getting the mic a lot.
Is it all right if I say something?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, my name is Oculus. Peace to everybody that's on the panel. DJ, what's up, baby? How you doing?
Hey, what's up? Long time no see.
Exactly. I've been really, really busy. I'll say this. The gentleman who was just talking, I think that he's absolutely right. I just think his delivery mechanism and the way he's articulating what he's trying to get out, he's trying to force feed it. I think he got a lot to say at one time and he's trying to get it all out. But he's absolutely right about the way of the Tao, 100% right. And I don't want to go into a whole soliloquy about, how I can prove this because I don't want to hog the platform. But I do agree with him 100%. That's what I will say. And DJ, what's up, baby? I just want to say that again. How you doing? How you feeling? I miss you.
I miss you too. So that you didn't want to go into it any more further? That was it? Okay.
Yeah, but you know how I get, DJ, so I don't want to.
Like you should expound because you're saying the Tao. Like, so what exactly about that? Because when we talk about Taoism, we talk about yin and yang, and it's like a thing where at one point, each thing exists at any different point and simultaneously. So the problem I'm having with is that people want to define things as separate when they all are a part of this one whole.
100%. Agree with that. 100%. There's never been a time in this universe, this multiverse, this omniverse, where good has existed without evil. There's never been a time in this omniverse, this multiverse, this universe where evil has existed without good. You cannot have one without the other. I will say that. And I don't want to hog because I know how I am. DJ, you know how I am.
But I'm gonna say this: is that what if we just take the word evil out the word and see balance versus imbalance, structure versus non-structure? Like I think that what's happening is that because it's the word evil, there's a certain time when we hear evil, it goes into our mind, and then there's this picture that we see of what evil is. But the bottom line is, if we take out the word evil, we say balance versus imbalance, structure versus non-structure, ease versus dis-ease. You know. The bottom line is that when we do it like that, then it makes more sense to say that, yes, of course, that there is a dual nature to things to say, okay, when either you're in a state of dis-ease or you're in a state of ease, you are in your balance or you're unbalanced. And then you'll be able to see that there are times in everything where both of these, where you feel either or, and one does not exist without the other because there is a balance to everything. There is a other side. Everything has a nature, dual, even quadruple of a nature. So yeah.
Right. To expound on DJ 100%, I agree with it. That in this lifetime, in this reality that we exist in, I like to call it actuality. Most people might call it reality. But there is a dualistic nature to everything. So even in oneself, if I kicked in your door right now and I had an AK in my hand, you're not going to pull from no positive perspective and say, hey, Mr. Robber Man, please don't rob me and my family. Please don't shoot nobody in. You're going to pull from that negative energy or that evil, right? We'll call it evil. And you're going to say, hey, man, what the fuck is you doing in my motherfucking house? And you're going to open up fire, right? Cool. The idea behind it is that we all trying to reach a state of nirvana in this reality, and that's a balanced state. So in this reality, we got forces that diametrically oppose one another. I hate to hear somebody try to say like peace, namaste, everything is, great. You eat the prana, you live in the pranayama, all this stuff. Those type of people I got to keep a watchful eye on. And then I hate the people who where, everything is about negative energy. Because what I'm saying is that we all pull from both sides of the fence. We pull from both forces. And what I try to reach in this reality is a state of balance. I'm not this positive church going, oh, I love the world. Everything needs to be great in the world. If I could change the world, I'll make everything positive. No, we need this imbalance and we need this balance in this reality. So I'm trying to stay at a neutral point. The same thing that people will reference they Jesus, or what the Bible, Helio call a Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ of God is Jesus Christ of God, or whatever you call it. It's a dynamo. It would be a neuter. It wouldn't have a gender, because that would be what? Imbalance. The whole concept of this deity is to be what? Balance. So when you're speaking about the alpha and you're speaking about the omega, you're talking about masculine and feminine energy. When you're talking about the devil, when you're talking about Jesus, you're talking about the same entity. Just like God call himself the Alpha and Omega, God is also God or Jesus and the devil, or God and the devil, however you want to look at it. It's the same energy. It's the same force. It's the same force that's pulling inside of your body right now that compel you to do something positive, or something that compel you to do something what? Negative.
All right. Can I expand on what the Tao is?
Could I just ask that guy, what's his name? The dude was talking about the Eastern philosophy. Could I ask who the guy is?
I was talking about Taoism.
Before you go to that, we got 10 people up here. Let's see if anybody else wants to touch the topic. Anybody else want to touch?
Yeah, I agree.
What he
said? Yeah, I agree, because it's the same thing I was just saying. You can't have one without the other. They both exist at the same time. It's just, you're just not going to have pure. Saying? Mayat doesn't exist by herself. Saying? Isfet has to be there. It's the other side of the coin. It's like having light, but you don't have darkness. Having light, but without any shadows at all. So yeah, definitely. It's I definitely agree.
It's the same reason why in your Bible they call God a hateful God or a spiteful God. It's the same reason.
No, it's not, my brother.
Hey, first of all, I just want to say all praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua. What's going on, A1? What's going on, everybody?
Peace. How you feeling, Gideon? How you feeling? And real quick, since we have Gideon to the panel, let me go ahead and run this ad on April 16th. That's a Thursday. You can go ahead and catch this one.
Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's the queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Yisrael, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
I like that right there. That sounds like a movie intro
Right,
right
that was
there.
good. That was nice.
I like that shit. That is my first time here, but that's hard right there.
Appreciate you. That was me on the voiceover. I do all my own stunts.
Majority view is that
Catch me
all
next week.
messengers bringing law were men.
I'm
However,
joking.
some scholars, like
Somebody, what's that?
I'm gonna need you to do some of my stuff, like get my stuff cracking like that. God, dang.
Nah, you got
divine revelation.
The bat. You got
The bat, you got
in
mute
the
up, bro.
background. I don't know if you're watching a movie, Batman or something.
But does the Quran say that Deborah, Sarah, Miriam, Hannah, Abigail, Huldah, or Esther are not prophets or were not prophets? Like
Gideon, it was on you.
Yeah, nah, I mean, just real quick, man. I'm just listening.
The Quran does not
Yeah,
explicitly list those women.
it's definitely a good topic. I mean,
my bad.
I'm hearing a lot of I'm hearing a lot of people say things, and a lot of it is making sense. But what's crazy to me is, but when it comes to the Bible, the antennas just turn completely off and just ascribe it to God, like God is just some maniacal, character. But when they remove God from it, now they can get intellectual and get a little more deeper into it and see that the creator of all things is not responsible for evil. So like I say, man, they just like to pick and prod at the Bible for some reason. I don't know, but yeah, when just like how we're listening now, we hear what they think about evil, and they're not ascribing it to no quote unquote God. You know what I'm saying? So it's just funny how they like to lose all type of intellect when it comes to the Bible. That's all.
All right, can I comment on that real quick?
Hey, hold up. Earlier,
wait, real quick.
I just want to say this. They quoted the Bible. I don't know who did. I think it was Humble. He's not up here though, but they did quote it. It was like the quote in the Bible with it. They said like the God said, "I created everything good," and he was something like that.
Oh yeah, I was reading Isaiah 45:7. It's right here.
Yeah, that's what
it
they quoted.
says, hold on. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Can I say
KJV.
something real quick?
Go ahead.
I appreciate it. In regards to the gentleman who just actually spoke,
that was Gideon.
Gideon. I do believe there is some misrepresentation on. Could we all on the panel agree to say we all come from different walks of life and we all have different understandings, right? Will we all agree on that? Would everybody that agree on that just say just so I can use this as a
you're right. You're right.
Okay, cool. So Gideon, your notion when you use the word God is a different notion, right? Because if I ask you this question that I'm gonna ask, give me like 2 seconds, it's gonna be a different reference point of what I know. Not what I think, not what I believe, but what I know, right? So I'm gonna ask you this question. Define God. Because when you use the word God, right, you got a different understanding or belief system. I'm not going to say you know because I don't know if you know. But when I use the word God, my reference point of what I know, knowing is facts. We know the sun coming up tomorrow, right? Believing is something different. In the word belief, it's a lot, right? So what I'm going to say is define God. Because when they're using that coded science book, that heliobiblios that you referencing, they're talking about something totally different than probably what your notion of what the word God is. You see what I'm saying?
So I would agree.
Define God. That's what I need you to do.
Yeah, so I would agree. Everybody have different walks of life, come from different backgrounds, but still in all, we have a body of knowledge and words that we all use, and they all have the same meaning. So when I'm talking
I'm not talking about words in this colloquial sense of what we all just piggyback and bounce off each other. Oh yeah, you know what God. No, when I'm talking about science. And not only am I talking about science, because that Bible, again, going back to that heliobiblios, that's Greek for holy Bible, referencing helios dealing with the sun, biblios, right? Also dealing with what? Time, chronos, biblios. You see what I'm saying? The inception of time predicated on the what? The sun. So can you define God? See, DJ, they don't know they talking to a scientist over here. DJ, I don't know if you still on the chat, but can you just define God so we can break down and we can meticulously break down who knows what based off what they're saying, and then see if people are even qualified to speak on what they're talking about. Because we're going to dig deep on everybody that's on this panel, and I'm not the end all be all. We're going to dig deep on everybody on this panel to see if they know what they actually talking about versus just talking. Define God.
I like this guy. I like this guy right here.
Yeah, I said I
Shout
don't
out
want to take over.
Oculus.
I don't want to take over, but can you define God for me? Not for what you think it is, not for what somebody told you a sky daddy, not for what that Bible say. Define God.
Right.
Why you got so much ill regard towards the Bible?
Yeah, he about to burn fast. He about to come crash. Right?
We not gonna get lost in conversation.
Ain't nobody say nothing about the Bible.
Listen to me, sir. We not gonna get lost. We gonna let Gideon define God. This was specifically for Gideon. Thank you.
You haven't let him define it.
That's where the confusion come in.
He got a lot of animosity.
I don't got animosity. You don't know me to tell me I got animosity.
Can he define it?
He in your voice. He the hate you in your voice.
You need to know what my voice sound like with animosity.
Hold up. Brother, let him define it. Stop interrupting him. Let him define it.
Yeah, man. It's very simple, and that's what get me about these, proclaim astute minds. They like God is very simple, creator of all things. See, the problem is that people walk around doing these definist fallacies. And what that means is they take a word that already has an established definition and they change it. So whatever you're trying to change God to being or whatever that is, no, it's just very simple, creator of all things.
Okay, no problem. Let me get it. No problem, you guys. I want everybody to hear his answer. I want everybody to hear his response, right? That is not what God means, right? Now, what he just did was he told me is that.
So tell us what God means. I gave you mine. Give us.
I go straight to it. God is anyone and anybody that's in control of a specific aspect of creation. You can find it in Black's Law Dictionary 17.
See, that's a defining fallacy, my brother.
Slow down, please. When you spoke, I didn't say nothing. Let me finish. What is God? How do we define God? In Black's Law Dictionary, everything trumps your standard Oxford definition or your Webster Merriam definition.
See,
That's
your
the
problem, I'm dealing with the ancestors. You dealing with some guy named Strong. We're not dealing with the Strong's Law. That's been out of style since
Let him land his
980.
plane, Gideon. Let him land his plane.
Twin. I ain't interrupt you. It's about respect. So what I'm trying to say is defining God. Now, when we look at what God is, we can identify Gideon. What are you in control of? That's a specific aspect of creation. Maybe the spinal cerebral fluid that produces a child. What is a woman in control of? The colostral fluid that balances the child's social skills, IQ, and immune system. So when we look at the 9 months gestation that holds inside the dang on apartment, aka the stomach or the womb that allows life. So when we looking at these words, remember what I'm saying. Don't just hear what I'm saying. Remember what I'm saying. I told you that Bible is a coded science book. On the surface, it's a dude that created the stars and the moon and woo-woo. But the individuals, the Masons, the brothers, the travelers like myself who actually helped create this, it's code. And if you're not eligible to decode the information, then you maybe shouldn't be speaking on the information because you're not qualified to decode it because you haven't traveled. You hear me?
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. So this the problem with what you're saying is that you think there's some type of invincible episode where there's like 100,000 different invincibles. That's what you're trying to do to the creator. So what you're saying is everybody is a creator. That's fanciful. That makes no sense, bro. Because when I'm saying a creator, I'm talking about the one all be all. You're talking about different people and different that's just what you're doing, bro. So I mean, instead of getting lost in the sauce
versus asking me what I'm doing. See,
I'm hearing what you're doing. I hear it. You're making these vague definitions of a concrete thing. You asked me what God. Hold on, my brother. You asked me what God is. I gave you 4 words. When you said what God is, you just went off onto a mini soliloquy talking about women as gods. I'm a god, but that makes no coherent sense, my brother.
Listen, yes, it does. I oversimplified it so a child can understand what I just said. It don't take no complexity.
Okay, repeat it over. Who is God? Who is God? Start right there. Who is God?
Anybody can look this up.
Who is God?
It's not.
We're not talking about looking up stuff. We're talking about.
Listen, you asked the question. How you keep asking the question and compounding more questions on top of questions to make you sound like you right. Let me answer one question in totality. You'll get my understanding. Then you can respond. That's how conversation go, right? But you don't hear me though. All right, God is anybody in control of a specific aspect of creation. Facts. That's it.
That's a problem. That's where your fault's at. You say anybody. God is not no anybody, bro.
It is.
Not when you're reading the Bible. So if you want to say who you think your God is, that's fine. But you can't go in and out of the Bible grabbing verses trying to validate it. Because the Bible gonna give you all type of stop signs for you to stop because it makes no sense.
So are you aware that Bible is a coded science book?
Where did you get that from?
It's definitely a science book. But what's the point behind that? What's the point?
So you heard the person who just said where you get that from, right? Yeah, and you said it's hold on, slow down. You said it's definitely a science book. Describe how it's a science book.
Well, you have all type of sciences in there. Remember, that's Moses is telling the nation how to establish itself. So you have to have sciences in that.
I asked you specifically to tell me how that book is a science book. What defines that as a science book? You didn't. You told me it's many different sciences. I ain't asked about many different sciences. I asked about that book that's a science book. Decode it and tell me how it's a science book.
Okay, let me explain to you so you won't be lost, right? So the science that we see in the Bible, you have biological sciences when it comes to hygiene. You have behavioral sciences. You have literally applications where you see agricultural science. So we have a lot of sciences in the book, my brother. We're not going to get we're not going to get mystic and dubious and speak of some.
When you write, listen. When you write, you're right. I'm gonna get compliments. I'm not here to tear down. I'm here to rebuild or build up. Right now, I know he's right about what he just said. But the reason why he's right, I don't think he know why he right. Now, can you answer this last question? I'll let you ask me any question. Why are you right about what you just said?
Again, because it's very simple, my brother. When I look in the Bible and I see that they say, you work the land for 6 years and you let it fallow for the 7th. That's how I know it's science. Simple.
Yeah, nah, you right, but you don't know why you right. And then see, so when you don't, let me explain this to you. You're not wrong about what you said. You're right. There's a lot of different science in the Bible, right? You broke down all the different adjectives that describe it, right? But as a traveler, right, you're right, but you don't know why you're right. So if you don't know why you're right, that still makes you what? Wrong. The why is the most important part.
Okay. Can I
Go ahead, go ahead, because I hog this shit.
Yeah,
No
if
lie,
that's
until you
GD
kick
and
me off.
Capone, I was being nice to you. I think GD and Capone gonna rip you off the shelf, but that's just what I think.
And let me preface everything. I done been in the different schools of thought. I done been in the traveling school of thought. I done been in the dang on the Hebrew school of thought. I'm well versed in different schools of thought. I done been in the Jehovah's Witness. I done been over to the Eastern philosophy. I'm traveled.
So why you ain't stick to one?
Okay. So I was gonna say,
What's your degree?
Why
You
you
said
bouncing? Why you bouncing? Hold on. We talking about discipline. Why are you bouncing around from everything? Why you not sticking to one school of thought?
Because in order to have things, in order to have things in totality, you need to understand that science book that you call it, that I call a science book. You have to have things in.
That's
It
not
is
what
a
I,
science
that's
book.
not what I
Hold
asked
on.
you.
You have to have things in totality, so you should be able to pull from different schools of thought. Because all these different schools of thought. Now, some people might have a negative connotation about, let's say, who could I think of? Malachi Z. York. In order to have that good offense that you have to have a good defense. So you have to study every school of thought. So don't ask me why I'm bouncing around. Hold on. Because this science has been coded in different philosophies. This science has also been put into different religions for you to go out and seek knowledge or enlightenment so you can put it all together. But you know what people do is they get stuck in one school of thought and think that school of thought is the end all be all. It is not.
And with all of that, you know that there's a creator outside of yourself or anybody that's on this earth.
No. Slow down, Ice Cream Chuck. It ain't no creator outside of myself. Myself is the creator. Yourself. Hold on. Hear me out, Ice Cream Chuck. Ice Cream, can you hear me? Listen to me.
Did you create the sun?
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. I want everybody to hear what I'm saying. He's gonna keep
no. Explain us how you created the sun and the stars. Explain that.
Keep compounding questions because that's how confusion set up. When a person asks you a question, let me finish. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not. When a person keeps compounding questions, it's setting up a level of confusion where the viewing audience, listen to like, well, he don't know what he's talking about. No, you won't let me answer one question and you don't got the time to receive the answer. You want some ready, quick made shit like some McDonald's shit. You talking about the start
block, man. You circling the block, yo.
Yeah, see, it's not fast enough for you. See, some of this information is not no dang on McDonald's food you blast through the drive.
You still ain't got to it yet.
Are you gonna hog the mic all night, or you just gonna keep hogging the mic?
That's why I said I ain't want to hog the mic. I said that from the beginning.
You don't know.
This was his last question. I thought he said. Go ahead.
He ain't answered the question. Everybody saw that he dodged that question, right?
I didn't dodge. Y'all keep compounding questions, and you want to tell me how
if
fast
you
it
a God,
is for you to
hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. If you a God, why you have to die?
Say that again. What was this question?
I heard it was
clear. God, why do you have to die?
What you talking about? Death? What death? Dying and what? As a God, I'm confused with you. What's the question? Why do you have to die?
I'm done,
What
bro.
the hell? Nah, it ain't even no damn death. Like, what is this motherfucker talking about? It is not no death.
Bro.
All these
There
guys
is
with
no
doctor
death.
appointments, bro, they be killing me, bro.
Okay, this is what I say, and I'll move myself off the platform off of this. I say it off this. First off, there is no death. Second off, this the next part. People want to ask questions. They want to tell you, we're talking about some shit. This motherfucker just asked me about the stars and the sun. Or death, stars, sun. Okay, cool. He want to give me 5 seconds to answer, and I'm supposed to have a ready-made answer for him. This shit is not McDonald's. You cannot run through the drive-through, get your food. Hold on. Get your food and slide through and you get up. That's trash. Some
But
of
you
this
could
shit
be
like
answering it right now, though.
That's how I know you're not a
see how they
God.
keep cutting me off? Some of this shit like grandma cooking. It got to take a couple days, a couple minutes, a couple seconds, a couple hours to get this shit out in totality.
Hey, one thing I can say is he ain't cut nobody else off though at all.
Thank you.
So,
that's what I'm saying.
Because I'm just here to be the referee. So I'm saying I ain't threw a flag on him yet.
You feel me? I don't do that. I let them talk.
He keeps getting fouled every time he touched the ball though.
Come on, cuz. And they want to compound questions to create confusion as if they right and they not right. That's a fact though.
You sound like you had this conversation before, but you cannot answer a question directly.
Because you keep compounding questions to make you sound like you know what you're talking about. When I'm answering a question, you asking a question. You're not doing it. You're not doing it, but other people are doing it. I'm battling 4 motherfuckers on the stage.
No, we just want you to answer the one question. You never answered it.
So I'm gonna try to do this as simple as possible. Go ahead. What's the question?
I think he asked. Ask him again, Capone.
I said, if you're God, how did you? I said, how do you create the sun?
And let him answer. Let him answer. Nobody say nothing. Let him answer.
Oh, okay. The sun. Okay, creating the sun. First, let me get this out. The conscious mind of God, right, is all and all to be. There is nothing outside of the conscious mind of the Creator. That's what I want y'all to hear. The only thing that the conscious mind of the Creator doesn't know is itself. The experience that we're experiencing inside of this reality, and it's going to go right into the sun. The experience that we're experiencing inside of this reality is the conscious mind of the Creator trying to become more forever aware of itself as itself. Anything in this reality that reaches the apex of perfection in this reality dies in that perfection. Listen to what I just said again. Don't let it slide over your head like a landslide. Anything in this reality that reaches the apex of perfection dies in that perfection. This is where you get the story. Hold on, please.
Which Jonathan?
I don't know who the hell is that. Somebody screaming in the mic. I can't hear it, bro.
Somebody need to mute out.
Somebody screaming in the mic. Facts. That's a fact.
That's hey. That's debate.
I know y'all cannot. Y'all lying if y'all see y'all don't.
He walked away from the phone. Y'all gotta mute him.
Who is that? All right.
Somebody screaming in the mic.
Go ahead.
So this is what I'm trying to say, and I give it up. Let me finish. Anything in this reality that reaches the apex of perfection dies in that perfection. Where there is perfection, there is death. Listen to what I'm saying. Where there is perfection, there is death. This is where you get your story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Perfection after eating from the forbidden fruit. Now you surely die. This is what you see on an everyday level. Any disease in this reality that reaches the apex of perfection, HIV working towards replicating itself so much so that it advances into the stages of age. After reaching that apex of perfecting itself by replicating itself so much so, guess what happened? You die and it dies. Look at artificial intelligence. Any illustration that you have seen artificial intelligence in, once it eradicates human beings and seeing human beings as inferior to its superiority, guess what happened? It self-destructs. Where there's perfection, there's death. So the inevitable question is, so it is above, so it is below. The question becomes, how could God be what? Perfect. Unless what I'm saying is actually true, God isn't perfect.
But my brother, who is God? Because you said you're giving God to everybody.
I want y'all to see the compounded questions. I want y'all to see the compounded. I'm not answering it fast enough.
He ain't cut you off. He ain't cut you off though.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not answering it fast enough for you and your satisfaction. I'm trying to
actually you're not if that's what you're trying to
get back to the sun.
Hey, Oculus, do me a favor too. Drop your email in the private chat because we might need to get you a little interview.
I'm gonna keep it real. Ask DJ. I don't know how to do that shit. All I know how to do is when I see DJ online, I tell her, "Hey, send me the link," and I come up. I don't know how to do the. I ain't that fancy with the shit, nigga. Like keeping it a bean with you. I don't know how to do that. You can call me. You can call me. My number 444-1000.
You can't even laugh at the things that's in your reality, but you got it.
All right, so can I answer Oculus's question?
We got somebody in the back. Sorry, I didn't see you back there. Natty.
Is that cool?
Feeling, Natty? Yes, the back. Go ahead.
I wanted to, he said, is the Bible a science book? And I would say, if you define science as the study of, then yes, the Bible, the Quran, these are books of study.
And y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
We
can hear you. No, we can hear you.
Hey, y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Oculus.
Oh, okay, cool. So what I was saying.
Okay, you muted yourself.
Now you muted.
You muted yourself.
Yes. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so what?
But I think the other brother was talking though.
So
he was asking you a question. But go ahead.
So what the conscious mind of the creator did was, in order for it to study itself as itself, since it doesn't know itself, it is all and all to be. There would be nothing outside of the conscious mind of the creator. So the only thing left for it to do is to self-exploration, self-explore. This is why we all given individual names, individual experiences, individual family members. So the conscious mind of the creator can study itself. So when we die, guess what happened? The experiences that we have in this reality is downloaded back into the conscious mind of the creator. So it'll know what it is to be Oculus. So it'll know what it is to be whoever the person is controlling this channel. So it can know what it be. You guys get what I'm trying to say.
Hold on, I want to appeal to the moderator. Can I? A1. So this is what I'm saying, my brother. So I asked the brother, and I'm quite sure he's a good brother. I asked the brother, what is God? And he give me a definition that makes all of God. But in his diatribe, he's talking about some God as if it's some singularity. So that's what I'm saying. Like when you talking to somebody, bro, who can comprehend and can
So you're saying he switched lanes?
He's like switching lanes all over the place. Right. That's what he's doing.
Gish galloping. It's called Gish galloping.
You're not staying in the lane long enough before you get everything. Again, if we're talking about the universe, and we're talking about the inception of time, how is it gonna take me fucking 5 minutes for you to understand? I'm supposed to break it down in 5 minutes, nigga?
Because that's not what he asked you, man. That's not what he asked you.
I just told you. He asked me who was God. I said anybody control a specific aspect of creation. I said I'm getting to the sun. You wanted to ask me a question and then tell me how long. We're talking about the inception.
But bro, I asked you that about 10 minutes ago. I've been answered. Listen, I've been answered my definition of God.
Just listen.
What's the question on the table, gentlemen? Forget the recap.
The question is, what is God? I told you anybody's control of a specific aspect of creation.
So why you keep going back to a singular essence when you're talking?
If you're not satiated with the answer, don't say that I didn't answer. Just say you ain't satisfied with it. That's what you say.
You keep saying we're not letting you.
What aspect of creation do you control?
Hola, mi amor.
He already said it. He already said it.
You already just admitted that you can't even control your own device.
Wait, well, what's the question? Say it again.
What aspect of creation do you control?
I'm in control of the spinal cerebral fluid that comes from the cerebral cortex when you.
Oh my goodness!
Hold on, hear me out.
Let him go.
It's not satisfying enough for you. It's not. I don't got nice for
he got
so
three.
Digest it.
He got 4 words out, and you was
you see what I'm
like,
saying? This type shit niggas do.
That was on me. My bad, bro. That was on me.
And you know I'm not tripping on nobody. I ain't tripping. But I'm just pointing it out because I want everybody to take accountability. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate
the accountability.
Yeah,
I just want to respond when you finish.
20 minutes.
Thank you for not arguing with me.
But
I mean, y'all asking them questions though. It's an interrogation now. It's almost like an argument.
Down time, dimensions, this and another. They want me to answer that shit. It took billions of years for this shit. They want me to answer that shit in 3 seconds, nigga.
God, watch the language.
Hey, I'm about to bring the timer out. Yeah, and watch the language. I'm about to bring the timer so you can get like 2 minutes, man. If you feel you need 2 minutes to prepare this dish, we're gonna let you cook.
He asked me, what am I in control of? I'm in control of the spinal cerebral fluid that comes from my cerebral cortex when I'm intimate with my wife. The intimacy creates the friction, which creates the 5, which creates the pentagram. Well, the pentagram is based off what? 5. The pentagram is also a portal. Reason why the woman's womb is a portal. And when you intimate, it creates that friction. Listen to how these words sound like derivatives of one another. That friction creates the heat. The heat creates the gas inside of the cerebral cortex. that alchemically changed.
All right. Can I say something?
Hold on, you gotta let him finish his time, and then I'll let you respond next.
The heat from the friction creates the gas inside of the cerebral cortex in intimacy, right? That travels and alchemically changes from a gas into a liquid when it infuses with spinal fluid. It's the reason why a woman is considered a man's backbone. Hold on. Then the dang on semen is stored in the testes. It goes down the vertebrae, picking up all the genetic markers, then it's stored in your testes. Here's the reason why when a person tell you, man, he's sleeping with all these girls, man, he's stuck on effing stupid. Because semen is actually brain matter. So when I told you what is God, God is anyone and anybody's control of a specific aspect of creation. I just showed you how I'm in control of a specific aspect of what? Creation. Don't get mad at the answer. Just say you don't like it.
But you're not in control of that. So if you was in control, hold on, brother. Let me ask you this. So every woman that you ejaculated in, did you produce a life?
I'm taking from this.
Are you?
Oh yeah, sorry, sorry, Natty. It's on you.
Well, I'm taking from this guy. He doesn't take responsibility. He thinks the woman's womb is a pentagram. No, it's not. It says in the Bible that God was with them in the womb. So, if God can be in the womb, it's not a pentagram.
Okay, appreciate you.
So the brother.
Go ahead, you got it.
So I just want to elaborate. So the brother is misinformed on how to actual create a life, right? So he thinks that because he ejaculating in a woman that's going to produce a life. That's not the case all the time. So if you in control of that, so you saying every man that ejaculate, they should produce a child. That's not always the case, right? Specific things have to happen, part of your anatomy. You're not even in control of your own sperm, right? You talking about you control of the cerebral fluid that create the sperm. You're not in control of that, because once it come out of your body, you have no control over that. You don't even like these things is stuff part of our anatomy that's working. That's like,
Natty, can you turn your camera off or come back when you finish drinking and smoking?
Sorry, I'll turn my camera off.
It's certain parts of the anatomy that work is autopilot, right? Through our genetic coding, right? And for this brother to say that he's in control of that, it's flabbergasting. So he's gish-gathering. He's using a lot of words that he probably don't even know the meaning of. But I'm gonna say that he do. But he's using a lot of words in sequence that's not even making a complete thought. And he just trying to end it with a statement. When you just talking around, it's called gish-gathering. That's what you're doing. And people that learn can see that. You don't even know how life come into this world.
Yeah.
But you a God.
Are sperm cells dead or alive?
Yeah, alive.
What kind of cells?
Right, and so sperm cells, dead or alive. Okay, you said they're alive. What he just explained is that they come down from your brain down your spine into your nutsack, and then that same thing gets ejaculated out into a woman, and it creates a human being. But before the actual human is alive, the sperm is alive too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to look into a microscope and see it wiggling around alive. So you're saying so you guys have to like expand your mental capacity to really understand what he's saying, because you're only thinking about the end result, but the actual result of what he is saying by something going this seminal fluid going into your thing in your. Listen, even women, when a man is having sex with her, there's a certain level of seminal fluid that actually attaches to her and actually can get into her system, and that's where you share like DNA and all kind of wild stuff going on with the man and all the things that happen. So I think that what's happening is that
sorry.
Right. So I think that what's happening is you're thinking about the end result, but you're not thinking about the result of the actual sperm being alive before it even hits the egg cell.
No, I think the problem is. I think the problem is.
Hold on. Let's let King Herc get in. I haven't heard King Herc speak in a while. Go ahead.
The problem is that this is not high school. We don't need a lesson on how humans are created. We know that. We're all grown people up here. None of us.
Well, then why were you talking from an elementary standpoint of the only time
that's not true?
Hold on, DJ
He
Genesis.
asked me how
Hold on,
I'm in
DJ
control of a
Genesis.
specific aspect of creation, and I showed him
Both
how I'm
of
in
y'all.
control of a specific aspect of creation. So don't say you ain't elementary.
Let's let King Herc finish.
My bad.
You're right. He asked you that, and yes, you gave your example. You gave your answer. However, I think that the problem that I think your answer was sufficient, but I think that the problem comes in at is because the follow-up question was the first question that Capone actually was how come you don't create the sun, and you never answer that question. It was Gideon who asked you what are you creating, what are you in control of creating, and you showed them about creating life. That's what you're in control of. And then you didn't answer the question about how come you have to die, how come you're not in control of death. So you didn't answer that question either. And it sounds like you're very well versed in this. So I know this is not your first conversation. So therefore, you should be able to give your answers in sync. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You should be able to do this in sync. And said you said you're a scientist, so I'm curious, what's your background? Because you said you was a scientist.
If I may, I don't want to.
No. Hold on. Yeah, he said I said I was a scientist. No, I got a PhD in psychology. That's first.
Okay.
Second,
That's science.
I'm 51 years old. That's the second thing. Number 3 thing is I'm well traveled and well seasoned. Number 4 thing is it was so many questions being darted at me that I was just going at the air trying to grab one to answer it. So if I missed the question, I apologize. I got a right to do that. And everybody on this panel can see that everybody was throwing some dang old darts trying to get their questions out. And then when I don't answer it, you ain't answer that, so he don't know what he's talking about. No, it's just that how fast you want it. You want a response that suits and is catered to you as fast as you want it. This knowledge that we talking about is not some 5-minute, 2-minute-ish. I'm trying to give it to you in a short version, and it's still taking a long time. Imagine being a traveling brother or a student to get this information. You feel me? That's all I'm saying.
And I want to say this real quick.
Let me give an example.
He did answer the question about death, even though I don't agree with it. He answered it.
Let me ask Genesis a question. Hey, Genesis, what is E5?
Ifa is the literal corpus of like the word of Olodumare.
And you see how quick she answered that? Because she's had this conversation before. So I know you had this conversation before. So when somebody asks you a question, you should be able to answer in sync. That's all I'm saying. And we spent like the last 30 minutes. I know people was coming back at you with different questions and stuff because I'm just saying, man, I just feel like, saying I feel like this is not your first time having this conversation, and you could have just answered the questions like that.
Hold on. I would say this is that some people have more they're more descriptive in how they describe things. You can't just say that because I'm able to sum things up that he knows less. It just might be that he has more of a description on what he's trying to speak of. Because I could go into, it's divination, it's this, it's that,
Yeah, I know.
I went all deep into what Ifa was and this, that, the other, but I
think he was answering them directly.
I was.
I think as soon as he kept getting 4 words in again.
Pieces that's suitable and digestible for they dang on energy, they feelings. We not dealing with feelings. I don't got to respond the way you want me to respond or how fast you want me to respond as long as you got the message. I got to put it up and put it into a form and deliver a package that make you feel comfortable. I'm me, she. You hear me? That's it.
Okay, let's try to get back to the talking about the conversation instead of the dynamics of the conversation.
Can I make a suggestion to like fix all of this?
Yes. Shout out
like
Drew,
A1.
the new host here. This is No Love Drew. You see, he's an amazing host. He's been sitting back. He ain't jumped in and been unbiased once. Go ahead, though, True.
Yeah, peace to everybody on the panel. So my suggestion is kind of like piggybacking a little bit off of what A1 was trying to say to Oculus earlier. If you want like assistance with getting your email over to him, I think it would be more beneficial to just do the argument alley. That way you can get out everything that you feel is necessary to formulate your perspective in a way that everybody can comprehend it, and give you that time, and then everybody can come and challenge it like one at a time if that's what you need to respond effectively.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, I have different setups than this open panel where you can come and talk to me first and everybody gets to listen to you present your case, and then they can come in and ask you all the questions. But you're able to get everything out first. Go ahead.
I'll just say this. I don't got all the answers, but on particular subject matters in regard to this one, I know what I'm talking about. Not believe, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not the end all be all. But
Right.
DJ will let you know, and that's me being humble. Right? Because none of us know it all. But on
So my
this
brother,
specific-
right.
Jesus.
So
Go ahead,
no,
go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. So just to be real specific on it, right? Because I was confused, you know what I'm saying? But where I'm confused, and people get confused, where some people just keep going with what a person is saying, I excuse me, I tend to stop and be like, hey man, I know this contradiction what you're saying. So when you saying that we are all of gods, and then in your expositions, you're talking of a creator in a singular sense. Explain that confusion to me as succinctly as you can.
Okay. If I took a piece of paper, right? And I then gonna cut the piece of paper into 7 billion pieces. Is it still one piece of paper or is it 7 billion pieces?
7 billion pieces.
It's one piece of
It's
paper
still
expressed.
paper.
Man, come on, man. You see what I'm doing?
He didn't ask if it was still paper. He asked if it was still the one piece of paper, which is obviously
Well,
not.
it would be 7 billion pieces of the same paper.
Thank you. Expressed in 7 billion
Yeah,
pieces.
I would not agree with that. I would not disagree with that. Go ahead.
Hear me out, please. If you had one piece of paper and I expressed it in 7 billion different pieces, it's still one piece of paper. You asking me why I keep talking about that I'm God, aka individually. I am God, just like that one piece of paper. We say aka God, but then you express it in 7 billion pieces, it's still a singularity of that one piece of paper.
Okay, all right, cool.
That's all I'm saying.
And that's
Okay.
when last time you said he was switching lanes, but he was trying to explain that. But
And they cut me
you
off.
weren't letting him get it out.
Nah, but he's
Now
still
you're like,
switching
right.
lanes. Because
I mean, it's
GDN
not-
Capone asked him, did he create the sun?
You see how when you ask one question, they got
It
another.
begs another,
But if they
of course.
stop
That's what
you
happens.
stop
That
cutting
you
me off,
create
G,
the
I
sun.
swear to
I don't
God,
think
I
that.
answer.
I mean, well, I'm gonna let him answer. Forget what I think. But yeah,
Okay.
I don't think that's.
So you're asking if the one piece of the paper created another piece of the paper, right?
What's the guy I'm talking to who asked the question? Not you, DJ.
Shout out DJ Genesis. That was a fire comeback right there.
Yeah, no,
I just caught that.
Wait, hold on, DJ. What's that question? What's the name of the dude who asked the question?
It's Gideon who asked you that.
Can you ask the question again? Because I want to answer it. I want
Right.
to make a comment on DJ's comment. But I mean, statement. But I want
Based off your answer, like GDN Capone asked you, who created the sun then? Who created the stars? Like, who created that?
You did.
No, I didn't. That's the problem.
Okay,
Nobody
no
did.
problem.
Nobody walking
You
on earth
asked me a
did.
question, I answered it.
Okay, so that's the
What's
problem.
your
All
next-
right, go ahead.
Okay, so what's your next question? I just want to ask them quick
No,
as possible
that's
because
it.
I'm on the time.
Every
If you are a part of the whole,
Hold on. Now watch
but no,
this. Watch
see,
this.
that's-
Watch this. Now watch
that's-
this, DJ. Watch this, DJ. Watch this. Watch
That's
this.
how.
Hold on, real quick. Can I just say something to you? Because I'm not asking no questions. I'm answering them. You asking them. So finally, let me ask you a question, Gideon. Right? In particle form, what is the sun?
In particle form, what is the sun? I do not know.
Thank you. Ooh, thank you. So even if I told you how the sun was created and how we, you, me, all of us here, we individual now, but we still have one singularity, that one piece of paper. Hold on. No. Slow down, ice cream truck. The sun in particle forms is photons. What is
Okay.
photons?
All right.
Photons is the electromagnetic energy.
Slow down, Oculus. Hold on. Okay, that's my fault. Okay, that's my fault. I asked the wrong question. I didn't. I must have asked you how is it made. So that's my fault. Let me rephrase it. I'm asking you who made it, not how it's made. Who made it?
For the fourth or fifth time, I just told you again. You, me, all of us. And
Okay.
anybody on,
See, that's
we
where you
all
invalidate yourself, my brother. That's
It's
all
not-
I'm
it's
saying.
not-
So
it's not on
everything
me.
you say, because everything you say after that, bro,
Listen.
everything you say after that, bro, is bro.
It'd be better. It'd be more wise for you to say, "Can you expound on that, brother? Can you
Okay.
go into more details about that, brother?" So
Hold
I can
on one
understand.
second. Hold on 1 second. I want to give
Because you
Gideon 2
telling me
minutes.
I'm wrong. Oh, okay.
Let
Go
me
ahead,
give
go ahead.
Gideon 2 minutes to respond to you. Gideon, 2 minutes is on you. The clock starts when you start.
Yeah. So the problem with that, my brother, is like this, right? I'm trying to break it down as simple as I can. If I'm talking to a 10-year-old and they say this guy's a genius and whatnot, whatever, and then he tell me that the moon is made of cheese, I'm not going to dig into why he thinks it's made of cheese and entertain that it can even be true. So once you say that we are all gods, and then you say we created the sun, that's like that little kid saying the moon is made of cheese. So we can't go any further in any type of conversation where I'm taking you serious as far as what you're saying. Like as a man, I'm gonna take you serious. But what you're saying, I can't take it serious, bro. Because we all know we did not create no sun. Point blank, period. That's it.
How do you know that? How
Hold on.
far did your memory go?
He's still, there's 2 minutes. He got a minute left. His timer is in the corner. Go ahead, Gideon. He got 1 minute left.
DJ, very simple. Everything I made, I know I made it. I was there when I made it. I wasn't there making no sun.
How far did your memory go back?
Hold on.
Do
You yield your time. Do you yield your time, Gideon?
Yeah, she can go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, DJ Genesis. I'm trying to keep
You
some
know, the
order.
biggest mistake that we don't even understand is that we are primordial beings. This is not the first time we've been here, nor the last time we will be here. You guys believe in death. You think that when it's over here, it's over, period. But you don't understand that we have been here since the beginning of time, the Elohim, and then we came down into this existence, and then we will continue to exist once we leave this iteration of existence. So you have to in order to understand what he is saying, you got to take yourself outside of your body. But the thing is that you're living in the flesh, and so therefore you can't understand things outside of just basic understanding. You need to like take it outside of like the natural understanding of you as a human being, and understand that you are not just a human, but you are a ethereal being, a being that has been here since the beginning of time. And so therefore you created the sun. Yes, absolutely.
Now, hold on, Oculus turn, but real quick, give me 2 minutes. What he need to do, and I'm talking to DJ, what he need to do is go back into that ribonucleic acid or a deribonucleic acid, that DNA or that RNA, to go back into his library, because the DNA is a library that holds what? His story. Reason why they call a woman womb the library, because it holds semen that comes from the mind that I talked about. Thoughts, information. So with this being said, everything that he needs to know is already inscripted on his DNA and his RNA. And if I was to ask him what this RNA does, probably couldn't tell me. Because you know his limitations is his reference point, that Bible. But it's his reference point, but it's not a bad reference point. The only problem is he can't decode it. So since he can't decode that Bible, understanding what that Bible actually talking about, not what he believes is talking about or think is talking about, that's his stopping point, DJ. That's the reason why.
And then scam cancer, not that old son, but the bottom line is that you don't know how old you are because you haven't even
His time's still running with their tag team.
past that. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, you good. No, y'all was on the same team, so I guess.
I just want to ask a question to understand.
DJ get the rest of his time.
I pass my time to DJ. Go ahead, DJ.
I see
You guys need to look into the macrocosm versus the microcosm, right? So everything on outside the universe is actually the same thing happening within your body. You know that if you go deeper into your electrons, protons, and everything that make up matter, if you look at all that stuff, you'll see many suns and universes within you. And so the bottom line is that you have to actually understand that beyond just us being a human being, human being, a light being. All sun is light, right? So bottom line is that all this stuff, we're primordial entities that have been here since the beginning of time. I think that people, when they start thinking about the Elohim, they think of something outside of themselves that created, and then we became later on. That is actually still believing in evolution. You're believing that something existed, and then all of a sudden
Darwin theory. Go ahead and say it right, DJ.
You don't even realize that you were here since the beginning of time.
And
once you realize that,
that's what they believe in. They believe in
the bat. You got 2 minutes. Go.
I just wanted to ask his because I heard these I hear these references of etymology, and I'm wondering where they come from. That's all. I just wanted to ask that question so that I can be clear that these aren't just words that man, that means that we're beings of light. And stuff like, what was it? Woman means womb. Where are you pulling these etymological terms from? Because they are not the actual etymological terms of the word.
No. I said words are derivatives. The etymology is different than a derivative of a word. That's what I said.
Okay.
I don't know where you. I don't know. Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
No, I got you into that.
When people hear me and they got biases because of ego, they want to know why they're not in a position to say what I'm saying versus them saying it and maybe getting a little bit of attention, a little bit of lure from it. They want to ask questions that I didn't even ask or make statements that I didn't even say. I never said etymology. I said derivatives.
Okay, I'm saying that I understand now.
Okay, cool.
I apologize. I missed that. That's what I'm saying.
And then you know what? You probably wouldn't have missed it. I'm sorry, I apologize, but you probably wouldn't have missed it had I not been attacked with compounding questions. You would have probably heard me clear.
I know you were attacked by compounded questions, and I vouch for you that even though I don't agree with everything you said, you did answer some of those questions that they didn't hear you answer.
Thank you. I appreciate that, brother. What's your name again?
Actually, hue means form or appearance. Form, nature, and appearance. So there you go. That's what hue means. Hue, form, nature, appearance. And is actually a deity. You know, A-N is actually the word a deity. So
hey, who the guy that's running this channel, DJ? Who the guy that control this?
That's me. My name A1.
And a single thing. So hue.
Okay, okay.
The nature of a single thing, right?
My name is A1. How you feeling?
A1. I'm Oculus, but look, I want to say this. I'm not gonna say nothing on your platform that's gonna get your platform demonetized if you monetize, etc. But it would probably behoove you so you can get my reference point, a little bit of my background, because I didn't know DJ. But I know what I'm talking about. And if I had the time and the space to present what I'm talking about, maybe outside of the compounding questions, I can dang on answer some of these things in totality without people just throwing darts.
Yeah, that's what I want to get you to do, because I like.
This. If you think you know it all, you answer this. What about this? What about this? It's like I'm speaking to a crowd and everybody. Answer my question. You better say it this way. I don't like it that way. It don't matter if you like it. It still is what it is, and that's a balance statement.
Right.
Your God said in your
that's
Bible,
what I want to do.
I am.
Because I like how you was answering some of those questions that you was getting cut off on. I'm like, oh yeah, he need his own space first, and then we can let people come in once you get your chance to explain, your point of view on a certain topic.
If I can, A1.
So yeah, what's your email? Or you don't use email?
Nah, I'm gonna keep it all the way real with you. You gotta contact me through DJ.
Okay, I'm gonna message her.
Put you on blast like that, DJ. Yeah. You gotta contact
No,
me,
I know how to contact her. I'll message her and then get your info from her. Appreciate you. Back to y'all, gentlemen. Back to you, ladies and gentlemen.
But not what I'm saying real quick, and I want to say this to DJ Genesis. Like this is probably a problem of mine, but I don't think so. So when somebody tell me something, I got to see where they got it from. And that's why I love the Most High so much, because our ancestors been put this down. So I'm not in a position to have some guy just come up to me and just start telling me stuff that sound good, which is what's happening with you. Because what I will ask you is, then what do you do if somebody come to you and start freestyling, but he's freestyling something totally different than what Oculus freestyling? So how can you say Oculus is right and this guy is not right? See, the Bible tells us reading too many books. Hold on, DJ Genesis. Hold on. The Bible tells us reading too many books will make you mad. So all what he's saying, it might sound good and it might tickle your ears, but that's just what it is. It's just fantasy, because this brother just said we created the sun. But go ahead.
That's your assumption that he got all his knowledge from a book. So the thing is that
I didn't say that.
No, you said reading too many.
No, I said reading too much will make you mad. That's just an overall hope of it.
Why would you make that statement if you're not talking about that he might have read some books?
If you want to catch more amazing rebuttals like that from Gideon Israel, make sure you tap in April 16th. That's the Thursday for this one.
Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's the queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Israel, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. In the arena of ideas.
And you will have to be a member, a $3.99 member, to watch that debate. So make sure you go subscribe to the members only section of the channel.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
April 16th, Gideon Israel. And back.
Can I say something? Can I say something about what Gideon said?
You gotta wait. It was on DJ Genesis and Gideon Israel, unless they yield the floor to you.
All right, so pretty much all that Ecclesiastics verse is saying is that endless study can exhaust you and still not give you ultimate answers. But everyone is not really reading the Bible. There is no end to knowledge, and chasing it nonstop can wear you down. That's what the summary of it really is. But the thing is that I don't think he's coming from a biblical standpoint. He's coming from the knowledge of oral traditions. Everything is not in a book and reading and things like this. So yes, sometimes knowledge is passed down, the information is passed down, and you take it in, and then you begin to have, based on your mental sharpness, your ability to figure things out, you come up upon your own understanding. So to say that reading too much or whatever is it makes you mad or crazy. Well, reading too little can make you stupid. So I would say this is that at the end of the day, all this stuff is relevant. It's just a matter of what level of it I would say your spiritual alignment is to be able to receive it. So you might not be in the receptive of that at this point, but sometimes the more that you the more that you grow, the more that you know, the more that you are open and receptive to the information. You just might not be receptive to it now. It does not mean that his information is him just reading too many books or looking into too many things. It's just about that he has reached whatever it is in his life to be able to impart whatever it was based in his life about what he sees, how things are. Everything can be true at the same time. people say that everything can't be, but actually it can be. That's the thing that people are missing.
But this what I was saying in regards to why I brought up photons. Photons is a quantum of light based on electromagnetic radiation, but has zero estimate. All of us on this platform have photonic energy inside of our bodies. That photonic energy is a contributing factor to our photonic energy, aka our souls, which makes the sun a portal, right, for our souls, right? Because anytime you see a soul or anything in any illustration, movie, or whatever, it's always illumination. Illumination is light. Light in particle forms will be photons. The reason why when a soul comes out of the body is able to move at the speed of light because it doesn't have resting mass anymore. The reason why your body is electro and magnetic, when you put those two forces together, it creates radiation, right? Reason why girls say, girl, you're radiating today. Or when you around and you talking and there's some certain type of peoples and they say, they come around and they're like, dang, these two N-words make me sick. Yeah, really am making you sick. And if you stick around too long, maybe you might get radiation sickness from the energies that electro and the magnetic force between those two people communicating, giving off radiation. Now, going back into the inception of the sun, I was trying to start things off with the beginning, the genesis of everything, right? The universe folded on itself. Dark matter folded on itself so it can come through its own self. Hence the reason why when you come out the womb, you're in triple darkness. The same thing that you find when you take your eyeballs in this dark time and you're looking out of space. That same force, that same antimatter is found inside of the woman's womb, right? That triple darkness again, which is the actual first light. Your inorganic light will be your synthetic light, which will be your sunlight. See, but they don't want to hear this though. Your organic light will be your darkness, because in darkness is the ultraviolet spectrum, the spectrum of light that we can't see with the human eye. So the first light will be what? Darkness. Hence the reason why when you die, maybe you should go into the darkness, the unknown, the first light, and not go into the light that everybody, quote unquote, say they see when they die. Or people that had near-death experience say, I saw the light. It ain't got nothing to do with no Jesus. It got a lot to do with those archons trying to convince you to come back into the light, because come back into the light, solidification. I want you to hear these words. Solidification brings about matter.
Right. Okay, so you said something interesting, archons.
Where's that philosophy from?
Wait, say it
I
again.
just don't remember where I heard it before in the past.
Wait, what was
It's
your question
Gnostic.
again?
He's talking about archons.
Hold on. I'm going to, hold on. Can you ask your question? Can you answer your question one more time? The dude who running the show.
The philosophy about the light and them being trying to trick you into.
Okay, I'll go into it.
Where's
It's
that philosophy
Gnosticism. It's
Oh,
not
that is
Gnosticism. It doesn't
Gnosticism.
start with an N. It starts with a G. You hear me? Okay, cool. Now, these archons, and the way I can speak on this is because I've been shot up. Been shot in the head, shot in the back. And if I cam up, I'll show you the gun wound. You know what I mean? All DJ got to do is say cam up. I'm a cam up. I'll show it to you myself. Died before. I died for about 18 minutes. When they pulled me out, I had the toe tag on me. This is what drove me, and where I'm from the Rack. This is what drove me into seeking out knowledge to make sense of what I experienced when I got shot up. If anybody want to know. This is what gave me the thirst for knowledge. Because I got shot up. They think I'm lying. Hold on, let me pull up the cam, man. Let me pull up. Can y'all see me? Can y'all see me?
Yeah,
Y'all
I can see you.
I ain't lying, you can't see it. 22 right here on the side of my head. I don't know if y'all can see that. Pull up the shoot. And pull up. See that right there? There's another bullet wound. I don't know if y'all can see it. Y'all see it?
We can see it.
Okay, so I'm not talking from a reference point of what, oh man, what I thought, what I think I seen, a book I read. This is what drove me for knowledge. Now, dealing with the darkness and dealing with understanding what light and darkness is. Both of them are light. Darkness is light, and light, photonic light is light. Both of them are light. You know what I experienced on the other side when I was over there in those archons, which was my grandmother and my grandfather, because what they do is light manipulation. The archons use light and manipulate light, convincing you that there are loved ones that has already transitioned to make you feel comfortable with coming.
That's what's up. I don't know if we can still hear you or if it's just me, but can I ask when you come back, what are archons? What you talking about when you say that?
You lost your sound, Oculus.
You know, because I can, you know, I appreciate what you saying and everything, bro, but like your boy said, bro, like your anecdotal, you know what I'm saying, experience, that's on you. But like when you bring it to the masses, it's gonna have to get scrutinized and it's gonna have to get evaluated. And
I mean, have you ever had a near-death experience? And I have. Have you ever had one?
I mean, yeah, I mean,
No.
yeah.
If you had one, it wouldn't be like it'd be like I have.
Yeah, I mean, I've had an experience
Have
like
you
that.
died? Have you died?
No, I never died.
Okay, so that's probably why you're not getting what he's saying.
Right, that's why it's anecdotal. You know what I'm saying? Experience. That's what I'm saying.
Because I believe in some aspects that I did die on one timeline and then continued on another one. So I don't believe I lived on that one. You know?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't take that from you.
And
That's your
like
experience.
changed, like everything that exists on this plane that was not on the other one. So I think that's what he's talking about is that, you know, he got shot in his head. You know what I'm saying? He experienced like a near-death experience. So it makes his whole aspect of understanding things a little bit slightly different than most people would see it. And that's why he speaks in the way he does, you know?
Right. But there's also people who had near-death experiences say they seen a white Jesus. So, you know, it's all what you want to believe, you know. But what I'm saying is the things that he's deducing from that experience, it just don't add up. You know what I'm saying? It sound good. I think that was GDA Capone. I think that was Manson said it. You know, that was GDA Capone. He has his words laid out. It's almost like a script. That's why you really can't get into when you go to questioning what he's thinking, he really can't break it down because then you got to break apart that script. But if you let him go once he get that running start, it's on, because then he's into his spiel. I need to break down. But I need to break down that spiel, like what's going on.
I'm back.
And when you break down that spiel, he said we creating sons.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you.
Mad because I get.
No, but I'm not mad, bro. I'm not, bro. I'm not. But it's just I'm damn near 50 years old, bro, and people are grown, and you know that.
Let me just say this. Can I ask you a question? Because a lot of things that he said, I'm not sure if you guys picked up on the things he said, but a lot of this information is Masonic information. Are you a Mason? What's your name? Gideon or whoever the person was talking? Are you a Mason?
Who, me?
Whoever's talking. Gideon.
Nah,
Gideon.
of course. Nah, Gideon's definitely not a Mason.
All right. So I believe that what's happening is that he's breaking down Masonic information, and what's happening is that's probably why there's a disconnect.
Facts.
I can definitely hear like that. He said several different cues letting people know that this is Masonic.
Yes, he said he was a traveling man.
Yeah, once he said he was a traveling man.
I'm waiting for anybody to say they're traveling.
He was a Mason.
I'm definitely finna check.
He was a Mason. He said he built up.
I'm finna see what part of Jacob ladder anybody on this platform that travel. Listen.
Can I have the floor? Can I have the floor, please?
Can I just go ahead? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I want to see any part of Jacob's ladder that anybody up here can climb. And this is what I'm talking about, control the world and it control you. I'm talking about everybody on this platform. So don't tell me about no dang on G-O-D, no God. See, when y'all talking about God in the colloquial sense of some dude made the moon and the stars, woo, these people running the world with the real God, which is a dog, backwards. Now y'all might say, that's just, you heard that off you. No, I didn't. Let's take it further. The word God is a dog. Hence the reason why you get your celebrities like Drake always talking about dogs, right? And when you go to church, what they do, they say, come on to the pulpit. Let me pray on you. Ain't that what a dog do? Ain't that what it do? It pray to eat, right? Because it comes from a wolf or a jackal.
No, they domesticated. They get fed.
Listen, but their ancestry comes from what? Their ancestry come from what? Wolves. And what wolves do to eat? They prey on you. You see now, so hold on, hear me out. Yeah, making sense now, huh? But it's all good.
Oh my God, bro! I could never get thrown by no Masonic.
But hold on, you guys are
word
laughing at Masonic information that probably.
Can we pass it around?
You know that. Let me just say this.
Going clean over there.
You know it's going straight over your head.
I
You know
wanted to
that you never really would. There was times when people was not even out here talking about this stuff, and how and the knowledge that they like and how they're when he's breaking down. This is stuff that people was not even privy to at one point. So the fact that he's breaking down Masonic information and you guys are laughing at it, it's like crazy to me, because there was a time when everybody thought they were like, oh, this is whatever, but he's actually telling you exactly what the Masons are saying and what they are with how they're breaking things down. And you guys think
what
it's
they
a joke.
really
Like,
mean.
well, hold on.
If they want me to, I came up with the Masonic Bible. What's happening?
All right, can we pass it around?
Yes, we know there's a Masonic Bible. There's also a Satanic Bible.
It's not about you knowing. It's about you understanding. When you're talking about something, the people who actually wrote your Bible. Listen. The people who wrote your Bible, right? If you follow the Bible, it's the King James, whatever you follow, right? I don't care if it's the Circle 7, the Quran. I don't care if it's the Bhagavad Gita. I don't care if it's the dang Holy Bible. The master architects of this reality actually wrote all of those books. The source code is in the Masonic Bible to decode the science that's in all of those books. So you telling me you follow a book? I don't know who the person was talking about, whoever was talking about Hebrew Israelites or God or whatever. You telling me you follow a book when the source code for the book is right here in my dresser.
It's really all over the place, man.
You see what I'm saying? You're right. It is all over the place. But signs and symbols actually.
Can we pass the mic?
Yeah, hold on. Before we pass the mic, man, I want to shout out No Love Drew, man. He's funny. He said, "Now the theists know how it feels." It was funny because when Gideon said anecdotal, you know, I'm unbiased, so I ain't jump in but he was right. But then it also made me think about every Christian who comes with a personal testimony, and then it made me look up the word to make sure that I was using it right. And I'm like, damn, okay. But I don't ever discredit anybody's personal experience because everybody from every religion, personal testimony.
It's anecdotal when it's not Christian, but it's their testimony when it's Christian.
DJ, when you was
everybody from every religion,
that means you're holding the
white
ball.
Jesus as an example. Hey, let everyone finish this figure.
I'll tell you the strongest.
Hold on, y'all. Let me finish.
Oh, my bad.
It's terrible.
My bad.
Look, so what I was seeing, that's why I cut people off is bad, make them lose their train of thought.
I'm sorry.
Damn.
I was hoping you wasn't going to say that.
Oh yeah, everybody from every religion has a personal testimony, and I just don't discredit it. I just put them all in the same category as sources that, like a source we can't use. Like, okay, bro, I know God talks to you, but we can't use that. Sorry. But when a Muslim tells me that God talks to me, we can't use that. But it goes back and forth with everybody. Muslims do it to the Christians do it to the Muslims, and vice versa. It's happening to you right now.
Broke down what a testimony actually is. Testimony means that you put your balls on it. Your testimony, your testimony. That is what that's a whole Masonic word. Testimony, testament.
It's testes,
testicles.
That
means that I'm willing to cut my balls off. This ain't true. So that's what this whole thing is about.
That's what that came from?
Yes.
Somebody share their screen. You got to share your screen and show me that.
Yes.
That's where it comes. That's where the word etymology. That's where it comes from. It means standing on your word.
Listen,
your testament.
Yes, it's a fact. This is why I said, this is the reason why I said people are using things that they think on the surface. Yes, they think they know what they're talking about. But when you get down to etymologies, when you get down to derivatives, when you get down to simile, syntax, when you get down to these things and you look in this book that I'm telling you about, this shit means something completely different. I asked the average adult, grown man, grown woman, I say, hey man, yeah, you a minority? And they be like, yeah, man, I'm a minority, man. I'm black. You know how they doing us out here? And I chuckle and I laugh to myself. I ask a grown person, I'll pay my bills, I'm a man. Or, girl, I can do whatever I want to do. I'm a grown woman. That's cool. But where's the knowledge? The word minority is anyone or anybody that's incapable of making decisions for him or herself. So when your government is calling you minorities, the only person in my house that's incapable of making adequate decisions for themselves is my son. They calling you a child, nigga. But see, nobody want to hear that though. So when I'm talking from one reference point, I'm talking about from knowing. I started off with saying, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not believing, I'm not guessing, I'm not, Jesus did told me this and no. But all of y'all books and y'all reference points, I said they get stopped and stagnated by the books. It come from my book. And that's just one reference point of school of thought that I have studied.
What's your book?
Hey.
That's one book. I just told you. The Bible, the true Bible, the true architect. And that's the Masonic Bible.
Can I get in here, man?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And I'll pass it right to you, Hercules, after I ask them these questions, but I want to make a few statements, some of the things that was said. For one, Gnostic the G is silent. So it's not Gnostic with an N. It's G-N. The G is silent. That's one thing. Last thing you said, my son, yes, Mason, they say, yes, it is my son. So, yes, that is your child. So you admitting that you is a Mason and saying you're a traveler, you admitting that you're a child in your own rhetoric, right? Another thing, the sister DJ Genesis and to the brother, y'all was mentioning that it's not in a book, but oral tradition comes from written tradition, right? The reason why it was orally the reason why it was orally transferred is because people traveled around. They migrated. So things had to be passed down verbally and then written down again. But it comes from written tradition. Even the Kemetic teachers show you that. The things is written on the wall. It was written on the wall first. Right? When you come into this life, first thing, this is the way knowledge goes. You use your eyes, you see. Once you open your eyes, you see things. What the people did, they looked up and saw the stars and they wrote things down that they saw in the stars. So saying that this stuff, and then the brother said he admitted that he's a Mason, and the sister agreeing with him, but in Masonry, you have to read a gang of books. Like y'all contradicting yourself. But then you saying, oh, it's oral tradition. Even the E5, even though they have an oral tradition, it came from a written tradition.
Incorrect. You don't know what you're talking about.
All right. What's your name? Gideon. The fallen angel, the fallen angels. Is that information written down for us to understand?
Yeah.
About the 200 celestial beings that came to the earth and taught people things.
Yeah, it's definitely written down.
Case closed. But man, y'all saying it sounds good because it's different. I'm from the land. It sounds good because it's a different school of thought. Everybody not knowing Masons are a society with secrets, right? They quote unquote not secret society. They're a society with secrets. So they use certain words and terms and concepts that we use commonly to symbolize something greater. That's all it is. It's not that mystical, man. It's not no science. They're making that stuff up for their organization. It's just like anything that you join, right? You're gonna have certain code words, certain lingo that only you and your people understand. That's initiated. That's all that stuff is, and it goes back to ancient traditions before it was even Masons.
Okay, can
Now,
I
you
can
are
I actually say this?
oversimplifying
Yes.
things.
Yeah.
Hold
So the
on.
reality. Hold on. Can I just say this? I don't
Go
know. Give
ahead.
me 2 minutes of it. Can I
Y'all
say this?
go. Y'all
The
go. Y'all
idea
go.
is this: is this reality?
And
Let's
then it's on
not use.
Hercules.
Hold on. Let's not use words for what we think they mean, or what Masons say they mean, or what have you. The words are a GPS locator to this reality. So we're not going to say what we think words mean, what we kind of believe they mean, or what we was taught they mean. We're going to use words for what they actually mean. And if you don't actually know what a word means, then that's on you. Don't get mad if somebody else know what it actually means. Because anything I say, the host of this channel can look what I'm saying up, and I guarantee you it ain't. So what you think this mean? No,
Okay,
it ain't what you
wait,
think.
because you did when it explained this to me, because you said GPS located. If you would have left it at GPS, I could rock with you. What you said our words are a GPS located. Did you just mean GPS? You just misspoke. Can you hear me?
Nah, my brother, that's the way he had to say it. Green eggs, red grape. How you boys? Yeah. Well,
He said our words are
Can I say something real quick?
I've heard the phrase our words are GPS to life, but I meant
Yeah, it is.
not
And
to
can I
locate,
just,
but to navigate. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, DJ Genesis.
the craziest thing I just ever heard is on this panel where this guy said that things were written before they were ever passed down orally, and that is absolutely insane because he was a baby before, and before he ever wrote anything down, his mother taught him how to speak, and would communicated with him perfectly clear without writing anything down. He didn't learn how to write probably until he was 5 or 6 years old, until it was time to learn how to write. So let's really get, and all you do is when you go to school is get what? You go to your elementary element, you get your degree. All those things are Masonic terms, okay? So the bottom line is that you don't even realize that even going to school is a Masonic thing. You get your degree, you get your different grades. You're in the third grade, the first grade, the fifth grade, whatever grade, and you're going through a whole Masonic thing, even when you go to school.
Thank
and
you.
here's another thing. Let me also break this whole thing down. So there's a whole Masonic thing, even in your education system. But to say that things were passed down written before they were ever passed down orally is insane. The first thing you learn how to do is speak. And then you learn you cry. Then your mom teaches your mama data, and then after that then you learn little small little words, and then you learn how to write things down and speak and put those things into a context, and you go through your Masonic ritual of school, first grade, second grade, third grade, whatever. That's why even Elijah Muhammad said I have a third grade education. He's talking about Masonic. He was a third degree Mason.
He was a master.
So
Yes.
a master Mason. So here's the thing. Is that we have to because a lot of times we say masonry, we demonize that and make that into something like this terrible thing, but we don't even realize that we're actually the whole education.
But this is the problem. This is the problem for me.
But I'm not done. I'm not done. I wasn't done talking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was landing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll land my plane. So, oral tradition. Okay. The biggest oral thing is sound and vibration. Even God itself said that what does it say in the Bible? Let there be light. Sound creates frequency. It creates it moves things. It creates a resonance that makes creation even happen. So therefore, everything even has a sound, and it has.
But you're piggybacking off the Bible.
No, it's not piggybacking.
Yeah, because that's where you're getting it from, and that's the problem with what you're saying, Genesis. So you being Ephah.
No,
hold on. This is what I'm saying. This reckoning to me. I'm gonna give it right back to you. I'm giving it right back to you. But
it existed way before the Bible existed. Later on, Ephah existed
way existed or way before or later on. Which one?
No, I said Ephah has existed way before, thousands of years before any Bible was ever created. Sir, sorry. So you can never
but what I'm saying is you're drawing from the Bible. You said you was using a verse out the Bible to verify what you were saying, and that's the problem with what I'm saying.
No, here's the thing. I was trying to identify what the guy said about what he was talking about in Ecclesiastes,
right? You're back. No,
and testimony, and that's where I brought Ecclesiastes into what the real.
I'm not talking about Ecclesiastes.
So
when you was backing up what the brother Oculus was saying
about
you
testimony
said,
and testifying,
yeah,
what he said
about the
he's
word.
giving his anecdotal experience, and I brought up testimony and how people would give their testimony in the Bible in biblical terms, and that is putting your, no,
I'm talking about the word. When you said sound, that's what I'm saying. When you was talking about sound and all that.
In the Bible is the only place that they talk about like sound resonance.
So why are you grabbing from the Bible? That's what I'm saying.
I'm not
if
grabbing
it's
from
other
the Bible.
places, go to the other place.
Why do you get? Because I can pull from Buddhism. I can pull from Hinduism. I can pull from all that. But I'm hearing a bunch of Bible believers. So I'm trying to identify and talk on your level about what you.
No, but you're talking to people
if I talk
who say
about
the Bible is real. You saying the Bible isn't real.
If I talk about
so
the
use
Bible,
the real sources.
Bhagavad Gita, and I say, well, in the Bhagavad Gita is
because we gonna chop it up because it don't make sense in the end.
No, because you want to interrupt me because you're not trying to hear what I'm saying. I am talking on the level where you can understand exactly the point I'm trying to make, but you're being defensive because I'm bringing up the Bible. But I don't have to bring up the Bible. I can talk 100% E5 and you won't understand the fucking thing I'm saying. So that's why I'm bringing it to a thing of a thing.
No, please talk to us in E5. If you're saying E5 is the way, stop going back to the Bible.
Why? Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to stop doing.
I'm saying, you can do it.
That's a mistake you're making.
You
Don't tell
can
me what
do
I'm
it.
doing.
You can do it, but I'm saying it just logically doesn't make any sense.
Because I can go.
I'm not. I'm just pointing it out.
Be able to like point out and show where sound resonance and everything comes from. I can use the Bible. I can use the Torah. I can use the Bhagavad Gita. I can use the Taoism. You guys just got finished talking about Taoism. No one came up here and told you to stop using Taoism. So what the hell are you talking about? Why all of a sudden I gotta tell me what I can say?
So I just want to say.
Oh, well, y'all got all the way into Taoism. Come on now, bro. You know what?
American
Buddhist monk. What are you talking about?
Let me get in.
Hold on. Go ahead. I just wanted to respond to some of the things she said.
Well, let me.
Go ahead.
Capone, you gonna be short?
No. GDA Capone, you can't go because you already made him wait once, and he still ain't went.
All right, so
you next up, GDA.
Yeah, so it was a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You guys were saying. I think it's funny. You know what I'm saying? Y'all bring up Mason bullshit. As a kid, I remember my 20s, man. People would bring up the Mason stuff, man. I used to laugh at them Bammers because it wasn't nothing new to me, and I already stood it. You know what I'm saying? I read the books, but I could care less. Like, so what, nigga? like how's that helping you pay your bills, nigga? You know what I'm saying? They talk about this Mason stuff, but anyway, I'm just kind of disappointed.
What exactly were they talking about when they talk about?
Hold up. I'm kind of disappointed. I mean, I understand where the guy was coming from. Was it Ocular? Is Ocular his name?
Oculus.
I understand where he was coming from when he was talking about us being apart, being well from the African point of view. That's why I'm disappointed, DJ, because from an African point of view, we would not say. I've never heard no one say that we are gods, that we are God. You know what I'm saying? They say we are a part of the Creator. You know what I'm saying? It's as above, so below. One part is equal to the whole. That's the whole point. You seeing fractal patterns in African communities. When they build their communities, it's built in the fractal because one part is equal to the whole. And that's what they see. And that's how they see it. We are equal. We are one part. We are one part aspect of the Creator. We are not the Creator itself. You know what I'm saying? So we on that level, when he said, when they ask you, how can you create the sun? And you said, we've been here for millions of years. You don't know how long we've been here. That's true. We know we could go back, you know what I'm saying? In our souls, when our physical body dies, but our souls remain. And we go back to the source and we come back here. You know what I'm saying? And it's a reciprocal process. It's a repeated process that goes on. However, like I said, in the traditions that I've been studying, no one's ever said that we are the Creator. They just say we are a part of the Creator. That's how they see it. And from an African point of view, we like you as he was trying to explain it, that like I said, that's the only disappointment. That's the only part I would disagree with. I would say that we are part of the creator. We come from that source, and we all are one. It's all, everything is one. Everything comes from there. And so that's what I'm seeing it as. That's what I see it as from a traditional African point of view.
And could I ask a logical question for what you just said? Just a question, please, if you don't mind.
Let him land though, and then you next. Well, yeah, you respond, and then GD and Capone next.
So
go ahead. You got it.
I understand, because I understand you have your philosophy. Like you say, you have your PhD in psychology, and a lot of people who got their PhD, they come up with their own understanding of their worldview, and they break it down. And so, yeah, I understand how, because I was, like we was all confused where we was coming from. But once you said you had your PhD, I was like, oh, okay, that means he been studying this for a while, and he came up with his own point of view, and he got his resources and stuff like that. He's given his own philosophical point of view on what's on. And I find it interesting. It's like people always, I think in modern times now, everybody wants to try to connect what people in traditional African spirituality have always said, and it's never been different. Now they want to try to connect, these different, their religions and beliefs to the same stuff that we always been saying, that our ancestors been saying for thousands of years. And so another part that Genesis was correct, brother, that, the spoken word comes first, then the written word comes. So in African communities, when you look back traditionally, it was more, that oral tradition came first. And you could go over there today. I lived in West Africa. My dad passed away over there. So you can meet the elders, you can meet Babalaos who could recite stuff, thousands and thousands of verses, because they're trained that way. So the oral was always first, and then they wrote stuff down. So I just want to, we can have that clear up and stuff. So
okay, cool. Well, let me ask you a logical question, right?
Go ahead.
Are you a man?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a man. Okay, you have a father?
Yeah, had. Yeah.
Okay, so let's imagine if you're in transition. Let's imagine that your father is still alive in this moment. Okay? So you, your father, let's say you, your father, and your mother all live together, right? Let's say at this point, your father transitioned. Right? So he was the man of the house, right? Would you agree with that? If he was alive, he would be the man of the house, right? Everybody logically would agree with that. The man of the house, right? We all go with that, right?
Just keep going. Keep going.
Oh, yeah, ask your question, man.
Hey, I get it, but don't rush me, please. The idea behind what I'm saying, and I told you that we was God, if in monotheistic sense, right, people say God is their father, right? We know logically that a man, when his father transitioned, he becomes the man of the house. I just want y'all to hear this logically. Don't use your emotions to hear what I'm saying. Use your brain. My question becomes, if God is people's fathers, at what point, just like physically, your physical father had to take a back seat and eventually you become the man of the house. At what point do God take the back seat and you become who? See, cognitive dissonance is going to set in right now, because what your logical mind want to tell you, at what point do God take the back seat and I become God? Versus you telling yourself, no, I can't become God.
Okay, wait, you're cutting me off, brother. You're cutting me off. You said you had a question, but you're going into a paragraph now.
Yeah. Okay.
You said you had one question.
You're not allowed to
he said he had a question.
But you just got finished rambling too.
I wasn't finished. I wasn't finished.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, King Hercules hasn't spoken all night, actually. Well, I ain't gonna say all night, but
wait. So your question? So was your question? It was at what point does the son becomes the father?
Basically, yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Because people are trying to tell me in regard, I don't know if it was you, because y'all, only the host and DJ don't sound the same to me. The rest of y'all sound the same to me.
Okay.
I was trying to say, y'all telling me that I said that we gods. And I'm trying to show you, and I'm using logic, right? Because if it's so above, so below, so below, so above, At what point do God or your God take the back seat and you become God if God is your father? Just like naturally we know if your father transition or your father leave the house, you become the man of the house. See, when you use logic, logic is going to separate from cognitive dissonance.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the question, the answer.
So yeah, so again, from an African point of view, you don't become the creator. You know what I'm saying? Because we are, like you said, we are the creator, but we're a small aspect of the creator itself. So when you pass, your spirit returns to the source. If you've done everything you were supposed to do here on the planet, and DJ Genesis explained Iwe Pile, if you've done that, then you return, you'll become your soul returns to the source, and you become a Netaru. You become the Orisha. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that you're becoming a God itself, because you're not going to become the creator itself. You know what I'm saying? We can't do that, period.
Okay.
We're
No
aspects
problem.
of it. Okay.
No,
So
okay.
I'm just saying the philosophy, I understand where you're coming from. I understand it. And I kind of, like I said, I agree with it, except for that small part. Because I see us as an aspect of the creator. We are aspects of it. We're not the creator itself.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Anybody
saying?
else?
So that's my only disagreement with what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
No problem.
You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate
I understand
the
that part of it.
response. Anybody else want to give a
Right.
shot at
It
it?
sounds like
Anybody else
Real
want to give a shot at it?
Tomorrow is separate from his creation. He does not have any part.
It's all the same.
Anybody else want to give a shot at it? Because he answered, I'm not going to dismiss what he said. I'm not going to talk down to him, derogatory, nothing. Anybody else want to give a shot at it logically?
No. A1, you was trying to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say it sounded like King Hurt. Just kind of really disagree. Do you disagree with the terminology? Because you would agree that we are like all pieces of the paper. Like,
yeah, we're all pieces of the
everything up
paper.
to that point until you call ourselves. But we would. I think your distinction. I think
Cognitive dissonance.
I think the distinction is trivial, but if
okay, hold on. Cognitive dissonance is setting in. Hold on. Host of the panel.
we can't call ourselves God because we're peace, but hold on.
Hold on. Yeah. I know it's setting in. Look.
We can't call ourselves. He's saying we can't call ourselves God because we're a peace, but when we all come together, then that's God.
Cognitive dissonance.
How can you go back, return to God, and become part of God and not be one with God? Like,
all I'm gonna ask the host of the panel to do is look up the word.
Let me answer A1.
Please. Could I just say one thing real quick?
Wait, he asked me a question.
I got you. I'm just say this to the while you answering the question. I'm gonna just say this to the dude who running the show. Can you look up cognitive dissonance? And I want you to read it to yourself. This is what they're facing when I just asked that logical question. Read it to yourself, and it's gonna make you laugh listening to their response. But then DJ's response is gonna make you laugh.
Go ahead.
King
Eric. Oh, I'm familiar with cognitive dissonance. Got you.
Yeah. I forgot what the question was now. I forgot.
What's the question?
DJ.
Wait.
Sadiq, go ahead,
Cognitive dissonance.
Sadiq hasn't spoken all night either. How you feeling, Sadiq?
Man, I'm feeling pretty good, brother. How you doing tonight? How you doing, fam? How everybody doing?
I'm doing amazing tonight. Thanks for asking.
Doing good.
For sure. What's going on, Monica? How you doing today?
Hey, what's up? Thank you for saying my government.
Why you saying her government on the
my government name? My government.
It's either DJ or Genesis. That's it.
Yeah.
It's just okay. It wasn't intentional. It wasn't in bad faith, right?
Don't say my address next to Sadiq.
You have a preference, and I use DJ Genesis. I used to call you DJ Genesis, right? I usually just called you off the top of my what came first.
It's okay. We be
I
on
know
Facebook.
it's sensitive. Yeah, I remember next time. Trust me. All right. So what's the scenario? What's going on? What's the question?
We're talking about cognitive dissonance and the how God. Okay, there's one God, and then we are all parts of God, right? So, therefore, we are God, right? That's what the argument is that he's one person is saying that no, God is
Genesis.
separate.
I just want him to look up cognitive dissonance and read it to the panel. Because a lot of people gonna postulate, they're gonna gesticulate in conversation, they're gonna make it look like they know what I'm talking about, but in reality, they don't know what they're talking about.
The mental discomfort experienced when holding conflicting beliefs, values, or attitudes when behaviors contradict existing beliefs. So the mental discomfort experienced when holding conflicting beliefs, values, or attitudes, or when behaviors contradict existing beliefs.
DJ, can you read that in slow motion a little bit slower for everybody?
Nah, I think we got it, bro.
Yeah, we got that. That's what's the scenario? Yeah, what's going on? We know the definition. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Y'all know the definition.
But that doesn't.
Cool.
But that doesn't
So what
equate
I'm saying,
to African spirituality, though.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, anybody that's listening to what people on the platform other than me, Genesis or the panel, because the dude who run the show, listen to what I'm saying. They saying asking me questions about Masonic. Ooh, I didn't say that was one school of thought that I was in. I'm in different schools of thought. But the idea behind that Masonic talk is that y'all are participating and agreeing if y'all referencing that Bible back to that Masonic talk. So y'all can't call me no lie. And the cognitive dissonance sets in when I ask a logical question. It contradicts your what? Beliefs. Again, I started off when I came into the platform and said, I'm dealing from a knowing perspective, a belief perspective.
Just because Masonry uses the Bible doesn't mean that the Bible is
Masonry don't use the Bible. The Bible use Masonry.
That's in the general aspect of it. Like, you broaden the scope, right? When you talk about building the universe is built, it's you have to put things in its proper perspective. See, in Masonry, everything is general, so you can say that in a general sense, right? Like, does what Masonry just mean to build? Well, there was builders. God, he built the universe, created the universe. So yeah, you can use that, but the Bible is very specific, right? The even African spirituality is very specific, right? Specific. So we're not using general terms when we talking about God. You know what I'm saying? We are being specific. We being specific, right? Specific. And yeah, so that's another thing. So that's one thing. Genesis, about the whole writing thing. First you say we primordial and we've been here, but then you give an analogy or an example about us, about a mother teaching a child how to speak or write or whatever. But if you understand where writing comes from the celestial. So things was written down. It's still written down in the stars, right? This is the first form of knowledge.
I don't think you understand what primordial.
Can I finish?
I apologize. You're right.
Let me get to it. The first form of writing came from people mimicking what they saw above. That's why they say as above, so below. It's different, and there's different nuances in between all that. Now, what the Masons do, they take those things and make them symbolic to reality, because they know that it's a relationship, it's a tether, right? They understand that. This is what science is explaining with the strong force, weak force. That's what Taoism is, the yin and the yang, the balance, and all this. All this stuff is talking about the cosmos. But y'all trying to make it relative to us fleshly humans, right? So and that's the disconnect that I get, because we not in control of anything, right? Because if we was, we would be in way more better situations. We'll be teleporting to whatever galaxy we want to teleport to, physically.
Speak for yourself.
We'll be moving. Hold on. We'll be moving time back and forth.
Hold on. I gotta interrupt. Stop, DJ.
Hold on.
Let him finish, y'all.
We'll be spitting out mimics of ourselves. We'll be growing limbs when our limbs are broken or separated from our body or something. You know what I'm saying? Amputated. These are the things that we'll be doing. So we don't have that power. Nobody have that power to do that. So this is what I'm saying with the whole Christian thing. A lot of people is damaged from church hurt, right?
these doctrines that the church taught them and everything. Yes, America is built off masonry. Who don't know that? So when you say elementary degrees and all this stuff, the language arts that they teach you, the liberal arts and all that, we already know all that comes back, all that goes back to ancient teachings, right? Which was the first, which was taught by celestial beings that came down here onto this physical plane, and that's all we trying to say, right? So this whole, all these different schools of thought is saying the same thing, but people just they take what they want out of it and then they form their own thing. I can do this. The same thing you saying, Dr. York said it. Before him, somebody else said it before him. Before him, somebody else said it before them. It's all the same thing, man, but y'all be mixing it up and jumbling it and doing all this other thing. The Bible is specific of what it's talking about. It's not talking about masonry. I'm going to land there. That's just like saying Ephah or the Comedics is talking about masonry. When they had a name for people that was masons, that was builders, the Phoenicians.
What does masonry mean?
Masonry means to build. You thought I didn't know that? The G stands for geometry. The geometry.
Wasn't Jesus a carpenter? Wasn't Jesus a carpenter?
Sister, that's a skip. So listen. That's what they call formal masonry, right? You talking about I forgot what they call it. Speculative, right? So that's a whole nother thing. So the geometry is the representation of the celestial, because what the celestial bodies are they're 3D, but they're a projection of a 4D. Right, so when we see it, it's 2D. The best way that the people that understood this stuff could write it down was in 2D shape, because that's how you will see it. So I'm done, man. I'm done. I went for a while. Y'all got it.
But what's confusing to me is when I'm listening to DJ Genesis affirm everything Oculus is saying, and Oculus is going back to the Freemason Bible. It's still the Bible, even though they corrupt it and do whatever inside their lodges. But as just like what they present to the public, they're presenting the Bible with added additions, but it's still the Bible. So DJ Genesis, I'm just trying to correlate, like, how can you even agree with anything he's saying, or rather, how can you say that anything he's saying you can stand on when he's standing on the Bible, even if he doesn't know it? And as far as Freemasonry, it actually started out as guilds. They actually get the concept from Egypt, but they take it from like a Phoenician standpoint, meaning that in the beginning, all these sciences and all these forms of labor were restricted to guilds. They were strictly kept from like public knowledge. So it started as masonry guilds. And then from masonry, the Europeans, they didn't, they took it to being Freemasonry, meaning it just was more than about different guilds. It was just about just a brotherhood. So yeah, but I just don't understand, DJ Genesis, how you can be amen in everything he's saying when he's standing on a Freemason Bible, which is just a corrupted version of the Bible.
She must be an Eastern Star.
No, I'm not. So, well, my understanding is that in Africa you have different secret societies. You have the Max Society, you have the Babalaos, which are like the what they call them, the father of secrets. You have Iyanifa, the mother of secrets, and so the bottom line is that like Africa, especially in priesthood, is filled with secret societies. And all a Masonic order is a secret society. So therefore, I can understand what a secret society is. And even though, might not be a Mason, but, my grandfather was a Mason. So I understand what a secret society is. And I knew when he was saying certain things and he was giving information that normally would be a secret in a secret society. So therefore, I was saying, you guys are not even seeing that he's showing y'all. But everyone is really focused on, like, everybody's really everybody's defensive because the Bible, everyone wants to defend their understanding of the Bible, but secret societies are throughout everything.
Right. So I'm not gonna say you're confused, but what you're saying to me is confusing. But go ahead.
Okay, what is confusing about what I said?
Like you're living with so many contradictions. And it's funny because hold on, I'm saying you're saying what's funny. I'm saying what's confusing.
Hold on, you don't gotta scream at her. You don't gotta scream at her. Go ahead.
Okay,
Everybody can talk normal.
You asked me what was confusing. I'm about to tell you. What's confusing is you're living with a lot of contradictions. And it's funny because when a person stand on the Bible and the Bible alone, y'all like look at the smallest contradiction in the Bible, but you're spanning ideologies and its contradictions. So what I'm saying is, if you're saying, so what Oculus is presenting to me, like what he's telling me, you know what I'm saying? He's coming from Gnosticism, Freemasonry, and all this here. Freemason, he keeps referring to the book. And I asked him, what is the book? He said the Freemason Bible. So the Freemason Bible.
He lying, y'all. I want everybody to realize he lying. I never said the Freemason Bible.
What is the book? What is the book you keep talking about when you said it's in the book?
I'm saying the book that actually helped write your Bible.
What is the book? That's what I'm saying, but what is the book?
The book, oh yeah, it's a Mason Bible now.
I'm gone. I'm done, bro. I'm done. I'm literally done.
No. Y'all see y'all laughing. Hold on. Y'all laughing.
Go ahead, DJ Genesis. Keep listening to what he's telling you. I'm done. I should have been done when he said we created the sun, but it's just he keeps begging the question.
Hold on. Wasn't there a Bible that was in Ethiopia that existed way before the Bible that you're talking about, King James?
DJ. I'm saying the book that they are referencing. If it's the Bible, if it's the sun.
I think you hit the mute button, Oculus.
Yeah, there's an Ethiopian Bible.
Ethiopian
Bible collection of books.
Oculus, your thing went mute, but so I don't know if he's still talking. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Because I can't.
That's all I was saying, DJ Genesis. You know what I'm saying?
You're
it's
saying
like
that I'm coming from different because you don't understand how I can understand what he's saying. Is that what it is?
No, what I'm saying is a red apple can't be orange. So if you're saying that you're Babylao and you're Ifa tradition and you're coming from a West African, spiritual standpoint, a Freemason, first of all, is nothing but a Christian. Even though they say, long as you believe in a God, most of them, have been like, most of the Masons I know, they're Christians and they stand on the Bible. They have the Bible in their lodges, even though I think they do a lot of corrupt and sinister things with it, but they still put that forward. So with you like saying like the things he's saying people need to listen to, you need to really see where he's coming from. He's coming from a corrupted form of the Bible, but he's still coming from the Bible. And your ideology rejects the Bible, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm just trying to see.
No, that's your mistake. My ideology does not reject the Bible. It does not reject the Quran. It does not reject Buddhism. It does not reject Native American belief. It doesn't reject anything.
So Yahweh is the creator then?
No, what?
No, I'm asking you. So Yahweh is the creator.
He slid that one in there quick. That was funny.
Okay. By another name. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
There might be by another name in Ifa, it's Olodumare. I think that in your thing it would be the same thing would be probably El, or I'm not sure. There's different like levels of the creator. Like there's Yahweh. Right. If Yahweh is the one God that created everything, that would be Olodumare in our belief. But here's the thing: I would say this. So you're saying that okay, in that language, in Hebrew, it's Yahweh. In Yoruba, it's Olodumare.
So let me ask you something. Is it a representation of Olodumare? I probably said the name wrong. But
Olodumare.
again, yeah, is it a physical representation of that entity?
No.
So there's no nobody has a representation in a home of Olodumare?
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, and she would be correct on that. But this is what I'm saying, because I would even go so far as to say that Olodumare is Yahweh. But where you and I disagree at, because I even, from what I've seen and what I've read into, ephod tradition is nothing but a derivation of the ephod that we see in the Old Testament, because that's divination as well. So I'm not gonna fight against you with that, because I do see that could be a possibility. But what we differentiate at is that you denounce the story that Yahweh gives us in the scripture.
What is
that's the
what
problem.
story did I denounce? What story did I denounce? Which one?
PJ Genesis. Come on now. Like,
what story did I denounce? Which one?
Yeah, you. I mean, are you denying the covenants?
What
right?
covenant?
The covenants that was given to the Old Testament and the New Covenant, the New Testament. You deny those. So by you denying those,
I deny the covenants. I don't even know what the covenants are. Explain to me what the covenants are, and I'll tell you if it's denied.
so do you believe the children of Israel made a covenant with the Most High?
Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe, possibly, they made a covenant. I'm not gonna yes, they probably did. Yeah.
Okay, so you do believe in what's written down in the Bible?
What I believe in is that there's people. Listen, that's almost like an asking a Buddhist. Do you believe in meditation? Yeah, I believe that you can meditate. Yeah. Do I believe that the Hebrew Israelites made a covenant with God? Yeah, if they say that they did, yeah. Like, I'm over here saying that I'm not like judging, saying that y'all did or didn't do anything. Yeah. If y'all say that y'all did it, I believe, well, okay, y'all must have did it. That my job is not here to judge and take anything away from what you guys have done. That's not my job as a practitioner of E5. No.
I'm curious. I want to know, dude, because I read Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, right? And I want to know, dude, is this Masonic Bible? Is this Albert Pike philosophy that he was spreading, right? With his
Oculus is
he was a 33 degree Mason. Albert Pike was. And he had this philosophy. Yeah, so I want to know. I'm curious to see
if Oculus come back and
Bible is it based off Albert Pike.
I practice EVA. I don't practice. Oculus is the only one that could go into the Masonic stuff. I'm not a Mason, so there's no one here unless they're a Mason that can answer that question. I'm not a Mason. I practice EVA. I can answer any question you have about E5 and whatever, but I don't know nothing about.
I have a question. And one more thing that real quick. Masons are Gnostics. That was my last assertion.
Go ahead, DeBat.
My question, and you know me, I'm a Muslim, and I'm studying on that, but like, I have to ask this because. Because you mentioned the Yoruba people, so I have to ask this. Are you Yoruba?
According to my DNA test, yeah, I am.
Okay. And I just wanted, because I don't know. I know that my grandfather was Yoruba. I just never met him because he was dead before I was born and all that. But I don't know a lot of the traditions back home. I only know the stuff from my grandmother, a little bit of stuff that I learned by the time I was 5 from my grandmother from Haiti. So but it's nice to hear stuff about my people. So I would like to know more actually, even though it probably won't change my belief, but I would like to know about.
That's the thing about no one's trying to change your belief. You know what I was told when I got initiated is go to church. You know, your ancestors went to church and they want you to go to church. So I can go to a church, I can go to a synagogue, I can go to a mosque, I can go to a Buddhist temple. There's no like in Ifa, it's not like a Christian thing where it's like we're going against anything. You know, we believe it's all Ifa anyway. We believe it's all the knowledge of the creator, and that is whatever, you know, it's all like one. So yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not here judging you as a Muslim, you as a Christian, you as a Torah believer, Hebrew Israelite, you as an atheist. I'm not judging anybody. I'm here with an open heart and open mind, just to share what I know about things, you know.
I'm a Muslim, but yes, I must ask because I'm also Yoruba. That's why that's the thing I'm saying. Like I feel like knowing about my people is essential to knowing about myself. You feel me? That's all.
Well, hit me up in the back and I can point you in some directions, you know, about finding out some information. But I'm not over here trying to campaign and be a missionary, you know. If it calls you, if you're interested, I'll point you in some directions, but I'm not like an evangelist about it. You know, people ask me questions, I answer the questions to the best of my ability. What I do know, you know, there's some things I don't know. I don't know everything. You know, Ifa is something that is so big. Like just one Odu, like it took like 100,000 pages, just to get through like one Odu. So there's a lot of information. So if you know what the scriptures of Ifa is, so that's like how vast the library is. So
yeah, one more thing I want to say about the writing. When we look into like the most ancient petroglyphs and stuff, we see writing, we see images, symbols, and stuff like that. This is how people communicate what they saw by actually making a image or representation of it. So that's why I say writing. Everything came from the writing first, and then because people had to, you know, migrate and everything, they relayed the stories what they could through tradition.
no offense, but that's not how it happened in
West
Africa. That's not how it went down. So
if
you want me to explain to you how it went down, I can tell you, but that's not what happened.
So explain like the NASA skylines or some of the petroglyph, the cave art that we see in some of these caves, yeah, or even the hieroglyphics.
Okay, so do you think these people were not like communicating with each other before they wrote things onto the pyramid? You think they were just like silent and not saying anything to each other? They just was walking around.
I didn't say that.
They just was writing it down, and then people would just go into the pyramids and read it, and then they would know what their loved one was saying to them every day. Like every single day, they go to the pyramid, read off the thing, and know what. Come on now, we have to understand that we communicate every single day with each other through sound. We sing songs to each other. Sound is the first resonance that ever exists. Light, sound, all those things existed way before anything was written. Period.
So if that's the case, then the oral tradition should be sound. It should be beat, movement. That's what it should be. It shouldn't be.
The actual oral tradition is done through song. It's done in song format. That's why it's done through vibration and sound and song. Drums, sound and song, repetitive.
But if that's the case, the oral tradition, it should be through beats. In vibration, not through words.
It's through words, beats, and vibration. It's done through all that.
But not through words that have a context and that means something.
Listen. Everything can be true at the same time. It doesn't have to be. See, here's the thing: is that with certain things, it has to be one or the other. And in reality, everything could be true at the same time. Everything could be true. Here's the thing. There could be a person singing songs, During an initiation, there could be a person playing the drums during initiation. There could be a person writing things down. But if you actually, the actual information and knowledge like passed down is done in song format. That's why you're able to remember it. You sing the songs over and over again. If I asked you, Mary Had a Little Lamb, I bet you could like sing it. You know the notes and everything. That's how the Odu Ifa is. It's passed down in song format. Period. That's how it's done.
So in the Maxims of Patah, it says, these are the words of the great scribe Ptahhotep, who listened to the Naters. Wait, who listened to the ancestors? No, these are the words of Ptahhotep, who listened to the ancestors, who listened to the gods, or the words from the ancestors who listened to the Netters, to the Netteru. So that stuff had to be written down once they heard it from the divine.
No, it wasn't. So let me explain something to you. Okay, all right. The word Ifa, right? Do, re, mi, fa, Ifa. These are notes, song, sound, frequency, resonance. Ifa, sol, la, ti, do. It's sound. It's actual like song. Everything in everything that's done, there is a song for it. There is a beat for it. And that's when you know what I'm saying, and that's how they are able to pass down their oral tradition and remember it. And I swear to goodness, I bet you there's a song that you know that you were taught when you were 5 years old that you still remember now. And that's all it is. You are, well, you're lying.
That through repetition.
Pretty Young Thing. What is the chorus to it? I want to love you. Pretty young thing. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody know. And you know what I'm saying? Now imagine if I actually tried to like learn what the words were. You know, I didn't like learn those things, but what they did is that they took the verses of the actual E5 and it's in a song format. The actual language of the Yoruba people is a tonal language. Everything has a tone. Even when they speak, it's like almost like they're singing. So everything is done in a song format. With drums, that they have a thing called the talking drum. The drum actually itself begins to make and sound like it's talking. And it sounds similar to the actual tone of how people talk in that region. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing is that, I mean, I get it, you know, to think that everything had to be written down at first. It's just not logical.
Well, when you understand who I'm talking about,
you're putting the cart before the horse.
The Greeks called the Chaldeans, right? They was like from Mesopotamia. Some of them was in like Egypt. I think they called them the Naharine or something like that. These was people of the East that understood the language of the stars, or they knew how to understand they had a certain understanding about the celestial movements, stuff like that. And they wrote things down in books, in tablets and stuff.
Later on, it wasn't written down at first. It was actually remembered to be written down.
Why was it written down then?
Because somebody said, well, we need to write. When they finally made a written language, they said, let's write this down. That's all.
If you have a school, you can teach it through writing. If you're teaching someone.
No, most people don't learn Ifa through the written reading. They're usually taught by a person. No, because they're songs. They're not. You can't. Okay, if I pass you a hymnal book, hold on, stop.
Hold on. What I'm asking you.
No. If I pass you a hymnal book in an AME church and I say, okay, remember this hymn, the blood, what's it called? The blood of Jesus, it will never lose its power. The blood that Jesus shed for me way back on Calvary, the blood that gives me strength from day to day, it will never lose its power, right? That's an actual, it reaches from the highest mountain and it flows through the lowest valley. And the blood that gives me strength from day to day, it will never lose its power. That is the actual song, the first verse. All right. Now, how do you think I memorized that song? By singing it over and over again. And I was like a child singing that song in church.
That's muscle memory.
So I'm trying to explain to you. No, it's so but you're
the
not.
song is written down in notes.
No, it was no. Listen, I didn't learn it from the hymnal book. I learned it by listening to someone else singing it. I didn't read the book and know how to read notes. Like only a person that's like taught in how to read notes knows how to read notes. Someone else sung it and I mimicked them and I learned the song. Just like in church, all those hymnals that you sing, you begin to eventually, after they're repeated over and over again, you begin to learn them. That is the same thing in E5. It's the same thing.
That's muscle memory.
Okay, well then what are you talking about? Like what you're saying that you had to write it down first? No, it's muscle, but yes, muscle memory, singing, all these things that happen in a ceremony, that is way more powerful than reading something in a book. So no, we don't like say read it in a book. No, you learn underneath somebody that person teaches you the songs, and eventually you begin to like learn it.
So why did the Kemetic people write things down and write the metronetta down in hieroglyphics?
Honey, I don't know. I wasn't around during that time. And there's no Kemetic people right now that can tell me exactly what the heck they were talking about.
It always goes to I don't know, right?
It's always going to go to I don't know.
If we don't know, just because it's something that this is how we learn.
You just want to argue for the sake of arguing, so you just saying stuff, bro. You're saying I'm saying I don't know, and now that's a problem. When I say, well, listen, I'm not a Kemetic person. You asking a Yoruba priest what a Kemetic person did, and I don't know the metal netter, so I can't tell you why. And I don't know that culture. That's almost like asking me, well, what do the Japanese people do when they're doing whatever? Oh, now you're saying you don't know. How they say they don't know? What the heck are you talking about? That's a different culture. I practice Yoruba culture. You're asking about the
but Yoruba culture comes from something else. Okay, that's fine. But listen, this is what I'm saying. I was making a point that if it was solely based on oral tradition, we wouldn't have things written down that explain the same thing.
And they didn't listen. They wrote it down later on.
What was the need to write it down? What was the need to write it down?
I don't think that her argument is that it is solely oral, but that it started out as oral.
It's acted out as oral from the written. All right, I'm done, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you don't know what you're talking
I explained to you where the writing comes from. The writing comes from the symbols that they use to write.
Like life, no one learned. You listen. Your hands can't even write until you get a certain age, but you learn how to speak before that age. What are you talking about?
Not true.
Your thumb and in order to write, you have to have a certain function of your hand. No, listen. In order to write, you have to have certain dexterity within your fingers to be able to draw and write. That doesn't get developed even as a child until you're probably like 6 or 7 years old. Look at like a little child's writing. Their writing is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So you mean to tell me that you take a child's writing and now they can read it? No, they have to speak. And that whole time growing up, they're being talked to by their parents, being taught by their mother and father, and eventually they learn how to write. But no, writing comes later. It does not come immediately and then oral tradition. No, oral tradition comes first. You learn row your boat first. I mean, you went to elementary school. Did you not like sing Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round? And you learn A, B, C, D, E, F, G, singing in a song, and then you wrote ABCs?
That's
you didn't like, they didn't say here's write ABCs and then learn how to do ABC and sing the song ABC. They taught you ABC song, and then they gave you a pencil and said, this is an A, this is a B, and this is a C. So, and that same way of teaching is the same way they've been teaching it for thousands of years. So I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of here with that. It's nonsense.
That's formal though, right? That's formal.
Formal comes from ancient Egypt. Stop it. The whole education system is based on ancient.
So now you're going back to Egypt, but then you just had a problem when I went there.
What I'm trying to explain to you is the American system is based on that.
Yes,
but I'm not. But we're talking about but even in American system, you're just arguing for the sake of argument. You sound crazy. There's no way that you could really believe what you're saying, that you write first and then you speak. That's stupid.
So the problem that you have.
So you was writing when you were 1 year old. You know how to write before you could speak.
Stupid.
Well, sorry. That is stupid. Sorry.
I should say I ain't. Yeah. So
please don't double down on it.
The way that we use
honey, he's double down on craziness.
An infant, once their bones develop, they could write. It depends on the material that they writing in, right? There's not no. It's just a symbol. What it's just a symbol. Hold on.
You just want to be right so bad that you're going to argue a crazy point.
It's just a symbol. It's just a symbol. On the birth certificate, they take the baby footprint and stamp it on the birth certificate.
Right, but did he write this symbol, or did someone take his foot and push it in there? Did the newborn stand up and say, "Okay, let me go ahead and put my footprint," or did someone literally take his foot and stamp it on there? Get out of here.
The baby had to be nursed.
Did the baby grab the pen and write its name? Is my name?
Okay, all right.
And write its like signature? No, it didn't. It cried. Wah! The first thing that happened was sound. Wah! Was its lungs expanding and making a sound. That's the first thing that happens is sound.
Is structured,
not writing.
Writing is not structured. Formal writing is structured. Anything that you can make a print with, I'm gonna get away from it, but I'm just saying that you talking about formal writing. And I'm telling you, the first people that understood this, all they did was mimic the things that they saw. And they wrote it down because it had to be transferred.
In Egypt, they were actually chiseling stuff. Right now, a child can't even hold the pen right until they get 7, 8 years old.
That's what you talking about. That's what I'm saying. You talking about
in Egypt, they were actually like carving things into buildings. You mean to tell me a 1-year-old was doing this? No, you sound right.
I never said that. I never said a 1-year-old was carving things into buildings. See, I said
but no, you said that writing came before sound.
So you telling me an infant, if it was clay, say their father had a clay tablet, right?
Communicating through sound,
their father had a clay tablet, and a child came and put his finger there and wrote some symbols there.
One mic, DJ Genesis. One mic.
So say the father had a clay tablet, right? And it's fresh clay or whatever. And you telling me the child can't come and crawl over there and write and put his finger in there and move his finger around in a certain way? That is not formal writing, but it's a type of writing. You would rather like admit. You would rather come up with some hypothetical situation where a child is scribbling in sand than admit that a child say mama and dada and kaka and baba. The first scribble, some of these archaic, if you look at some of these archaic things, you see little swirls and things. A child can make a swirl. What you talking about?
You want to fight against me so hard. You don't want to use any logic.
I'm just saying you can stop. Listen, I'm just saying that. All right, I'm a yield. It's cool. I'm not. It's not even that deep. Y'all wanna defend this oral tradition.
Scribbling is not writing. Scribbling is just like, exercising your just scribbling. That's what it is. Scribbling is scribbling. Writing is writing.
Okay, so you have the forms.
Written language. You said that the first written language, that language was written first, and then we began to speak it, and these stories were passed down written before they were oral, which is insane.
They was written first.
Listen, did you so you didn't learn what's that row your boat?
Everything is but listen, we know that everything is flipped around. So that's why you think that the way that we learn things now, that don't mean that was the original way. You just said it's based off other everything is flipped around. That's why the world is in chaos. That's why it's chaotic right now, because everything is they flipped. So
your child,
so my question is,
Can I ask a
Do
question?
you have a baby? So I can go to your baby and I can just give it something and it's going to communicate with me on a pad and tell me exactly what it's saying. I'm going to understand what it's
So what I was talking about is the four. I keep telling y'all about the 5 levels of information. So you have symbols. It's like the third. That's like the third level. It's called semantics. Semantics, right? Before that, is 2 levels before that. So you can have symbols, but it's not in the language yet. So that's what I'm talking about. That's still writing, it's still data. That's all I was trying to communicate to you. But once we start to put it in a formal structure, then you keep going up the ladder of the levels of information, and then it becomes complex. And what makes it complex is because you can someone else can understand what you're communicating to them through writing.
So can I ask a question? I just had to ask this question.
I want to share something real quick, and then because I don't.
Every Asian culture got right.
Just make this real straight because I just want to just be done with this back and forth. All right. So I asked, okay, was written communication first or oral? Short answer: oral communication came first by tens of thousands of years. Let's break it down accurately. Okay, oral communication first. Humans were speaking long before writing existed. Spoken language likely developed 100 to 300,000 years ago. Early humans passed down history, spiritual systems, survival knowledge, laws, and morals. Okay, written communication much later, around 3200 BCE in Mesopotamia, cuneiform, around the same time in ancient Egypt. Early writing was used for trade, accounting, government records, religion, text, and later. Writing was a tool, not the original way humans understood the world. Okay, I just want to make that.
But that is ambiguous because they talking about advanced and formal writing that came out of Mesopotamia.
But you're trying to say that writing came before oral tradition.
We have wherever we find artifacts, we find writing, we find little scribbles of what you would say scribbles, right? Early forms of writing.
No,
so
you just
look that up. Look at early forms of writing. Don't go to Mesopotamia where they talking about that's where the language come from, because that's the formal, that's the advanced writing or the form where they had all the schools and stuff at. The petrol I forgot what caves it is where they got it's 12,000 BC, right? And even things before that they have symbols of animals and different symbols and stuff like that. So writing was the first form of, it was not the first form of communication, but it's one of the earliest forms of communication.
You sound better by saying one of them, but oral was the first. I'm sorry. Period.
Well, they couldn't. Well, how would you understand what someone is saying?
What?
Well, how would you understand what someone is writing?
Because it mimic it mimics something that you see. How would I understand what you're saying?
If your baby is crying, your baby doesn't even say a word.
I know what that is
if it's in pain,
unless you show a picture.
Hungry,
a picture speaks 1,000 words.
Change.
That's why they call pictographs.
What are you talking about?
All right, I'm done.
A mother, just by a baby's cry, can tell what needs to be done for that child. Before it ever utters an actual literal word, it knows by the sound. Whatever, like the way it cries. The mother knows that cry, oh, it's hungry, oh, it's this. I'm a mother, I know. Like I know when my child was like hungry, because it would say and okay, it's hungry. You know what I'm saying? And then if it like made a loud shriek, I knew okay, it's hurting. So or she or he, whatever, the baby, you know what I'm saying? So yes, oral sound came way before writing.
Was the first people babies?
Sound came way before argument.
Was the first people babies? Once again, you don't know, right?
Listen. Were you a baby at some point? Were you a baby at some point? And did you grow up to be a man, or did you come on this earth midway and became and then straight up like a teenager and knew how to write and sing and talk and whatever.
I can still argue.
As far as I understand, the first when we come up on this earth, we are born through the mother from her womb, and we come out the birth canal. So yeah, the human being comes out the birth canal and is born.
I want to say, even if you want to argue that we were the first people were, like for example, in the Bible, God created man and woman, all that. That's cool, but they still had dialogue.
Whoever got like somebody got a little purr snore going on. That's snore says it all, right? Arguing about some stuff that don't even matter, bro.
For the sake of the panel, I'll acquiesce to whatever y'all saying. What I'm saying, what I'm saying through my research, everywhere you find something, any artifact, is some type of writing there.
Developed later. It wasn't the initial way of communicating. I'm sorry. Those things developed later on. Somebody is snoring. They got their little.
Yeah.
Who's snoring?
A1, you there? I think A1 out of that. Yeah.
A1.
A1 timed out. Damn.
A1.
Get on the panel, A1 always get out of that. But
my bad. Yeah, I did fall asleep. I hear y'all calling my name though. I was knocked out for a couple of minutes.
Somebody said one mic Sadiq Raw. they thought it was Sadiq quit snoring.
Oh, I was snoring?
Yeah, you had a little purr. You were purring. It wasn't like a snore.
Oh, no,
it was like a purr.
My mic was muted. I had to unmute to talk.
Oh, somebody was purring.
Yeah.
But yeah, even with the Yoruba thing, some people will argue that Yoruba comes from Hebrew priests.
Hold on, where's the mouse? Somebody in the back. Hold on, Draco, I got you.
Oh, so somebody, Sadiq is the one snoring. Somebody's snoring.
Yeah, I'm about to mute him in 1 second. I'm just looking for my mouse. I done lost my mouse while I was asleep. I think it's only 1:23. It's early too. It's not even late. Sorry about that, y'all. Go ahead. I'm about to get you up here, Draco.
I would have to, and I'm not. What's it called again? I know what that is, but and I'm not arguing because it's Yoruba, but I'm just saying it's by most, even written tradition, even things that's written down, most things will tell you that they spoke like before they write, like the beginning or whatever, when there was whatever going on, there was dialogue going on before this was written down. Like if you look at any of the religious traditions, they will talk about how let's say I'm not Hindu, but like in Hinduism, they talk about the dialogue that happened, the wars between the different gods, all that stuff, and I mean, you can't say that before sound there was writing. It doesn't make sense.
But writing comes from
writing come from written words that they decided to
comes from emulations of things that they saw. So, but I'll say this: how do you demonstrate that you're intelligent to someone?
By memorizing things, by your memory.
So according to physicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, if you wanted to communicate that you are intelligent to a, say, an extraterrestrial, you would draw a triangle. That's a form of writing.
You would draw a triangle, or you would try to. So they're gonna, man. Okay.
Why can't you send a record out there in a gramophone? I don't know.
That's what they did. I don't know what
That's what NASA. Well, I ain't gonna say just NASA, but that's what they're trying to do. They sending signals out into space and everything, but that's not how. That's not how you communicate. Communicate through symbols.
But
well, why don't you communicate some things through instead of you talking to us? Why don't you write everything that you're talking about right now down in symbols and see if we can understand what you're talking about?
You just mentioned NASA. Didn't they just take a trip to the moon? They did a flyby or some shit.
Yeah, Artemis. So yeah, Artemis is the in Greek mythology. Artemis is the I think the twin or the sister to Apollo.
Can you imagine how long it would take to communicate with each other if we wrote everything down before we spoke?
Damn, that's why they call it Artemis.
Well, we got artifacts that it has some type of form of writing on it. It's a communication. What is the need? Okay, so let me ask you this.
All over everything, because there'd be no other way to communicate but to write it down. So it would be people writing all over everything if they trying to communicate with each other. That is crazy. You ain't even, you can't believe this your own self. You just want to argue.
We have artifacts of things being written down.
Not as much as what you're saying. You're saying that came before.
They wrote it down in symbols, though. These symbols, that some of the things is not in a language yet.
Some of the
symbols are being adopted, which later becomes a language.
You even said yourself, and I want to say this because I'm going to say I don't know. Like I'm not even. I'm going to go outside of formal language, so to speak. But you yourself said that they would describe this stuff as that's what you said. Like they were making sounds. Like even if there was no structured language, you yourself said that they was making sounds.
Right. So, but how would you understand what they talking about? Unless they demonstrate it to you.
Okay, so
what's the demonstration of the sound?
Who's to say that they didn't try to express this, and then when they expressed it, they see, oh, they're not understanding me. So let me draw a picture.
Okay, I got a scenario for you. Hypothetically, you say the most ancient people, right? The most archaic people, right? They would say someone saw a big boulder, and then they come back, and now they want to express that they saw this giant boulder. How would they get people to understand what they talking about?
Okay, first off, if they and this is my thing. I'm trying to meet you where you at. Mind you, because I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'm trying to meet you where you at. If
Sadiq,
they saw a
because you
big
came off
boulder,
mute twice, but it sounded like you sleeping. You unmuting while you sleep.
Sleeping great,
but you keep coming off mute. Go ahead.
So it seems like okay, if they saw a big boulder that was ridiculously big somehow, okay, and then they went back, don't you think they would be trying to express that to everybody at once, not waiting to let me write this down. Let me write this down.
They would draw it. They would draw it. That's how they would. Communicate.
Let me draw this big boulder and these little people. No, if it was something that was something that was out of the ordinary, the natural reaction would be trying to express it to the people that there's something that you want to share. That would be the first thing. And then the second thing would be, oh, everybody's not understanding me. Let me demonstrate. Even in your own scenario, they're going to be trying.
Right.
Man,
Right. But they wouldn't. You wouldn't know what they talking about.
It doesn't mean they didn't make the sound.
Just
But
because
Matt,
they
don't
made
you
the
have
sound,
don't
that
you
don't
have a
mean that it.
baby?
But
I mean,
listen, that's what I'm saying. Just because they made the sound, that don't mean that you don't understand. All right, man, I'm done. I'm done. I'm gone from it, man. Because this is
do you have a baby? Do you have a baby?
it's getting
I don't have
redundant.
children. I don't have children, but I have family, and I know that children make baby.
All right. Sound is first. Look, sound is first. Y'all got it.
Okay,
Y'all got
yes.
it.
Now do some research and see that we're telling you the truth. Why would we lie to you?
I'm just saying,
Why
out
would
of
it take this amount of time to
everything
like
that we
sit up here and try to
see in
convince
the
you like, bro, you're
archaeological
wrong?
record is always some form of writing, shape, symbol, print is something, and those things got adopted and was put in a formal language. Even the sound, if you're making sounds, in order for you to properly communicate, man, well, I'm not gonna go through all that. Y'all got it.
You must have. You have a child. Do you have any children? Have you been around any babies?
Getting redundant. It's getting redundant.
No, it's getting redundant because you're not trying to listen to logic and reasoning.
We're not babies, though.
No. We think that nothing is new underneath the sun. Okay, we have humans been having babies.
That's a Bible verse, by the way. But go ahead.
It shouts out to you. You know, humans been having babies, and I don't know. It might be in the Bible, but it might be, who knows where it first came from. Humans have been having children since the beginning of time, right? And you're meaning to tell me that they were unable to communicate with this child until it learned how to pick up some kind of a device and write down where? Like, what are we saying? Like, and now it's hungry, and then you change the diaper. Come on now.
I need to be breastfed, Mama. Let me write this down.
Honey, that baby is starving to death if you had to wait till it could write that shit down. Please stop it. That baby gonna starve.
I'm glad we're getting my I'm talking about
baby gonna be cold, everything. It don't say nothing. It's like to get his hand around something and just write down how it feels and what it's thinking about.
That's not how it goes.
And finally the mom is able to respond based on what it wrote down. Oh, okay, my baby's hungry. 10 years later, the baby dead as a doorknob. Come on now.
By the time it get right, it's no use. It's no
baby gonna be starving. Baby gonna be stealing bones.
When we talking about traditions, so we talking about traditions. Y'all talking about early stages of life. When we talking about tradition,
it's going to.
I wasn't talking about early stages of life. I was talking about early civilizations of people, of humans.
Well, honey, everything is all based. The microcosm of it is the same thing as the microcosm. So how it's done at the early stages is how it's done in society.
And even that is through writing because it's a genetic code.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, so the baby has to write down when.
So wait, hold on. So your genetic code is our genetic code? Is that writing?
So when the baby was telling the
no,
mom,
no. Is the genetic code, is that writing?
Not in the sense that you're talking about, I wouldn't say.
He's trying to move the damn goalpost. Meanwhile, he need to put out his damn.
All right.
Okay.
It's called
you
right.
know what's not writing is your smoke alarm. Whoever's got their smoke alarm beeping, that is not writing. That smoke alarm beeping like that is not writing.
I would call the genetic code molecular bonding, but I wouldn't call it writing. That's what I would call it, but they call it writing.
Child, you know what? This has been a fun live, but I gotta like turn it in. People are snoring. I'm getting sleepy by hearing snoring. It's a slight. That purring sound made me think of some cats or something. Like, oh man, you know what? Even when we go to sleep, we make sounds.
You silly. That's funny.
Now, well, imagine if like people instead of like snoring, they would write down.
Did Gideon Capone leave for real?
You gotta write down the snore sound. What's the thing for snore? R. Good night, guys. I gotta go.
Good night, DJ Genesis. Have a good night. Appreciate you. Bible Mind Control, did you want to comment on anything you've heard so far?
Oh, I see most of my comments made it out already. Like, as I was commenting in the chat, I saw that it was read because they voiced what I wrote. The baby thing, like if you read my whole shit, like the last couple of minutes, it was just verbatim of what I wrote.
Hey, let's go.
I didn't even know.
The crying thing, the sound, the alphabet, the symbol, everything y'all just said, I was just writing. It's like I was reading it and then just like said it right there. But in my thoughts, sound was the first thing that you had to do. Even if you just think about it, there's not one language up to this day that when they teach their young, it's not through music. When you're taught any language, your alphabet, A, B, C, in any language, it's taught through music. It's taught with sound. Right? Before they even teach you how to write it, the first thing they're teaching you is through sound.
Yeah, even in French, I know because, like I said, my grandma was from Haiti, but yeah.
So sound is music, and sound is one of the most informal way humans learn. Period. Like that's a fact on a fact. Right? The first form of music was clapping, because you could do that naturally with your body. So sound played a critical role for eons before we thought to have pictography, which is writing with symbols and animals. Like an owl was symbolized as something, and a falcon was symbolized as, you know what I mean? Before we even had letters, you just knew what things were through pictures, pictography. But sound was the ultimate teacher and remains the ultimate teacher, even with writing. That's all.
Epic Studios. Scam Chang, you there? Want to comment on anything you've heard so far?
Yeah, well, I mean, it sounded like we drifted from the main topic. That's the main reason I was here in the first place, and it just went in a whole new direction.
Oh, I went back to comment on that too. I was saying that if he created sin, that's obvious. God created sin. So then God created evil. How wouldn't he be responsible for it if he created it?
I don't know about that he created sin thing, because why would he create something that he need to correct? If he's perfect in all ways, then that would mean that he created imperfect people for the sin to even begin.
Well, let's start off with something. How many people on the panel are God believing or Bible believing people? Don't all jump at once. Nobody is.
Bible got a lot of issues, man. You got a lot to overcome with that.
All right, with the I asked that because I wanted to know the mind frame of people, but they easily put, of course, God created sin. First of all, let's just go over the definition of sin. What do you define?
Hold on, stop. You can't skip. You're trying to skip. First, you got to prove that your God exists to create and do anything. Then you can move forward. If you can't do that, you just talking.
I'm an atheist.
Well, I don't know how you gonna be an atheist and say what God did, what God does. You gotta have a starting.
No. Because an atheist, it just means that I don't believe. That doesn't mean that I don't know the Bible. I probably know more of the Bible than you do.
You might do, but you're still not going to beat me at it.
This is why I said, what would be your definition of sin?
As far as I'm concerned, I don't really have a true definition of sin, because if you want to examine your Bible goes through all kind of things that are a sin against him. And if so-called sins are against him, and he's supposedly be the creator of everything, why would he? As far as I'm concerned, I don't really have a true definition of sin, because if you want to examine your Bible goes through all kind of things that are a sin against him. And if so-called sins are against him, and he's supposedly be the creator of everything, why would he allow something that will be exist against him in his nature? So it's from the onset of the Bible itself, it was seen that the sin nature was created in the humans, and from then on, you are never going to be perfect or beyond the sin nature. It's within you. You can't duck it. How can you be forgiven for something that exists within you?
You see, but then that contradicts your belief of saying God created all things, not some things, all things. If you believe,
I'm going back to what I said at first. I don't believe in a God, and if nobody has proven one exists that created anything, so we'll go back to where I said at first. In order for you to say God. In order for you to say God created something, you got to prove your God exists to create.
Yeah, we on the same boat then. I mean, if you don't believe, do you believe in any God, period?
No. Nobody has proven one to me. You
atheist.
You got to prove one to me, then we can have a conversation about what a God is, or what a God does, what a God is capable of, what we can expect from a God. Because I put God, any God, on a high pedestal, and you got to provide some massive evidence to convince me there's one that even exists.
Yeah, I can't do that tonight. We in the same boat. I believe in the same thing. I don't believe in no God. So that's why I asked, anybody here do? I was ready to battle. I found a friend. I was ready. I was waiting, looking for an opponent.
Shout out to Hootie to the stage. How you feeling, Hootie?
Hold up, family. Are we discussing the title?
You can touch on it. Yeah, we're all over the place. Yeah, go ahead.
Did anybody bring up the tree of knowledge when they brought that up? Because keeping knowledge away from individuals is evil, and he's definitely brought the first calamities to the world. So
expound, brother, expound. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Pretty much, like, keeping Adam and Eve, based on tradition, keeping Adam and Eve away from the tree of knowledge is evil. And then all because they discovered the knowledge, or the tree of knowledge, he did more evil by punishing them. And then obviously you have Genesis, where he curses Canaan through Ham. And then it goes on from there and there.
How do you discover something that's already there that he told you to stay away from and don't eat from?
Right.
Check me.
But yeah, I just wanted to touch up on the title because I thought it was interesting. A good question.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. You got the floor. Anybody can go. You only got to wait on me.
Well, my thing is, I mean, we can debate books, words from a book, God, this God, that God, the other God. But if you don't have a root that you're drawing from, that's for sure, it's all speculative.
That's true.
Right. What do you think about the word atheism? And I'm asking this to anybody. Specifically, I want to hear it from the person who just said they don't believe in any gods.
That was two people. I was one of them.
So yeah, go ahead. Give me your definition, your own definition of atheism.
My own definition would simply mean no belief in any God.
Yeah, that's correct. Pretty much. Anybody else could go. I wanted the other person specifically who didn't believe in God to give me what they thought of the word atheist.
Mm-hmm. My definition is pretty much close to what he just said. I don't see any evidence. I don't see any evidence for any God.
Right, and the thing about the word itself, is that it's Greek. So we're not Greek. So why are we so held to this standard of believing in God? And then when you look at the word God, I'll put it in the live chat earlier. That comes from Theodoric the Visigoth. And then it comes from, it's a Germanic word in itself. So we're not Greek, we're not Germanic. So why are we being met with so much disappointment and aggression per se, or antagonism when we don't believe in God?
Well,
I think that's a simple answer because it's obvious why certain gods, if you will, were created. All knowledge, everything started out of Africa in the first place. Everything started out of Africa, right? And if you study especially the Bible, it's a book of an angry Greek god taking wrath on Africans. If you study where most of the stories are even taken from African stories, put their own twist and spin on it. So if you even study how they went about converting people, it wasn't through peace. They weren't kumbaya and praying. It was mass murder.
That's correct. Are y'all familiar with them corrupting Amun-Ra and turning them into Satan, the ram? Now he's a goat. So pretty much they knew since Amun-Ra, or the ram, was a high divination in African tradition, they reversed it. They corrupted it when they plagiarized it to create their religion. So the ram, the sacred ram in African tradition, becomes the Satan in Greco-Roman tradition.
According to my knowledge, Amun-Ra was known as the sun god.
Right, but he still has a what is it called, zoomorphic. He has variety of zoomorphic, but Amun-Ra is a ram deity.
Mm.
It is the sun. It is the deification of the light force that powers the sun. But it's also represented by a ram, because a ram has its habitat and its domain on the mountaintop. So that's where that comes from.
Yeah, but as we were saying, I that's it's obvious why you know, certain religions were definitely created. Well, world domination or domination period. Even an example of what's happening today in the Middle East. One people say it's their land, and you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's all evident.
Right. A prime example of why people should be waking up is what's going on right now today.
Correct.
And definitely what Netanyahu said a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, maybe. What do you guys think about the state of Israel? Are you guys familiar with the state of Israel only being you know, and how it came in 1940, how it came about in 1946, 1948 time frame, and just how it doesn't even, it's just there as an entity, is doing what the God in the Bible was doing in Genesis. It pretty much stands there with the, you know, getting the weapon systems to destroy.
So what we doing here? What exactly is this guy doing or planning to do or can do? What are we doing? Is it all about warring? Is it about helping people? Is it about saving people? What are we doing? Because where I'm at, I'm not in no Middle East. So where's the guy for me?
You are him.
I don't know about all that. Because if I'm some guy at the end, I should be able to exercise my power to end all that nonsense and set things right. But since I'm not that,
You're the God of your own life.
yeah. Well, if that be the case, then I don't have to crack open any of these books. Then just talking about what a God does and what a God can do, or what a God has done.
Humanity got the concept of gods through misunderstanding. It's like the same reason why if I sneeze right now, most people will still say, "Bless you."
Yeah, it's crazy work right there.
Right? It's just through misunderstanding, right? 2,000 years later, we still saying bless you, even though we have the knowledge to know why we say bless you and where it really came from. We still the hell with knowing the knowledge. It's common practice. Let's just keep saying it because we commonly do it, even though we have the knowledge. So
I don't say it, but I know people that do.
Right. Me too. I stopped saying it only after I learned the knowledge of it. But I was fascinated, you know, by learning that. And it's the same thing of the gods thing. Like before they understood, if the only thing you understood that the sun controls your food, if without that sun, you can't grow crops. And if that water goes too high, your crops are done. And so is your village. That's basically what you understood. You understood elements. You understood the power of the elements. You ain't know what, but you understood. Of course, if they literally are your gods. The sun is your god. If that sun doesn't, you don't eat. The water is your god. It will destroy you or it could help your crops. So man basically started to have respect or fear for these elements. And how do you explain that to people and so forth? Let's call it a god. Slowly over time, you know how many gods there was before we understood shit? There was a god for everything. When you started to slowly understand elements and shit, slowly those gods came about and slipped away. Why do we still hold on to these gods of today? Simply put, control.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is peer pressure too, as well, and social acceptance. Because when you get past a certain age, I would say 30. Some people say 25. You begin to understand things, and you naturally question things. So when you get in your 30s, you should already realize that the religion that you're practicing is Greco-Roman. The God that you're worshiping is a European who has supernatural powers. So at this point, now it has to be about either fear and mind control, just like you said. And then another element would be peer pressure. I don't want to upset my grandma. I don't want to upset my wife. I don't want to disappoint, my nephews. And we already been going to church for 20, 30 years. So.
Yeah, the biggest way to control, the best way to control a people or to fight a people is never having to fight them in the first place. If I make you believe that I'm God, then you're not even, you may have, I may have to teach you that I'm God, but your kids are not even going to think to fight me because they know me as God or they know my people as God. So it's just naturally within them to serve or to obey. That's why you had to rid the African of his normal religion. The first thing they do is strip you of your culture.
Do you make content on YouTube?
Not at all.
Oh, okay. Do you make any content?
I've been thinking about it for a while. That's why I came out with the name Bible equals mind control. Because that's exactly what I want to make content about. The Bible equals mind control.
Wow. Drop your email in the private chat for me, mind control, so we can set up an interview.
Definitely.
That's all. I just make albums about Bible questions. That's what I make. I make songs about the Bible questions, Bible stories. I got 4 albums.
You make content?
Oh,
drop your email too if you make content, so that way we can get you set up with a show on here and help you spread what you do.
All right.
I'm gonna have a commercial for it running tomorrow.
Definitely.
So everybody knows, because I'm trying to get everybody highlighted.
You said you make songs.
Yeah, that sounds lit.
Some of the Bible stories, and I make songs about them. And cause like I have a lot of Bible questions, so I used to ask people the questions. I say, man, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna make a song about it. And my wife is like a real Bible thumper. And one of the songs I made, she like dancing around too. I say, you don't even know what this song is about, but you dancing to it. So it's like. So it's like it's flying under the radar and she don't get it.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, they say that your so-called devil was the master of music or whatever. So I say, well, let's go with the music route then. Maybe that'll get some eyes open.
Hey, that's crazy, bro. I just finished saying that to people today. Yo, quick question. Y'all ever heard of gang stalking before, the term?
Nope. Not really. I might have heard the word a few times, but never actually witnessed what it's about, what's going on with it.
That's a whole different topic. I would say like YouTube. I don't even want to go deep into it. That's like a whole different day. But we definitely might hit that one time, because I think gang stalking is the new agenda now, and they're forcing people into the Christianity. Look, you see the white nationalists, you see their whole movement now. Like, their whole movement now is the Christian thing. Erica, like Charlie Kirk, they're not even playing no more. They're Christianed out because they know. That's why they created that. I don't know if y'all saw the new Drewski skit with Erica, about Erica, Charlie Kirk's wife. Did y'all see
I
the skit?
actually need to catch up. I just heard about it, but I didn't get into it. So definitely, I want to hear about that.
Go ahead, y'all got the flow. I'm just here to make sure y'all don't get to fighting.
Basically making fun of Charlie Kirk's wife. I mean,
hit that cash app.
The professionalism that he does his skits in from, like, his shit be funny, but it's just not. It's more than funny. He be hitting the nail on it. It'd be truth. It'd be truth satire. I can't even describe it. You just gotta watch that shit, and you'll be surprised at how accurate it is.
I'm gonna find the time to watch that. Definitely.
Got you, Sam Chan. I need your email, Mind Control.
Yes, sir. I'm putting it right now.
Got you, Scam Chan. I'm gonna email you, and we'll get the graphics going, and then schedule a day after we get the graphics locked in.
Yeah, I just dropped it in there.
Gotcha. I'll send both of y'all an email tonight, just so y'all can save me. Is that a bird?
Hey, A1, real quick. I just want to ask you about some debates. Did some debates fall through that was supposed to be scheduled, or did it get rescheduled?
It's the Queen is tomorrow. Well, It was supposed to be actually Thursday, but it did get rescheduled for next Thursday.
And I think did you mention something about you being booked up for this month?
Pretty much. Did you want to squeeze something in?
I might. I'll be in contact with you. Are these all debates in the month of March, or what is this?
April. These are April debates. The last week of April is open because I really only do debates on the weekend, but I pay, so I got a budget. So I don't want to go over like 150 a week paying debaters, but I dish out about 100, 150 a week. I kick out about a couple hundred a month. To the
all right, so yeah, I'll be in contact with you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yep, because I pay $50 win, lose, or draw for the exhibition.
Oh, I love
debate.
to debate too, man.
Yep, exhibition debates. Debaters get paid $50 win, lose, or draw. In the tournament, there's a $500 cash prize at the end, and the debaters get $50 for each round they win in the tournament. We are in round 3 of the tournament currently. And this weekend, we have Honey Clark and Suave Boss, Saturday, 7 p.m.
Round 3 is here. Only one walks away, only one advances, and only one gets closer to that $500 prize. It's the clash you've been waiting for. Suave Boss versus Honey Clark. This isn't just a debate. This is a battle of logic, loyalty, and truth. The topic: can you be patriotic and treasonous at the same damn time? Taking the affirmative, Suave Boss stepping into dangerous territory, arguing that loyalty and betrayal might live in the same same space. And you already know, Honey Clark is coming to tear that argument apart. No dodging, no filters, no mercy. This is round 3. This is elimination. This is where reputations are built or broken. Who moves on and who gets left behind. Pull up, tune in, don't blink, because when that bell rings, only one survives. Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
That is this Saturday, and that is a free debate. I think we only have one more free debate after that one, and then all debates are being moved to the $3.99 members only section. So you're going to have to become a member of the page to start viewing the debates. So
attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yes. All exhibition debates will now be in the members only section for $3.99. And then we will also be having main event pay-per-view specials coming as well. So be on the lookout for that. Back to you, gentlemen. Shout out Big Cosmon to the stage.
Salute to you brothers, man. Salute.
Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far, Big Cos?
Oh, man. I don't know who it was that was talking, but about the Erica Kirk stuff. But did y'all see a while ago?
The Bible.
Right? Huh?
Yeah, that was Bible, me.
Oh,
Bible mind control.
Hey, Bible, salute to you, bro. But did y'all see, Drewski was making fun of Erica Kirk and all that stuff. But remember when she first did that thing against Candace Owens, and she looked in the camera and she said, "Stop." And Drewski and them all made fun of that and stuff, right? But did y'all see the video of the the real old lady sitting in front of the TV, and she was watching Erica Kane on TV, and her granddaughter or her daughter, whoever it was, is recording the grandma watching Erica Kane. Did y'all see that video? Where she goes, when she turns and she looks at the video all stern and all that, you dig what I'm talking about? And they zero in on her face, and she said, "Stop." You dig what I'm talking about? Talking to Candace Owens, the old lady in real time, the old lady says, "Oh, I haven't seen one of those in a while." Right? So the granddaughter said, "What? What are you talking about, Grandma?" She said, "That's a demon. I haven't seen one of those in a very long time." Who brought that up? Somebody brought it up, and it's a video out there. If y'all go search the video, it's an old lady sitting in front of the TV watching the Erica Kirk thing. And she said that woman was a demon, bro. So I don't know. And I knew something about them eyes. You dig what I'm saying? When I'm starting to understand a lot of different stuff. And I be meeting them people sometimes who don't got that light behind their eyes. Like they smile don't reach their eyes. You know what I mean? Like when you look at a real person, it's a light behind the eyes. I don't know how to explain it. You dig what I'm talking about? But you can see that a person is alive in their eyes, right? And man, sometimes you meet these people, bro, and it's just like they soulless or something, bro. And I'm starting to understand through different studies and different understandings that there may possibly be people out here with spirit, so the body is alive, right? But no soul in fact. Well, I ain't gonna say no soul in fact, but the soul that would have personally came with the body, right, has been taken over, obsessed or possessed.
Occupied.
They don't, because and people starting to be real weird, man. And I've been seeing these niggas, bro. You know what I mean? I don't know. And sometimes I can just catch the vibe. You know what I mean? Like I just walk into some places and I'll be like, oh hell no, something. You know what I mean? And it's always one of them in there. It's always one of them in there, and I'm starting to see them more. It just probably in the last 3 months. But it's like, man, these people, shit is fucked up. You know what I mean? Weird stuff going on. They caught some people up here in the D. They had a warehouse full of body parts that they was legally selling. They had a chop shop of human bodies. You'd be wondering where the fuck the bodies go for all these children that they kidnapped.
I did have some. Oh, go ahead. Finish.
No, I was just going off on that. That just triggered something that I remember. Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking. I don't know why that thing that he said earlier stuck in my head for so long, but the brother, I believe, I'm not sure. I believe he's a Hebrew Israelite. The brother that was here earlier, I don't know if he's still here. Oh, I don't see him. Nope, no, he's not still here. But yeah, he made the comment about the Ecclesiastes and saying that reading too much will make you mad or whatever the case may be. But there are books that speak for like to tell you to gain knowledge, to get wisdom and stuff like that. That like, and you know, I'm a Muslim, so I'm gonna go to the Quran. Like the Quran says stuff like, "Do you not use your intellect?" and stuff like that. So like, it's a clash between like I don't know. Like I think that people get this idea that God wants you to be stagnant and stupid. It's safe for me to say stupid on here, right? I'm not offending nobody, right? Because I know when she said crazy, it would create it. All right, so yeah, people had this idea that God wants you to be stagnant and stupid, but in most texts that I read, that's not the case. Like, I mean, this is how I feel. But like they think that God just wants you to blindly leave behind them and not, you know, not understand or question or nothing. But if we say, seek the Lord thy God with all your heart, mind, and soul, how can you seek him? Like if you just say, okay, what I learned is, then you're not doing what he told you to do.
I might have missed where what is, you know what I mean?
I know a lot of y'all is not theists, but I'm just making a statement that like a lot of people get this concept that God wants you to blind, or that the God of the Bible, Yahweh, for the sake of all the people who are not theists in here, if he exists, is saying that like just follow behind me blindly because I want to control you or whatever the case may be. But in a lot of the texts I read in the Abrahamic faith, it does not promote blind faith. That's all I'm saying.
Well, if you leaving into the text of the Abrahamic faith, it says both. So you wouldn't be wrong in taking your position, and neither would the other person, because the crazy part is the text, for the most part, says both. So y'all both textually got good arguments, and that's a problem. So, you know what I mean? I think back more to what you saying is, you know, they gotta, even when you read and whatever you read, and you gotta discern it, be able to,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Discernment. It says it in there. Do you be able to use discernment?
Yeah, I ain't tripping on none of that. You know what I mean? I ain't got a dog in that fight. Not no more. Only. Well, anyways, I ain't tripping. So you dig what I'm saying? I'm not against no idea. You dig what I'm talking about? That's good. Where, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, if you're gonna follow any idea, you dig what I'm saying? Live up to the highest ideals of that. You dig what I'm saying? And just do good. The crazy part is, in every religion, the highest ideals of it is to do good and then
Be the best
treat
person
your
you
brother
can
like
be.
you want to be treated.
Yeah.
That's the highest ideas of every single religion. But man won't live up to as good as he preaching.
And I know I'm bringing this up because it was something that happened just a couple of days ago. Somebody tried to, because I told them I was not a part of a specific sect of Islam. They were telling me, "Oh no, you're not part of a certain sect. You would get shunned and all the if you went to an Islamic country and all this other stuff. You only doing that because you're in America." But according to the Quran that we're supposed to follow, it explicitly warns against being in specific sects because. So I don't like people don't understand.
It also says, Quran also says anything and everything that bends to the will of Allah. So in a sense, everything is Muslim. So, I mean, if you just want to get down to some basics on, you dig what I'm talking about? If it bends to the will of Allah, and Allah is the most high and the creator and all that, well, then everything is from him.
It's a difference.
So, and if you bend to that will, whether you call it Christ, whether you call it Buddha, whether you call it Brahma, you dig what I'm talking about? In Islam, you still been into the will of Islam and you are still Muslim.
Just because things bend to the will of Allah, is a difference between bending to the will of Allah and submitting to the will of Allah.
Yeah, I don't want to play the semantic game, but I agree. You know what I mean?
And that's what Islam
But
is.
I'm saying
Submission.
I think we both saying is that you making the choice. You making a conscious choice to be into the will of Allah, right?
Right.
That we saying the same thing.
Right.
Well, real quick, let me say the very first thing, because you said you brought up knowledge, right? Correct.
Correct.
The very first thing he did the very first atrocity he committed was making or trying to prevent Adam and Eve from accessing the tree of knowledge. Right.
Knowledge
So
of good and evil. So cool. I just want to make sure.
yeah, right. I just
what?
call it that because it comes from Kemet. So sometimes I do misspeak when I talk about the Bible. But anyway, that's the first atrocity. And then, it was brought up that based on the Bible, God does good and evil. But it just so happens that when you look at things, he was first evil, and now he becomes good based on ultimatums and imposing his will, just like it was brought up, you bend to the will of Allah. So, and that becomes a problem.
Is it really a first atrocity? Is that really the first atrocity? Well, I wouldn't exactly think that was the first one.
Creating people in the first place?
No. Remember, before he created anything, he knew the outcome before he even did it, and he decided to do it anyway. That would be the first atrocity.
Right. I would agree with that. That's a good one. Good way of looking at that. But based on the text,
you're saying,
you can say it was
because he knew. Okay. For example, each one of everybody who goes against God, he knew they would go against God. So the fact that he created them anyway means that it was an atrocity for him to create them in the first place.
No. It's the idea that this God is supposed to be all-knowing and everywhere. So not only did he know what Adam and Eve were going to do before he created them, he created them knowing that they would do what they would do, and then have regret about what they did. How do you know everything and have regret about something as though it was a mistake? So
it's actually a good question.
You're all knowing, so why would you have regret about something? You can correct it before it even begin. So his solution,
I have a theory on that.
His solution to his error is to what? Sacrifice himself to himself for something he could have prevented in the first place?
Hold on, where's himself to himself? That does not make sense to me.
Who's Jesus? Isn't Jesus and God and all of them the same? That's how himself is himself.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna tell you no. Like I don't believe that.
What do you believe about Jesus?
Jesus was not God. It's just simple. He made the statement. He made the statement. He said, my Father is greater than I. He said, why dost thou callest me good? There's none good but God. And if there's none good but God, and he is God, but he said, no, so he said the Father is greater than I. So, like, how is the Father greater than you, but you are co-equal? It doesn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to me when I was a Christian.
So wait, let me get your things right. You said something about God is all good. What did you say about God and good?
He said, Jesus said, why callest me good? There is none good but God.
Yeah.
Okay, so God is good. And then you got the famous Christian thing. God is good all the time. All the time, God is good, right? Okay.
I'm not a Christian, but still, I want to say this. A lot of people want to look at Jesus as this enlightened man and not whatever. But the fact is, if he was a follower of God and he submitted to God, then how can you say that he was enlightened? I mean, because if you are saying that God is evil or God is bad or whatever the case may be, that means Jesus was not enlightened. He was delusional. That is, I mean, I'm just saying, some people want to take the good things of Jesus and not acknowledge the God which he served.
I think I mean, I don't want to shatter your stuff or pokes holes in it, but I think what the gentleman that was just saying about the first atrocity and the point that he made speaks volumes to God. You know what I'm trying to say? The omnipotent one, the perfect one. Like if you just strip down the logics of certain things, it's like you will be nothing left but not to believe, right? Like even when we just started with the atrocities of you knowing this, you know all things, but you know this, but you did this, but then you repented from it. He used a different word, but I will use what the Bible word is, repent. And then you ask yourself, God repents at least 17 times in the Bible. Okay? So how does an omnipotent, perfect knowing one repent? And I know you know what the word repent means. It's at least 17 times in the Bible.
Actually, I'm not aware of that. I'm going to have to be real with you.
I know most of the people that I was listening to you when you said the omnipotent, and I said, damn, bro, they don't want both of us on a podcast together. Like, look, we will be converting people like they convert people. Okay.
I think if we gonna talk about atrocities, and the first one, I think we need to go down in the first book of Genesis, where they tried to convince us. Well, first of all, the first atrocity is you tried to tell me you was the creator and you created everything, the heavens and the earth, but you didn't create water. Water was already there. Then you tried to convince us that you made plants, right? For either 24 hours or 1,000 years in the dark before you made the sun and the moon. That was the real atrocity, that they thought we would just keep believing that you can make plants, right?
Without sun.
Without a sun. Right? He made the plants on day 3. He made the sun and the moon on day 4. So when we talking about atrocities, I think that's an atrocity of logic, because that don't match up with what we seeing in reality.
I can make a statement on that. I can logically think about that and see how that makes sense in my mind. Okay, I'm not going to try to dispute the order of any of the creations or whatever the case may be. But if God created the plants, you see the plants, he thought they were good, or knew they were good, whatever. He seen they were good, whatever the case may be. He said, I like the plants. I created the plants. They good. Let me nurture the plants. You got the sun and the moon. B, sun and moon. Bam. Why wouldn't he do that?
But how? No, it's not why. It's how. Right? Like for instance, if I wanted to crack a seed, right, and I wanted to grow a seed, right, and I put it in some good dirt and I put it in a box, right, and I never let it get light. You dig what I'm talking about? Now the seed may come up out of the dirt and even grow its initial, you know, it may last for hours or two. You dig what I'm talking about? A couple hours or whatever. But if it don't get some form of light, you dig what I'm talking about? Especially within a day or two's time, it can't grow.
You just said he did it on the next day.
Listen, bro. It don't.
But and like look.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying, for the most part, we don't see that in reality. No, I mean, in no part do we see that in reality, where plants germinate and originate and keep growing, because he said he made every kind, everything. It was already done, so it had to bloom too in the dark. It don't work like that, cuz. We don't.
Who said that when he created it? Who said that it was in the beginning stage?
It had to be, because he just created.
You're assuming things that weren't said.
Wait a minute. So I don't think that that's a stretch in logic for me to assume, right, at the beginning when a thing was created, it would be in its beginning stages. I don't think that's a stretch of logic, bro.
Okay, hear me out. Who's to say that when he created Adam and Eve? Well, okay. No. I'm not even gonna say when. He created.
Come out the sun and the moon.
No. Hear me out. Because this is why I'm saying this for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
We know that he did not create Adam and Eve as babies, because he said, "Be fruitful and multiply." Or did he tell two babies to have sex?
So you had grown human bodies with baby brains.
Yep.
Hear me out. He created them at a stage where, because you got to remember,
man would be in his infancy, even if he was. Listen, I don't think that's a stretch either. If at the creation of man, even if he was made full grown, he would be in his infant stage mentally, spiritually. Correct. He wouldn't have no morals. He wouldn't know anything. He would, as a matter of fact, he would be worse than the animals, because you never have to tell a tiger it's a tiger, right? You never have to tell a dog it like bones. But you got to teach a baby not to stick his finger in a roaring fire or a rattlesnake mouth or a goddamn socket, or it'll do all three, because it don't have no knowledge. You dig what I'm talking about? So I think there's a little difference, though.
I kind of think you gave him a scapegoat, though. I think he was stuck in the repulsion thing.
I ain't trying to.
I'm not. I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not even going.
Because he seems logical, so I put logic in front of him. Now he got to make the logic not work. He got to untie the knot.
I'm not going to fully disagree that they have to learn. There's no point in your life really that you don't have to learn. That you just say, "I'm gonna stop learning. I know everything."
You go out to die. You got to die.
Exactly. There's no point in living no more. Like really.
Right.
Yeah, I totally agree that when he made them, they still had to learn.
Yeah, I would say even then.
But I wouldn't say that was worse.
So you wouldn't call that man in his infancy. I'm talking about as a species. So
Okay. So
man at his beginning is man is
I
his
guess we go on two different. When I say infancy, I mean the infant stages of the,
the mind.
No,
Because that's the only thing that
of development, the full everything, the infant stages. Because he physically wasn't in his infant stage.
But infant comes before adolescence, right? Infancy is first, right?
Right.
That's what we talking about. You know what I mean? So if man, if he came up out the dirt, you dig what I'm talking about? And I'm not necessarily against that. You dig what I'm talking about? I think it is a process, you dig what I'm talking about, that we're not hip to for the most part, that actually goes on. Because we know for the most part, stuff go on, we just don't know about it. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, we weren't there to see creation. We weren't like, and if somebody gonna say, like, somebody tried to tell me,
but that's an excuse because the same
no,
process.
Hear me out. This is me. I'm speaking from me and my. Hold on, hear me out.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
saying
would never say. For example, they tried to box me in and say, "Oh, how do you know the Prophet Muhammad split the moon, went up on the donkey, all this other stuff?" And I'm like, is what the text says. And then they're like, "But who told you that?" Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that God told me in my ear that this is what happened. I'm not going to sit here and say that I was there when the miracle happened, or that I went back in time and saw the miracle, or some crazy stuff like that. That's illogical.
Listen, my baby Tupac said, "Man, I was given this world. I didn't make it. You ain't make Quran. It is what it is. You ain't write a word in it." You dig what I'm saying? So
I didn't.
And so if that's the text you grew up with, and that's
not the text I grew up with,
man, that you or whatever, it don't matter. But I'm telling you, that's what you using now.
Right.
So what I'm saying, if that's helping you get where you need to be, then salute you. Live to the highest ideals of that. But just understand that once you live to the highest ideals of Islam, then what? So, I mean, there's higher forms of spirituality. Even after that, don't feel like you trapped anywhere, because it's something you're supposed to get out of Islam, or you wouldn't even be there.
If Allah said, "You know what? Move forward. There's something more for you somewhere else," then maybe. If it's in the divine decree, it's gonna happen.
Which is gonna happen. Ain't nothing you could do about it. Listen, and you either way, you better hope and pray it's not what I think it is, and that the story that you got going on is what's gonna happen. You dig what I'm saying? I hope that for you. You dig what I'm saying?
I want to ask you so bad. Like, what do you think it is?
What do I? Oof. No, man. Listen, man. I ain't even here for that. I ain't here for that. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm not here to try to tell you what to believe or what to look into. I'll tell you this. There is a text you probably need to read, right? And it's the book of the Arkaban, and it's called the book of Esther, and it gives you the birth and creation of the triune gods we know now as the Trinity, Buddha, Brahma, and Christ, and Christ's right-hand man, Thoth Gabriel or Jabril, right? Islam was created as payback because he got jerked on the deal. Now, I hate to put it that simple, but that's really what was happening in the heavens. But then it had, as above, it had earthly consequences. You dig what I'm talking about?
I think I've read about. I don't think I didn't read. I didn't read the full text, but I think I know what you're talking about. These things happen. Yeah, I remember.
And it comes.
But I don't remember about Islam being a reaction to that. But I do remember something about the earthly consequences of what was going on. Yeah, above and all that.
And it comes to find out that Jabril falsely assumes the title Allah or the God or the highest knowledge. You dig what I'm talking about? And gives his doctrine to Muhammad inspirationally. By the way, Muhammad was one of the only people in history who had suis or clairvoyance in perfection. Ain't no telling what this nigga was seeing. Ain't no fucking telling. He had it in perfect to hear and see spirits. He had it in perfection.
What you mean by that? Like,
yeah, it's a skill. It's a thing you either got in your DNA and it's on, or it's not. It's not spooky. Spirits are just dead men moving at a higher or lower frequency in and out of visible light.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're dead. Yeah, dead people. That's why the spirit is still corporeal. It's still tangible. But but the soul isn't.
If you put that whole spirit thing into perspective, do you know how many people, animals, and all these other living things that have died and gone on? So essentially, you're saying that we're being bombarded by so-called spirits constantly.
All the time. They're around us all the time. Why do you think they call it the underworld, Sheol? That thing is right around us.
You can call it whatever you want. But none shall the twain shall meet until you prove it is a real thing instead of a talking point.
What? Well, well, simple stuff like this, you know what I mean? A lot of things are just hidden in the language. Anciently, the lowest part of the atmosphere, below the clouds, on down the breathable part, is called Hades, Hara, hell. So when the ancients was telling us that you're in hell already, yeah, breathe it in. This is why it's historically been called. You didn't think it was really an underworld under the world, did you?
I'm not claiming none of that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, whether you believe it or not, for those of us who've had spiritual experiences, there's no way you can convince us that the spirit ain't real. So trying to argue about it, and there's no way that I could objectively show you a spirit, right? But we can corporally show and hint at that there is one, right? And show it scientifically and mathematically.
Mathematically,
you dig what I'm talking about?
I can. So let me hit at some square circles or some pink unicorns while we at it. You know, we can go that route too.
I mean, you know, if you into drugs, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's what you sound like. You sound like you doing some drugs. You trying to tell me?
Well, wait a minute. You don't. So first of all, you don't believe in spirit?
I don't have no evidence of a spirit doing anything.
Okay. All right. I couldn't. Now you understand, like, I couldn't like tangibly go up and point and say, yo, this is a spirit, right? Because it would obviously be unseen, right? So there's no way I could tangibly show you that. But what if I could scientifically hint or theorize that there is a spirit in the body, right? For the simple fact that the human body, while you're alive, gives off and emits light. And soon as you die, right, it stops. That is proven by science. And I'm talking about visible light, but just on a low level. So you need other things to see it. Of course, you're going to need, but I'm saying as long as you are alive, the body gives off and emits light.
So
That's
light.
proven.
So light is a spirit. You're saying light is a spirit?
No. I'm not saying that. I would say that the light is the result of the spirit because soon as you die, that light goes off and you're dead. So I wouldn't be able to point it to you like that, but scientifically, that would be the best way that I could tangibly try to prove to you. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just saying, you dig what I'm talking about. That's how I would tangibly try to show to a person that a spirit could exist.
And
I'm not trying to get you to believe anything. I don't really care.
What I'm saying is things have names. So you just you're calling it light. Now you're saying I don't know if it's a spirit or not, but when it's gone, the light goes with it. So what are you talking about?
Right. I'm talking about that the light is an effect of the spirit. Do you understand?
Well, you putting a label
on
something.
Do you listen?
What it is.
Listen. Do you know what a spirit is, sir?
I am trying to get you to explain what one is.
Okay, well, just ask that. Well, just ask that. You said you didn't know what one was, and you never seen one. I've never seen one either, but I know that there's a spirit, and then how I would tangibly prove it to anybody who is a person who just needs to see something, a materialist. You dig what I'm talking about? Anybody who's just only can believe something that's in front of their face. How I would prove that to you or anybody like that is how I just did.
But that doesn't prove
that's the only logical way to do it.
You're just calling it that. You haven't.
Well, let me explain to you what a spirit is, right? Because the spirit is the expression of any entity. The expression of it is its spirit.
So the spirit of Jack Daniels that I drink is a spirit, right?
That's a different type of spirit. That's an ether. That's like a drinking spirit. But as above, so below, space is etheric too. And just like ether sublimates things to its metabolic weight and chemical weight. It's doing that in your liver right now.
Well, what I'm trying to get to is this. All these things people say is outside of the normal senses of reality. People try to pinpoint it to other things that we identify in reality. But so what you're doing, we know what light is. We can identify, we can observe light. It has a name. It has a name. Mm-hmm. A spirit has a name. Now, what these spirits do or don't do, but where you can pinpoint it to be a spirit and not something else that has a name, that's what I'm after.
Well, I think you got spirits mixed up with like ghost and angel.
No, I don't.
So you trying to say they the same?
I'm going by what you're trying to claim a spirit is.
What did I say a spirit was?
You never did. That's what I'm trying to get you to do. You said light, and then it goes.
You wasn't listening.
Nah, please don't repeat it. I was listening, and I could tell you didn't. You put it into the form of light, and you said when that light goes, then it goes too.
Right. That's the best way I could physically show it.
Right, but that's not. He's correct in his statement. You gave a physical best example that you could show, but you still never. Or said what it is.
You can't show. Wait a minute. You think you can point at a spirit?
What's the definition of a spirit?
Right. A spirit is listen. The spirit is the expression of any entity.
How do you claim something is something without identifying it as something?
Right. Ooh. That's like saying you can point at energy. That's crazy. You can't see energy. I don't care how many times. Listen, I don't care how many times I turn the radio on and prove to you that there is energy rolling back through there. I can't point at it. It's the same thing with spirit.
Watch this. Now, like I said before, and I'll say it again. Maybe you missed it the first time. If you claim a spirit exists, That spirit, that so-called spirit exists to do things, right? If it can be identified by its actions of things that it does or can do, then you can point to it. Other than that, you're just talking noise.
Right. So if there is a thing that is okay, first of all, let's break it down like this, because I think you having a fundamental breakdown of understanding of how reality is. Do you understand that there are parts of reality you can see and parts of reality you can't see?
I understand that you are trying to explain something as a real thing.
Yes.
Right. And
right.
we exist in a reality where we describe
so
things,
how, you exist how?
I exist right now to talk to you
How?
to try to get you to understand that
How?
you're trying to describe.
Is it like just by chance?
What?
Is it by chance?
Sure, it's by chance.
Okay, well then, all right, well then, listen, if it's all by chance, brother, that's your belief. I don't.
No, it's not.
I'm
my
not trying
belief,
to. Hey, listen, brother, I'm not trying to get you to believe nothing, and you ain't never gonna get me to believe. I don't believe anything.
I'm not trying to
believe
convince you of anything. You're trying to tell me
I'm just saying. I'm just
even
saying the
identify.
randomness. You dig what I'm talking about, or your thought next to the synchronicity of all creation just don't make sense.
It makes complete sense.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, when everything else has a time, a reason, and a season,
right?
Man, it's just random. I don't. It doesn't fit logically to me.
Your logical assumptions about a spirit and what a spirit do or does, but you still can't point
right.
to.
What is it? Again, you ain't wrapped your mind around what
I can't wrap my mind around something you can't
listen,
explain.
Listen. You can own it. The spirit is the expression.
Of what?
I'm saying the expression of spirit in a man's body is the light that the body produces. Hold on. Wait a minute. Are you trying to deny that the human body produces light while it's alive? I'm talking about every day, right now, that your body is producing.
Are you saying that light is the spirit?
It's the expression of the spirit.
I'm saying the light is the result of the spirit. Why do I say that? Is because when a person dies, that light is not produced off the physical body anymore.
So okay, so the spirit
it's hinting towards that there is. I'm not trying to convince you that there is a spirit. I'm just saying
you get what he's saying to you now, though.
No,
have you realized you didn't answer what a spirit is?
Yes, no, I did answer what a spirit was.
It's the expression of an entity. Yes,
right?
I totally got what he's saying.
It's not some spooky man that you can't see walking around. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the expression of spirit in a man is light. Physically, literally. I'm not putting no spooky on it. I ain't said nothing about God. I ain't said none of that. I said the expression of spirit, if I was to try to prove it, I can't prove it. I'm just saying, if I was to try to prove spirit to a materialist, the way I would do it is scientifically. I would show him that the human body, while alive, produces light. Right?
Hold on.
And the expression of that spirit in man while alive is light. And how you prove that is upon death, the light stops. That's just like I'm not making nothing up. Look it up, Google it, do whatever you want. Does the human body produce light?
Hold up.
Yeah, man. Goddamn.
Let's take it from another point of contention here.
You're gonna need another one because
okay, so who or what has confirmed that this light is in any way indicating a spirit? Where's that scientifically?
What I'm trying to tell you is to open up your mind and observe.
I'm opening my mind, and you can't feel it.
I'm just saying, brother. Did you listen? You arguing a point that you didn't even know. I just told you. Listen, look this up. I want you to be real with yourself and look this up. Google it right now. Does the human body produce light?
I'm not worried about a body producing light.
Right. So
I'm
you
worried
didn't know
about a
that. You didn't
spirit.
even know nothing about it. But you arguing with me
Guess
like
what?
that's
Guess
impossible.
what? Get it. Guess what? There are lots of things that produce light that we can't even see. That don't make it a spirit either. So come on, man. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm saying you
Let's
can't
go.
see
You got anything
photons,
else?
but they there.
You got anything else?
That's what I was.
Right there
So
ain't
that's
working.
it. That's exactly my point that I was trying to tell you. There are parts of reality you can see and parts of reality that you can't.
But so you want to attach a spirit to that light?
What I mean, I'm just saying, since man could write, right? The very first things he was writing about was spirit.
That don't make a difference to me.
I'm just saying, okay, I would hint towards all of the history of humanity than your opinion.
You know what? That goes right back to the plant thing, because if that's the case, if he can make plants before the sun and the moon and all that, how much time do you think that took place?
I think it's bullshit. I'm the one that brought it up.
Right. So on that same lines, you can talk about lights all you want. That don't point to spirit.
Right. And I had to agree with both of y'all on that, like, because the mission of the light as the expression, okay, that makes sense. But at the same time, if you're saying, you're sounding a little bit hypocritical if you're saying that a God who has omnipotence cannot create the sun after he created the plant.
Because if he is a God of all truth, and he's also a God of order, right? So he's not going to do a thing out of order anytime and then fix it later. You dig what I'm talking about? He's going to do the same thing. And
so hear me out. Why is that out of order to create the? Hear me out. Let me say this real quick. Because hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Don't come here, because I want to ask the question. How is it out of order if you created the plant and then created the nourishment
it's
for
out
the
of
plant?
order because that doesn't match up with reality, what we see objectively.
Why would you create the nourishment for something that doesn't exist yet?
How
it's backwards.
Yeah, exactly. So how could he create the nourishment for plants, right? Which is the sun, right?
After it exists.
That's crazy. How do you feed it?
Hold on, how do you say that? You're saying okay, so let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying if he created it prior to its existence, it doesn't make sense.
Plants,
but if he created it after its existence, it also doesn't make sense.
Listen, brother, that you can't never make that make sense logically.
So you're saying whether he created it before or after its existence, then it's illogical.
No, I'm saying the order in which the God in the Bible made plants before he made the sun, which grows plants, is illogical. And it's irrational because we don't see it in nature. We see this process every day.
We don't see photons. We don't see, like you mentioned, the photons. We don't see photons.
Wait a minute. When a photon is ionized, what happens?
We don't see dark matter. We don't see dark energy. We don't see energy itself. Like, really, come on, man. You sounding wild.
Wait. Do we see light?
We see the result. We don't see photons on the level of photons. We see the light that is produced from the collection of the photons. Yes.
Okay, so do we see light?
Yes.
Yes or no? Okay. All right. So
you telling me we see photons
hold on, wait
too?
A minute, wait,
is that what you're saying?
Just follow me. Is light ionized photons? Excuse me. Is light made out of photons?
It's made up. Yes, it's made up.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
tell me, do we see?
Listen. So listen. Regardless to whether you think you're not seeing, it's objective, right? Because guess what? Even though you are looking at me, right? objectively, you're still looking at a bunch of atoms. Just like if you're looking at light, objectively, you're still looking at photons.
Okay. So, but do you see energy?
No, you can't see energy. And this is what I'm trying to tell you about the spirit.
Does energy
exist? This is what I'm trying to tell you about spirit.
No, because you said we don't see this in...
It's an energy, and it leads...
Hear me out. Hear me out.
We do see this in nature.
Hear me out.
We do see this in real life. This is what I just schooled you about.
So you see the energy in real life?
Listen, you see the emission of energy in real life. It's called light. Right? And that spirit that's in a man is the energy that produces the light. I would offer that objectively to you as the truth or how I would try to show, not try to prove it to you.
Okay.
You dig what I'm talking about? How I would show a person objectively why I think that there is a spirit.
All right. So according to certain science, they say that the universe consists of 97%, I think it's 95, 97, something like that, dark matter and dark energy.
What is it?
That's correct.
What is it?
You can't see it. You can't measure it. You can't.
What is it?
It's 97%. It's 97% of the universe.
Okay, but what is it? It's got to be something. I think it's the thing that they've been trying to hide off the periodic table.
My point is that you cannot see it, but
yeah, that's why space is dark. It's transparent. I agree with you.
So if you can't see it, does that mean that it doesn't exist?
No, it's translucent. It's still there. You can just see through it. That same thing with the spirit. You just proved my point.
But I'm saying how you are sounding like when you arguing that you don't see this everyday phenomena that is a one-time phenomena.
What you talking about?
Which is the creation of the universe.
Creation of the universe?
Or the order that the universe was put together. If God made it on the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th day, it really doesn't matter. But the fact of the matter is, you are saying that this is how you should have did it in order for it to end up in the way that we see it now.
I'm just saying it's out of order naturally.
According to what you believe.
I'm saying to nature, it's out of order.
According to what you see, according to what you understand, because you have a finite mind.
Well, whose mind should I use? Whose mind should I use? Who's better than mine?
Oh my goodness.
You are thinking, you are putting, this is what I'm saying, you are putting God in a box.
I'm not putting God nowhere. I think God's something different than what y'all think it is.
What you think God is?
Yes,
God is a one-time living, breathing man.
What?
Huh?
What?
God is a man, a one-time living, breathing man who died. He raised up through ranks in these heavens that y'all don't believe in, but he raised up into these heavens. And just like you graduate through school and you get a different title, you get a different title. And one of the titles, the emancipated titles, the third emancipated title is called God. That's when you're strong enough to run a planet and govern over its people. When you got that much power, it's like a regional Walmart manager.
Oh,
do you dig what I'm talking about? And because guess what? It's somebody higher than God to tell God what to do. And guess what? It's people higher than that to tell them. Well, I mean, this is no, I'm not asking nobody to believe me, right? But just like the earth has system in order, the heavens have system in order.
We're in Wonderland, folks.
Okay. I'm cool.
Hold on. So my question is, okay, whatever being that you were saying had. So my thing is that God is what I believe God is the one above all.
No, see, that's what lower demonic entities through religions have duped man into doing. They got man praising the creation and not the creator.
What do you mean? The creator is the one above all.
But he's not God. God and the creator are not the same thing.
That's some shit.
God is what man turned into. The creator create God too. God, true God, praises the creator too, just like me and you. True God never asks for prayer. True God never wants sacrifice or bloody anything or to give him anything or to praise his name. Any God, that's one of the ways to find out if you're serving a false God. If it asks for prayer or if it had ever been seen, that's one way to prove that you're serving a false God, a deity, an idol, not the creator of all.
Well, you know how easy it is to say, yeah, I believe in a God, but you will never see him.
Well, the God that I'm supposed to worship has never been seen.
Well, if that's true, right? Imagine how powerful it'd be if you was able to show the people that the God that they are looking for is inside them, and that true God and you, the thing you're gonna turn into, both praise a creator, right? That ain't neither one of y'all gonna touch. You can't see it, right? It ain't no end to this thing. You see what I'm saying? See, God is just a title, a rank, a position, a job. There are gods, right? But then there are gods over the gods. They're called Orions. And then there are gods over them.
Okay, so I see where you're going with this.
You're going to Kemet with it.
I see you going.
No, it's rank and order. Just like in the military, there's rank and order. In the heavens, it's rank and order. You can't have.
Who created the creator?
Listen, what I'm saying is you can't have the thermosphere before you have breathable air, right? If you're gonna have anything on the planet, you gotta have the densest stuff towards the center. You dig what I'm talking about? And then different atmospheric levels leveling out, getting thinner, going out. Mm-hmm. There's system and order to everything in all creation.
You got a small problem though. You got a small problem there. Now, if it's going as many levels as you say, then what we doing here on Earth is insignificant.
That's a belief.
Okay, so I want to say one more thing. About your theory about the order. And because you're obviously you're going off the fact that plants need light to, but the first thing that God said was what? He said, let there be light. The plants were made after that.
What kind of light? What kind of light?
Yeah,
obviously, it was enough to sustain the plants until he made the sun.
No, I don't think so.
From where? He didn't make the sun until after the plants.
I don't think so.
Where the light at on the first day? Where it come from?
He said be, and it was.
Where? Can you say it would still be shining today? We wouldn't even need the sun.
Oh, this shit's hilarious, man.
Yeah. The fact that he could have.
I'm a little different. I'm a little different than what you thinking I am. I ain't that.
Hear me out. I believe he could have. He could have totally made a sustaining world that didn't need a sun or a moon or these things. I feel were made for a reason.
Well, when you go down that rabbit hole of making excuses for your God, you're gonna have to keep coming up with excuses on top of excuses.
Hold on, it's a legitimate reason. You yourself said that you yourself admitted that he knew what was going.
At least God is a better answer than I don't know.
Nah, I don't know is always. I don't know is always the best answer because
No,
that
it's
leads.
just admitting the ignorance. I think having even if it's wrong, having an ideology that you can build off of, right? Even if it's wrong, dead wrong, is
building off of. So you, if you believe you can fly,
I don't believe.
As long as you believe you can fly, right? So you're gonna build off of it, right?
Listen,
you're gonna build off of it, right?
Hold on. Did the Wright brothers believe they could fly?
Exactly. I was going to say place.
That's all here. I mean,
believe you can fly. You can fly, right?
The first person that made the dirigible. Hold on, the brother who made the dirigible, did he believe he could fly?
See, you can dodge the question.
I'm just saying, I'm just bringing it back to reality.
The reality is that's because you want to build off of a lie, don't make it turn into truth.
They turned it into truth. You travel on them planes, don't you?
Hold on, but all
that's a
scientific
thought.
truth is built on belief, right? It's a belief.
Say what?
Because see, science is not saying it's giving you 100% truth. That's only people who don't understand science.
Yeah, they say exactly.
Right. So trying to sit here and claim up that it's doing something that it's not doing it's not science fault, it's y'all's. You dig what I'm saying? So, I just try to keep it logical, and when it don't make sense, when a donkey talk, it just don't make sense.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We gotta then put on our thinking cap. This is obviously a metaphor.
If God is omnipotent, I'm not saying that God literally or figuratively talked through a donkey. My thing is, because I believe God is omnipotent, I do not, box him into this.
God boxed himself in.
That's why we should have stuck with what I was talking about. Before what's his name got into his explaining what a God is, I had my man in a sit rap when I told him about the 17 times God repented, and he's the omnipotent one. You see, that's how I like to battle.
No. I wanted to get to that too.
Why you bringing up old stuff, man? Stop kicking that man. He was just in the goddamn body bag, chilling. He ain't even
No. Because I wanted to get to that.
That was a Hadouken. I seen that. That was
because it's a word, a Hebrew word that's used, and it talks about it's not the same as the repent that you are thinking of.
Oh Lord!
I'm telling you what the Hebrew word.
It ain't the same repent as every other repent. It's a different.
I don't know. These are just different words.
Hold on, it's a majestic repent.
No. Because for example,
majestic plural.
Hold on. For example, in Psalms, like it says. In Psalms, I can't remember the Hebrew word, but I know it says, "But I am a worm." But he's not talking about a worm. He's talking about the Hebrew word they use is talking about a specific, I think, insect that is like a crimson bug that
he was comparing himself to a worm.
Huh?
He was comparing himself to a worm in his actions and deeds and practices.
No. It's talking about a specific crimson.
It don't matter what bug.
Hold on. Let me explain to you. And this is in Psalms, thousands of years before Jesus was born. And it talks about this specific crimson worm. I'm not crimson worm, crimson bug that attaches itself to the tree. And when it comes off of the tree, the red stays onto the tree. The crimson stays onto the tree. The crimson stain from where it was.
What's this got to do with?
Hold on. So I'm saying some words that are in Hebrew are translated as
This is
sometimes
what
they're
they
translated
all
as
do.
the same word, but they aren't. Like they could be like three different words but they're translated as the same word when they come to English.
This is what they all do when they try to say, oh wait, you gotta understand the language. Is your book you're reading Hebrew? All right, and then this is what I do. You go into whatever AI that you have that you operate, if it be Google, ChatGPT, or whatever, and you type in Hebrew word for repent. I just did that, by the way, and it's gonna give you the Hebrew word and it's gonna give you the definition. So I don't know. You're gonna have to pick another language because in that
say what the word
definition,
is.
I can't. I don't speak Hebrew, but I can spell it to you. What it says: SHUV, shuv.
Okay, so I want to tell you what I found because I did the same thing. It says the Hebrew word used is, and I want to say this is pronounced nakam, which means he relented or grieved.
What you on? What are you on?
I'm talking about when God said when it said God repented or whatever. It used this specific word that means he grieved. God grieved for his creation.
Okay. What does the word grieve mean?
Okay.
So, like,
let's look it up.
What does the word grieve mean?
What is the definition of the word grieve? Let's look it up. You know what I mean? We ain't gonna keep going back and forth with this shit because this shit.
We're not going to do. Yeah, because
this shit.
If you grieving for something that and
grieve, hold on 1 second, bro. To grieve is to experience deep, intense mental suffering or distress, typically as a result of significant loss.
Well, you ain't gonna get around this.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me get it out, y'all, brothers, so y'all can argue, right? Y'all don't want to do anyway. While most people associate grieving specifically with the death of a loved one, the term applies to emotional response to any major life transition, such as the end of a relationship, loss of a job, or the fading of a cherished dream. Go ahead.
Okay.
So at the end, it also says that there are different ways to grieve: emotionally, physically, cognitive, and socially.
So let me ask you a question. So if he had a heavy, lingering sadness because his creation went down the wrong road, even though he knew it was going to go down the wrong road, if he had this sadness because he loved his creation, would that be grieving?
He asking you, brother. Don't get quiet.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what he said. I don't just
don't get quiet now. You punching back.
Thinking about what he just said. Repeat that again.
If he had a heavy, lingering sadness for his creation because he loved his creation and he seen his creation was going down the wrong road, even though he knew his creation was going to go down the wrong road, and it hurt him because he loved his creation, would that be grieving?
I would say, yeah, that would be grieving.
All right, that's all I gotta say.
That's not, you ain't making no point there.
Yeah, he put it in context. He changed the context.
He ain't making no point there. This is my point. If you think that's a point.
Go ahead. Because he's saying
in order for you to feel sadness,
the meaning could be different.
In order for you to feel sadness and deep sorrow for something you created because you see it going the wrong way, even though you knew it was gonna go the wrong way, how am I feeling deep pain and deep sadness when I created it to go like that? So I created it to fuck up my feelings, and then my feelings are fucked up?
It's because God loved his creation.
If he loved his
Okay,
creation,
so
he
if
wouldn't-
you
he
love
wouldn't
it, then why are you grieving anything? You created it and loved it to do what it do. You should never feel sad about anything if you already knew it was gonna. You created it to do it.
That's not really true. That's not really true. And I could give a an example like in real time. Like I breed working dogs, right? And sometimes you dig what I'm talking about. When you've been years and years of having your hands, deep into these dogs, you dig what I'm talking about. And you get some good hot stuff. You dig what I'm talking about, and it's real good. And you dig what I'm talking about. You think you got one. You got one. You done put all this work in there, man. And in 2 seconds, that thing could get blew through by a stray hog or something. You dig what I'm saying? And all this work, man, it could be deflating, bro. So you could definitely grieve. You know what I mean? Like
That ain't no perfect example. That ain't no example because you ain't omnipotent.
No, I'm not. But I did breed this dog to do exactly what it's doing. And guess what? Even in there, regardless to what happened, even though I knew it had the possibility of dying when it get on this hog, I bred it to do what it was supposed to do. And guess what? Even I knew that, and I knew it had the possibility it could do that. When it got hurt, I put all this work and I grieved it. You could do that. That's logical, bro. You can't say.
You see, the key word in your sentence is possibility.
Yeah,
when God does, there is no possibility. It is.
That's what they say.
All right.
And
so that's
but
my
that-
whole
does
point.
Does that mean if anything, that shows that he loves more? Because even though he knew it, it still hurt him.
That shows he loved not enough.
Does it? Does
Yes.
it make the hold on? Because I bred the dog to do exactly what it loves to do.
No,
It just
we
didn't
not
work
talking
out for him.
about
I'm
you.
not supposed to
We're
grieve
not
that.
talking about you. We're talking about a God that knows all things.
Oh,
It has the
omnipotent.
power-
Right,
it has the power to change outcomes before they even begin. So you
Well-
telling us that's just like saying God knew.
What if
knew
the
ahead of
whole
time that
point
they-
though is not
Let
what
him
they
finish.
say in the Bible? What if the whole point was freedom the whole time for everybody to choose, and that they just duped us with the religion that this God worked this way, and that's why people listen to it because they in fear. They think they're gonna go to some little spooky hellhole, a lake burning in fire forever if Jesus don't get his 10% on Sundays. What if
The first lesson of knowing God is having the fear of God. That's
right?
written.
You gotta fear God first. So that's
Okay.
fear mongering right there. That should let you know whatever that is, that ain't from the creator, not the guy we all love, the source of light and love and knowledge. And you dig what I'm talking about?
That's biblical. If he's so loving, the first thing should not be fear. The first wisdom of God should not be having fear. It should be having love.
Did you understand that I made a distinction between the biblical God and the thing that we say made sun, moon, and stars?
All right, so
I
hear me out.
understand your
Hear me out.
Right. I'm just saying, if you let me ask you this. Bible, what's your name? Mind control.
Equal
Bible,
mind control.
Mind control. Shout out to you, bro.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that
When the
for
Bible
certain
says
things to
fear,
happen,
that's
right?
like, what is the Hebrew word? Is it
For
the
certain
same word
things to
as
happen,
the regular fear that we talk
conditions
about?
must
Yo, mute
already
yourself.
be
I can't hear him.
Oh,
for anything to happen, right? Anything. Do you understand that, or do you believe or think that the conditions must be previously met for the thing that we need to happen, right? The conditions must already be in existence for, whatever to happen, right? Do you believe that or no?
Yep, let me try to rephrase your questions to see if I understand it. So you're saying, like, do I believe that certain conditions or prerequisites have to be a certain way in order for something to happen or exist?
I'm saying, yeah, but for the most part, yes, do the conditions for anything, right? That's prior to the event happening, do they have to exist before the event?
No.
Okay. Like what? Can you give us an example?
Like the first thing that came to my mind was the Big Bang.
Well, the conditions for the Big Bang had to exist before it banged, right? If you believe in that. I don't believe in Big Bang. I don't believe
the world came for nothing. The world came for nothing.
No, it can't.
It automatically made something. But it can't come from God who created everything. That's crazy.
If you look at and I heard somebody mention his name earlier on, and I think he's the perfect
Neil
person.
deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, you already know it. So I watched one of his things. I don't know if you saw this episode. It said proof for a God, and in it they were discussing how bad Earth is made for humans and how long humans been around for how many years, but the Earth existed for 88 billion years. We've only been around for in the millions.
Let me explain to you something about that. I want to break that down. I'm gonna shut that argument down real quick. You cannot prove that. You cannot prove that the universe existed for 88 billion years.
You said we can't?
We can't.
What happened?
So how you think Mr. Tyson came up with his numbers?
They use is general relativity to point to measure the time, and then the billions of years. I don't even think it's 88 billion. I think it's like 18 million. Is where they call what they call t equals 0, and that is where the math breaks down. In most mathematical instances and in most scientific studies, they would say that the math is incomplete or faulty. But this is a placeholder that they use.
I don't get what the argument is.
What I'm saying is he said that Neil deGrasse Tyson said, because he listens to Neil deGrasse Tyson, obviously. If Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the world is flat, he's going to say the world is flat. But what I'm going to say is knowing math and knowing science, when math breaks down and starts to go into infinity, like when you use your calculator and it says that means that the math is either incomplete or faulty. But in cosmology, they use a placeholder called t equals 0, because this is where the math breaks down at.
But they don't use cosmology, right, in any type of understanding of how the world, the universe, our solar system, or our galaxy was created. Cosmology is not used at all.
No, I said in cosmology. I said in cosmology. When they find out what they use is to find this specific most dense state for the Big Bang or whatever the case may be. They use general relativity, and I don't even think it. Like I said, I don't think it's 88 billion years. It's like I think it's like 18 billion.
Right. The point
was
ain't
that
the
this
numbers.
brother just agreed with me, and he doubled down and he double talked, and then he slid away from it. He said no, the conditions don't need to exist before a thing happens. But then he turned around and said, it admitted that the conditions for the Big Bang to happen had to have been there for it to bang. He tried to double talk us and get away with that. I just had to point that out.
Didn't say that. But my whole point is forget going to the numbers. the MO of it was, if you were supposed to do the math, we're going to cross the T and the dot the I. If you were supposed to do the math, the point is the Earth has been around for how long, and humans only have existed for 200, 300,000 years tops. So you got what I'm trying to say? If you were supposed to break everything down, the Earth's history, humans showed up a few seconds before midnight.
Yeah, way later.
Okay, so but if you're studying how the Bible wrote your story, the math ain't mathing.
What do you mean?
Because the Bible writes the story and says this day he did in 7 days, and then this happened, and humans was just here all the time.
I'm just saying, but what day? What day is the Bible saying it happened on?
What day?
Yeah, like you said, the Bible got it all mixed up and all that stuff, but like what year is it? Like, did it mixed up? What is they saying? What year did this happen?
It said on the seventh day, or whatever day he created man, it makes the timeline completely different than what it is. It makes
Not
it sound like
necessarily,
man
'cause
was
it's another-
always here on Earth.
It's another text.
I get what you're saying. I wish you could explain it better.
But it's another
understand.
part of the Bible that says one day to God is, I don't
1,000
know.
years.
Yeah,
I knew he
something
was
like
gonna hit that.
As is a day.
I knew he was gonna hit that, but go ahead and do the math. The 7, that's
It really don't make sense that
Hold on.
God
It
made
didn't say.
plants
It never mentions how many days. It never mentions how many days passed between the time of the creation into the time of the deception into the time of the kicking out. It never mentions how much time passed.
It doesn't need to. If it said 7 days to create every goddamn thing, that's all we focused on. And you say a day is 1,000 years, so that's 7,000 years.
The fact that it's saying that God could, the fact it's saying that God created the entire world in 6,000 years. I'm gonna just say 6,000 years because the 7th day he rested, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, not well.
Okay. Hold on, hear me out.
Go ahead.
You are still assuming what I've been talking about, and you're saying that you're still using the same math that they use that is faulty, assuming that time that time is a singularity and that things were constant.
Faulty,
hold on. Let me finish talking. Let me finish, and then I'm gonna let you try to.
I was just trying to get.
So whatever in there, because that conditions were constant throughout time.
I actually agree with that.
I don't understand what's your point of saying about the conditions were throughout time.
I was leading somewhere before y'all got to. You dig what I'm talking, because you turned around and you made it. You addressed me, so I was trying to stay out of it, so y'all can argue about God and all that shit. Because I don't believe what neither one of y'all think God is. So,
but
you know what I mean?
Go ahead, because
no.
You said you agree. I really want to hear what you had to say about that.
About what?
When you said you agree.
I said no. I said I don't agree with neither one. Well, neither side about what God is, and I don't want to argue my opinion about it. You know what I mean? When really, you ain't got no empirical type text to where. Even if I would take this over a person's opinion about God. If you could just even go in a book and point to it and say, this is a God, and God himself is speaking, and God tell you the who, what, when, where, and why of a God. I could agree with a text like that. And when I see that in a text, I will rock with more lean into what that say a God is than it's just some nigga sitting in the sky on the throne.
Who said that it was
religion? Christ, Christianity, Buddhism, Brahmanism, and every religion in the world depicts God as a man, and specifically a man of war.
Not every.
Come on.
Which one?
Let me go pull it back. Because I know there's many religions in Africa where God is a woman.
Yeah, but it's still a being. A physical man or woman sitting on the throne in the sky, tap dancing, doing something, pointing in the middle of nothing, making earths.
Right, but back to what's his name point. When you were saying about the math is wrong, the only math you would come up with is 7,000 years, because you said your God's a day is 1,000 years, and the creation took no more than 7 days. So I'll give you 7,000 years. The Earth is way more than 7,000 years. 1, 2, humans have been around way longer than this little 7,000 years thing, and so I don't understand how you get your math to math with the God
So okay. I want to say this.
Good question.
You're saying that the world has been around for more than 7,000 years. Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that. You're saying that humans have been around for more than 7,000 years. I agree with that. What's the point? What are you saying? Are you saying because God created the world in 7 days or less, then that means that the world is 7,000 years old now?
Do you know? Listen, do y'all know that there is a year that the biblical God said he created the world on? The Hebrews counted as the start of their calendar. Did y'all know that? The year per the Hebrew calendar is 5784, but that's a problem. 5785. That's a problem. That's not even 6,000 years per the Hebrew calendar. So right now we would still be in the 6th day, right? If a day is 1,000 years, we would still be in the 6th day, and we should be seeing man, animals, all type of shit, just poof, pop, poof, poof, poof. Right in the air right now, because the year is only 5785. It would stop and he would rest at the 6,000th year. And he said that per the Bible, not what Cosmon making up, that the world was created the year 3761. Look it up. Not guessing. That's what the Hebrew God said. He made the world in 3761 BC. But crazy part is we got pyramids older than that. You dig what I'm talking about? So obviously, they've already been debunked and proven liars. The Anunnaki gods, the Sumerian gods, the Canaanite gods, the Elamite, and any of them nations that are no longer around, fucked over, dead, that proved that they God was a liar. Right?
I mean,
that's how that's because they God said that they was the creator too, right? Just like everybody else, God said it.
But when you say the people that's not around, when you say the people that's not around, they would be still around, right? Because I would consider the Canaanites to be the Palestinians.
And so my question is, where does the Hebrew Bible say that God created everything in set year?
Well, he said he made it in 6 days.
Where does the Hebrew Bible say that he made it in set year?
Genesis 1.
It is not. It says he made it in the year.
And look and listen. I'm not making this up. Hillel the second created it, right? Around the 2nd century. You dig what I'm talking about? He took the times of the patriarchs and all that shit, and he counted the time back, bruh. Using the Babylonian calendar and clock time that was already ready. 3761 BC is the start of the Hebrew calendar. I'm not making none of that up.
It's the start of the Hebrew calendar.
Yes, nigga, the Hebrews.
Yes. Okay, so you're gonna say that's the start of the Hebrew calendar,
right? Ain't that the source of Christianity?
Hold on. Let me make a statement real quick. Do you know how long the world existed before the Hebrews even existed?
Build the world was around. Hold on, the world was around.
Mentions many people that came before the many prophets
I'm
even
not
that came
debating
before
that.
Hebrews even were existed.
Brother, I understand, man, been around way longer than what science says.
But I could have swore that
don't
that was what's his name argument that science numbers is wrong and they cut the T and they dot the I and all of this nonsense. I could have swore that was basically saying science is wrong with math.
I said that in you mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson. You mentioned the Big Bang. I was breaking that the Big Bang is faulty. The timeline of the Big Bang is faulty. In normal math, in normal science, they would say that the math is either incomplete. Listen, because you might not know how math and science work. They would either have to change the model or change the math.
They changed
They
the
did
model.
neither.
They changed the whole model because when they
didn't change the model. They added a placeholder.
The bat is right. Listen, because when they actually did the math and the model, everything was wrong. All the math was wrong.
So you're talking. He's talking about the Big Bang Theory. I didn't conclude how long Earth has been around from the Big Bang Theory. I just told you numbers on how long the Earth has been around, period. So you smashing the Big Bang don't do nothing.
You mentioned the Big Bang. You mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson. You said something about 88
I
billion
said
years.
he said it was around for numbers. I said I told you 88 million or some crazy number, which my numbers would be wrong. The numbers is like 4.8 billion or some shit like that, right?
4.5
but
billion.
even if it's 4.5 billion, that's science enough to debunk how long your God created the shit for.
It's not enough science because the math is faulty.
Ooh.
So okay, why is 4.5 billion years faulty now? Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing about the Big Bang. Tell me why.
When they use the method that they use, which is general relativity, the math breaks down. T equals 0 doesn't technically exist. It is where the math reaches infinity. Infinity is a concept,
It's
not a number.
Theory anyway, and science is not even trying to say it's absolute. So I don't even get what the argument is. And then they already tested it. Everything was wrong.
The math breaks
they
down.
Thought about the Big Bang, and because they've already done the test. Every single point, every one, not
collapses.
Right.
Collapses.
That's the Big Bang.
But what they know is the one thing that I disagree with the brother is that when they did the math was right, right? The math was right, but what they are seeing, right, don't line up with the math. They were totally wrong.
But they use, what I'm saying is they use that specific math for that specific model. And in regular science, they would say either one of two things. They would say either the math is incomplete or that the model is wrong.
Right.
So what you're saying that science doesn't really know how old it is?
Let me finish. But in the Big Bang Theory, they added a placeholder called T equals 0.
Yeah, science guesses. It don't know. Because science say Earth is about 4.5 to 4.8 billion years old. I got a way using the sun and the moon where it say it's over 5.5 billion years old, over a billion years older than what science say.
Right.
And
so that's
they say, hold on. They say man been around 330,000 years as a modern human being. But then they got people like Raymond Moses, who his haplogroup go back 700,000 years. So what is we doing? And then from my understanding, my teaching, man been around on Earth about 14 million years, right? But just not all in a row. He's been extinct.
Million or billion?
Yeah, million. Man has been around roughly 14 million years, but just not in a row.
I see. Yo, the bat. If you go type in, because I know you was telling me about science and math. I may not know how it works, but I just typed in a simple question: how do they get to know how old the Earth is? And you could see, it shows me like at least 4 different methods of how they came to their numbers, right? And I
You
just
any of them
quickly
use
said-
general relativity?
No, none of them say that actually.
What they say, bro?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm lost.
okay, this is the most important one. It's based on a principle in physics called radioactive decay.
Oh my goodness, let's not get into that.
Okay,
I can tell you how that's faulty.
I thought you said it was about 4 of them.
Yeah, that's one. I just told him about radioactive decay. One.
Okay, what's the?
He already said that one's faulty.
Yes, I can tell you how that's faulty. How did they?
Radioactive decay is faulty.
The reason
Yeah, he
why it's
said-
faulty, and I can
Yeah.
explain to you